Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the public hearing meeting of Council. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Demong.
Present.
Councillor Dollywall.
Here.
Councillor McLean. Here. Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner. Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong.
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Wyness on the roll. Councillor Corral.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Here. Here.
I'm sorry, was that Councillor Wyness?
That was Chabot.
Thank you. Councillor Chu. Here. And Mayor Gondek.
That was.
I'm here. Councillor Wyness, that's you, right?
Yes, I got a glitchy connection, so
Okay.
sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Noted. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to start by saying that the city of Calgary, where the Bow and Elbow Rivers meet, has historically been a place of confluence where great ideas and opportunities come together. And long before Scottish settlers named this place Calgary, original Indigenous nations had their own names for the land. The Blackfoot people called it Moginstis. The Ithaka Nakota Wiskatabe refer to this place as Wichispa Oyade, and the people of the Tsuut'ina call it Gutsis. The Métis of the Calgary area call this place Otisquani. We would like to take this opportunity to appreciate and acknowledge that we are gathered on the ancestral and traditional territory of the Blackfoot Confederacy, which is comprised of the Siksika, Piikani, Amska Bibigani, and Kainai First Nations, the Ithaka Nakota Wiskatabe First Nations, comprised of Chiniki, Bearspaw, and Goodstoney Nations, and Elbow Métis District 6. We also recognize and acknowledge all Indigenous peoples who have made Calgary their home. I am now going to move to the agenda. Can I get someone to move the agenda, please? Councillor McLean, seconded by Councillor Walcott. Councillor Sharp on the agenda.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I was hoping, colleagues, you would entertain moving item 7.2.27 as first item after, I believe it would be the green line, so the first item of public hearing. Generally, Ward 1, the community knows is one of the first things on the agenda, and it happens, and I'll address anything in my close, but I hope that you'll entertain that.
I don't see anybody in the queue. Madam Clerk, do we need a motion for that?
Yes, Mayor Gondek. I'm assuming Councillor Sharp is moving that and a seconder, and the team is just preparing it.
Councillor Wong is seconding. Okay, thank you. So
will
we'll
just
just
take
type
us a
that up
minute.
and get it on the screen. Yeah.
Mayor Gondek, the motion is ready to amend today's agenda by setting item 7.2.27, land use amendment in Tuscany Ward 1, to be dealt with following item 9.2, which is the green line update. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councillor Sharp, seconded by Councillor Wong. There is somebody else on the agenda. Okay.
There is, Mayor Gondek. Administration has notified city clerks that the applicant has requested that item 7.2.24, that is a land use amendment in Haysboro, Ward 11, that item be postponed to the March 4th public hearing meeting of council.
That's right. And I know Councillor Penner was going to move this, but I believe she's stuck in traffic. So can I get a mover for this one, please? Councillor Sharp, seconded by Councillor Walcott. Is there anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. Anything else?
That's it, Mayor.
Okay. So on the agenda as amended, anyone opposed? Seeing and hearing none, the agenda is carried. We will start off with item 9.2, which is the green line update.
Good morning, Council. I have a quick presentation should you desire. And I believe you do desire, so if we could have the next slide, please. So the recommendation, as we discussed previously today, is that you receive this presentation for the corporate record. Next slide, please. Council, you asked to know a bit more about what the business case or the ISIP funding grant application is for the Green Line. So I prepared a quick discussion for this morning. So the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program is a federal grant program that delivers funding to communities through the Investing in Canada Plan, administered through bilateral agreements with the provinces. Based on the criteria of the program, the government is investing in the construction, expansion, and improvement of public transit infrastructure for projects that improve the capacity of public transit infrastructure, improve the quality of safety of existing or future transit systems, and improve access to a public transit system. Funding through this stream is allocated according to a formula based on ridership and population, which balances the demand on the existing systems while providing support for expected population growth. Administration takes the direction we received from Council to develop the business case from Shepherd to downtown, and we translate this to fit into the grant application. As discussed last week, this work is completed by administration and submitted to the Government of Alberta. The Government of Alberta then reviews the grant application and, if approved, submits the completed grant application to the Government of Canada for formal approval. The grant application includes a number of sections as outlined on this slide, and administration is in the process of updating the grant application based on the recently approved council direction, which we received last week. The sections include the project background and investment rationale. This includes a summary of Calgary's long-term transit strategy route ahead and how this project fits into that strategy. A project description. It includes a description of the project, will identify the concurrent development process approved by Council, and will outline the southeast segment and the downtown segment. There's a procurement strategy and implementation plan, which outlines the procurement strategy, including the enabling work completed to date, the purchase and fabrication of the light rail vehicles, and the contracting strategy and milestone schedule for the upcoming work. We will identify that if the grant update is approved, construction in the southeast segment will begin with shovels in the ground in 2025. We'll further identify the schedule for the downtown segment, that the functional planning study approved by Council will begin in 2025, and that we'll be reporting back to Council on a quarterly basis with a final report back no later than the end of Q4 of 2026. The intention is to start construction of the downtown segment in 2027 following Council approval of the functional plan and validation of the Government of Alberta cost estimates. There's a project costing and funding information section. This section outlines the capital and financing funding from the ISIP and non-ISIP funding sources, as well as breaking down the funding from the various levels of governments. The section further breaks down the cost estimates into the major components, such as owner's costs, engineering, land, construction, etc., and will outline the Government of Alberta's cost estimate and indicate that the functional planning work that we are undertaking to validate the Government of Alberta's cost estimate. There's a climate lens assessment. This work is currently underway on both an updated greenhouse gas mitigation report and climate lens assessment for the project, which is a key funding requirement for this program. The climate lens assessment assesses both the greenhouse gas abatement potential associated with the project, as well as the resilience of the project to potential future impacts to climate change. There's a community employment benefits reporting section where we'll update our strategy with respect to community benefits with a specific focus on Indigenous peoples, apprentices, and women. There's a gender-based analysis plus section where we outline a number of categories where the project benefits various groups within the community. There's a risk and mitigation strategy section where we'll outline the risk management plan that the project has implemented and outline some of the key risks, the potential impacts, the risk probability, and the mitigations. There's a project outcome section where we summarize the outcomes expected at the end of the project. And then there's a summary of the Indigenous consultation, where we'll include a summary of the work that has been ongoing to date. So Council, as I indicated, the team is actively updating the grant application as we speak. Once it is ready, we will be submitting it to the Government of Alberta and asking they approve it and forward it on to the Government of Canada for approval. We will update Council once we have heard back from both levels of government. And as discussed, this presentation today was meant to be a high-level overview of what the business case or grant application is. And I appreciate your business case or the grant application is. And there's one more slide.
Perfect. Thanks for your presentation. I'm going to go to the queue. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Thompson, for being here. What this business case is supporting is an event center to Shepherd, being that we have 60% of development, and we're asking the province and federal government to proceed with that segment, correct?
So Council approved a number of recommendations last week, and so we outlined in recommendation number 2 the concurrent development process. And so that is starting construction from the southeast on the southeast segment from Shepherd to the event center in 2025, at the same time as starting the functional planning work from the event center through the downtown, and that work would start in 2025. We will report back to Council on a quarterly basis with a final report no later than the end of Q4 2026. And following that work, we would determine the next steps. Council would approve the functional planning study if it validates the Government of Alberta's cost estimate and if it has broad public support from the engagement which has been included in it.
Okay. If we hadn't done that, and I'll talk about the downtown, but if we hadn't done that, there would have been cancellation, and in other words, we would not have proceeded, but there would have been a cost to the city, correct?
So this, what I've just run over with the business case aligns to the direction that we had approved last week, which is to move forward with that concurrent development process. So that maintains the work that we had done in the southeast and allows us to spend that time in the downtown collaboration from stakeholders and community members as we're doing that work.
Okay. What I'm just trying to clarify, though, if we had not taken that decision, there would have been additional cost to us to basically just walk away from it all. Yes.
There would have been a number of costs in those different scenarios, and happy that moving forward with this to maintain the value of the work we've done to date, start that construction in 2025 and do that work through the downtown.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking is I just wanted to be sure, because there was a lot of comments subsequent to that about going forward and not going forward. And I think what you just said is if we had not gone forward, there would have been a cost and we would have got pretty much nothing for it. Going forward, which is this is all about, is having that southeast to Event Center Shepherd line. Going forward also allows us to do the functional study for the downtown core. Therefore, we would have something. We would have a green line going forward if this ISIP funding gets funded.
What Council's approved last week, if the business case or the grant application is approved through the provincial and federal government, it will start construction in the south. Yep. It will have us doing the downtown work, and it has us partnering with the province as we move forward.
Okay, so we definitely get something going forward. The question I've got then is delivered by 2027, correct?
So there is a recommendation that Council approved number 8 last week that would direct administration to planning study together.
And again, with broad consultation with the community and stakeholders.
So engagement and collaboration from the stakeholder and community members, community support to move forward.
Yeah. And during this functional study, we're going to examine all the considerations to building that downtown segment, engineering design, roadway design, everything, and all the costing alternatives.
So the list that was included last week that we discussed included advancing design, validating the cost estimate, engagement and collaboration from stakeholders and community members, flooding and stormwater impacts, noise and vibration impacts, property impacts, access and egress, and assessed value impacts, safety impacts, crime prevention through environmental design considerations, traffic modeling and traffic impacts, transit system underlying impacts, and that was not limited to that list, including but not limited, and that again was right from the council approval last week.
Okay. And as you go through between now and 2027, you're coming back to council on a regular basis, giving us updates?
So approval number 5 from last week included a quarterly report back directly to council, so that council is hearing directly about the progress of that report, with that work completing no later than the end of Q4 2026.
And those updates would include risks, pros and cons, implications you discover.
We haven't formulated what those updates would look like yet, as we're just in that development phase following council's approval last week. The next step is to get the business case approved and what that report back to council would look like. But typically I would expect it would include an update on the work as well as risks we're seeing as we move forward.
Okay, and the council receiving it, presumably we can give you feedback or perhaps direction based on your updates.
We will be reporting back directly to council from a transparency perspective. All of council will see that report on a quarterly basis throughout 2025 and 2026, and you can provide feedback at that point as we move through that process.
Okay, okay. And if there's any roadblocks, whether it be through alignment or approach or anything like that, we can debate that question.
We will be bringing forward the development of that functional planning process. As I've mentioned to a number of people before, the conceptual plans really are less than 5%. The Government of Alberta's report identifies that. As you move from concept through functional plan, you always identify issues and you develop solutions through those issues.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, when it comes time, I wouldn't mind moving it. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson, for that report. You indicated in your presentation that we had to present this business case to the province, who would then subsequently make the application to the federal government, correct?
Yes.
If they did not approve our plan, could we not have gone directly to the federal government to apply for that?
No.
For that funding? So the province has to approve it, and they are the ones who have to apply?
Yes.
Okay. Whilst we've undertaken significant in public consultation through this iterative process on determining the highest and best line option that we had previously presented to council, wasn't this elevated line something that was considered in the past?
So through the history of the program, we reviewed a number of lines, a number of locations, elevated, at grade, underground, different routes. We will be coming back to start that functional planning work if this approach is approved with this updated business case.
Okay, so all that information that was gathered through the course of all of that, will that be made available through this process, the planning, development, engagement process? Will all of that information all be compiled together to review this?
So typically, again, we haven't laid out what the process for this functional planning study will be. Typically, we would want to leverage all of that previous work done, and so we would figure out how we leverage that work done in the past and inform where we're going forward.
Okay. The reason I'm asking this question is because we received the ACOM report that said this is where we're going to go, it's going to be elevated, et cetera, very high level cost assessments. Through this engagement, and they've agreed to extensive engagement, is there a possibility that somehow this proposal could be altered in some way between now and when we actually get shovels in the ground?
So I would expect that through the engagement and collaboration with stakeholders and community members, and as we evaluate all of the issues that I had mentioned, that extensive list that council approved, which the government of Alberta had endorsed, as you work through those, typically you see changes In all of the projects that I've worked on, I've seen changes from concept through functional through detailed. I've never seen anything look the same at the end as it did at the start. And that's the process that you work through with engagement and collaboration, and then again, requiring that broad public support before moving forward.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not sure exactly what process we're using this morning insofar as asking questions, but very briefly, I'm just going to say, while I support moving forward so that I don't have to debate later, I'm not 100% sold on what the province has proposed yet. And I'm hoping through this engagement that we will reach a consensus on what is in the best interest of the city and affected bodies. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. I just had a quick question, maybe more specific than my colleagues. We saw the draft framework from the province last week regarding the business case that we have to build and submit within the next 10 days. Have they changed or have they changed their expectations for us with regards to streets, location, elevation? I know we have our language, but have they changed their position yet as you start this work?
No.
So there's still, when you submit this case, we're still negotiating throughout this next 7 days the exact details of whether or not we will be saying things like Second Street, whether we will be using language like elevated. All of that is actually still up to the province over the next few days?
No, so to be clear, we will be submitting the business case. City administration takes the direction that we received from council. So we take the direction we've received. We will develop the business case and submit it to the province of Alberta, and they will then submit it to the federal government. So it is the City of Calgary's business case. We will write it based on the direction that we've received from council, and we believe we've received the required strategic direction to do that. The business case by no means is a detailed document. There are no detailed drawings in this grant application. So those details will not, you typically do not have a detailed design package in there. This is the start of the process.
Okay. Yeah, just same as Councillor Chabot, so we don't have to waste time debating later. What I'm hearing is there is still a separation between us and the province, and that's been outlined in the business framework from last week, and then the recommendations that we put forward. And it's a wait and see to see if they'll accept the language that we've approved. So, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the report, and I think we're all happy that we're moving forward. My question was regarding the ISIP application to the federal government, which was a number of considerations that we had to go by, climate, a bunch of other ones. But my question was on the gender bias-based analysis plan to see. I'm sure there'll be a lot of well-qualified, wonderful women like the wonderful Wendy Tynan, who was instrumental in bringing this project across the finish line. But a lot of women probably aren't interested in some of the construction jobs and other positions to build a green line. So just maybe enlighten me, what does that mean? Does that mean that the gender-based analysis does for the completion or to get the money, what does that entail?
I guess I would start and I would say we are actively working with our colleagues in the construction industry to advance women in the trades throughout the construction industry, throughout engineering. We actively within our department in infrastructure services are working to advance female leadership in our team. And so we are focused on really advancing women throughout the entire industry. I know working with my colleagues in construction companies, engineering companies, and within our department, it's something that we focus on. With respect to, and I would actually say not just focus on, I'm very proud of the women in our team that I work with. I have a number of very successful and talented female colleagues who I'm proud that I work with, and again, across the entire construction industry. With respect to the gender-based analysis, it's not just, and plus it's not just gender, it's looking at a number of different groups across the city. And so transit is very important for low-income Calgarians. It's one of the backbones of how they can get across the city. And so projects like this really support low-income Calgarians, new immigrants, to Calgary, again, when they may not have sufficient personal transportation, rely on public transportation. And so projects like this are essential for that. We also look at affordable housing and how this project will support affordable housing, access to affordable housing. And so there's a number of different elements that we have to look at through this analysis. We've done a lot of that work in the past, and we'll be updating that going forward.
Yeah, I could agree with you more. There's so many good qualified people in all sorts of different backgrounds, but I guess my question, is there anything on that application that qualifies or explicitly says you hire the best person for the job or a merit-based?
I'm going to jump in. Councillor McLean, that's not what gender-based analysis is.
Well, that's kind of what I'm asking. If you want to clarify that, that's good.
Yeah,
But
GM Thompson,
maybe I'm
I
wrong.
think you started down that road, but we need to be crystal clear here. We're not talking about procurement policies. We are talking about gender-based analysis to make sure that the needs of women who live in the city, women who care for many other people in the city, are addressed when we're designing the project. This is a very common practice that has taken place over the last couple of decades when it was realized that especially transit projects had not considered that women often have a baby carriage that they're pushing. It did not appreciate the fact that when aging, women tend to outlive men, so you have a lot of older widows who are on their own. All of these components of gender-based analysis are designed to make the project stronger. So I just want to make sure you're clear. This is not talking about the procurement process saying you need to only hire women. That has nothing to do with this.
Perfect. That was kind of what my question was. I wasn't sure if this was in the procurement phase or was it qualified to receive the money. That's great clarification. And again, I don't disagree with it. Just looking for clarification and make sure that things proceed, again, always based on the best way and the best practices. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, but GM Thompson, I have a couple of questions for you. Yeah. So when we received the document from the provincial government that indicated they had drafted a business case, that draft business case framework was very clear that they wanted language included in the business case or a memorandum of understanding that indicated they would carry no liability for the project, they would not contribute any more money, and that it must be an elevated line and no tunnels would be accepted. That is language that we all saw. It's publicly available language. So I just need to understand from you, is that negotiable?
So we will take the council direction that we received last week. Obviously, the information that the province had sent over on Friday, that was a public attachment, and we will use that to incorporate into the grant application as we go forward. Again, some of the pieces that are identified, the grant application is a very, I laid this out before, it's a very administrative process. So we follow a template that we get from the federal government. I've outlined the key pieces here, and that's what we'll be following as we go forward.
Okay, so I think we need to be very clear with Calgarians and probably for ourselves. You're writing this business case, but it's the province that's submitting it to the federal government.
Yes.
So if they don't like what you prepared, do they have opportunity to make changes?
I would imagine they would call me if they don't like what we've prepared. I would hope that what we prepare they would be in line with, because it's exactly, we will be taking the direction that we've got from council to prepare it. And again, timelines are tight, as I had laid out last week. We need to have this submitted by February 14th, which I believe is the end of next week. This is a lot of work that we have to get done to have that submitted by then. We do not have a lot of time with this.
I totally agree, and I have no doubt about that. I'm just very concerned that we still don't know whether those conditions that they laid out will apply to this business case. And I know you're saying business cases are high-level documents that don't include detailed design. We've got a partner that has very clearly said what language they want to see in a business case. So what I'm hearing from you is you're going to prepare this business case based on the recommendations we gave you, which did not say what kind of alignment it is. The recommendations we gave you as a council said, do a functional study and come back with the best option.
Yes.
Thank you. And if the province decides to change the business case that you submit and insert language that we have not authorized, are we not then on the hook for delivering the line that they have promised in a business case?
So it's the City of Calgary's business case, and we submit it with our signature. I've never seen a process where that has been changed without us knowing.
And so if they wanted to make a change that you didn't agree with, you wouldn't sign off on it?
I've got clear direction from council. The recommendations last week have given us clear direction on what we need to do, and that's the focus that we have right now.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions for you in the queue, so I'm going to look to you to move the item, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Jim Thompson, as well as to the entire ELT and management team. To the public, this has been a long-standing conversation about how do we go forward with the Green Line, going back to over 10 years or so. There's been a number of, variations associated with that, a number of different concerns associated with that, but I think where we are now with the business case going forward to the province and the federal government, we'll finally put a pin on it where we can say, yes, everybody's on board. We have the business case and hopefully support of the business case to move forward. We have a strategy that's been put forward by administration to us last week and reiterated today again that we will start construction from the event center to Shepherd, or whichever way you want to talk it, but also do a functional case from the event center to downtown. And as you've heard Jim Thompson refer to, and the Mayor and Councillor Chabot and myself asking questions about what does that business case entail? Again, sorry, what does that functional study entail? The functional study entails validating that we can go from the event center to downtown in a viable way that, meets the funding requirements, meets the conditions associated in the business case, and the understanding that if there are any changes or updates, we will get quarterly updates, and council will be able to talk about it. Also, at the same time, that the public will have opportunity to express their concerns and feedback. And there have been concerns about alignment, particularly along 10th Avenue and along 2nd Street. There have been concerns about elevated and impacts to adjacent buildings. There have been concerns about, impacts to elevated public safety security. And I think what I heard from GM Thompson saying all those implications will be evaluated over the course of between now and 2027. And public consultation and council consultation will be important, that if there's something there that we don't like, we will be able to push back and say, hey, is this real, or can we do something different about it? Because at the end of the day, council is entrusted to the public to do the right things, do it the right way, and deliver value. And I believe that, again, no matter what people say, that an elevated may not be the right way, we have 2 years to figure that out properly, together with you, together with administration, and hopefully with our funding partners, that we will deliver the right solution for you. At the end of the day as well, the funding we didn't talk about today is still the same funding allocation from the province and from the federal government of $1.53 billion, and the city is responsible for the balance. Our job, our request to administration is do it, but make sure you do it in the most cost-effective way without adding additional cost to the project and additional debt. So again, this is something we'll be looking forward to over the course of the next couple of years as we receive the functional report and status reports as well. So to the colleagues, we're receiving this information this report for information, but most important to the public, we're receiving this with your confidence and trust that we are doing the right thing for Calgarians, which is to provide, again, the start of an LRT system that goes from the southeast to downtown and ultimately all the way to the north. With that, I'm open. Thank you.
Can I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Chabot, thank you. You're up next in the queue.
Thank you. I wasn't going to debate, but I do think it's important to recognize the hard work that was done by the working group, all the general managers, city manager, and Ms. Wendy Tynan through all of this, through the thick and thin of all of this, through the entire process. Thank you so much for your dedication to this project. I just wanted to make that clear that her dedication to this has been exemplary. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think the final compliment I'll say is to this council. I know we've had a lot of mashing back and forth as to right or wrong, good or bad. Is it this way or that way? But that's healthy debate. And a healthy debate leads to healthy and right answers. At the end of the day, though, the decision is the decision. The direction to administration is the direction. and our job is to manage forward. And with that, I hope that we can all walk out of here with the, again, the favorable, positive direction that we've given to administration, and hopefully the promise that we are partners with our communities to do the right thing, which is to build a green line. Thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Carraw, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondak, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 11-3 with Councillors Walcott, Winus, and Thaliwal voting against. We are now going to move into planning matters for public hearing. So we're going to switch out members of administration who need to be here for the next items. All of the items that we will hear now have a public hearing attached to them. So for all of the items under Section 7, we'll start with a presentation from administration. They will outline the recommendations of Calgary Planning Commission or Infrastructure and Planning Committee, and then I'll open the public hearing on the item. For that public hearing, every member of the public who wishes to speak has 5 minutes. If you are here live, when you come up to the podium to speak, you'll notice that there's a timer there. It lets you know when your 5 minutes are up. There's also a series of lights that let you know that your time is starting to run out. For anyone who is remote, if you could please make sure you've got a stopwatch handy to know when your 5 minutes are up, that would be great. When we host these public hearings, we make sure that we stick to items of land use. So we are talking about the use that we're discussing, not the user. And for every public hearing matter, council remains amenable to persuasion. There is no ability to transfer your 5 minutes to somebody else. Each individual has 5 minutes. I won't be grouping people together to give all of their time to one individual. What I will do if we have several people who are speaking on an item is assemble a panel prospectively. And so 5 of you, potentially 6 of you, may come up and speak, and then we will ask questions to anyone on the panel. So that's how we'll proceed today. Once we finish with all of the speakers, I'll close the public hearing on the item. We'll go to questions from council members to administration, and then we'll go into moving the item and having our debate. So as we just heard, we have changed the agenda a little bit, and item 7.2.27 is up first. Mr. Pomeranke, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Derek Pomeranke. I will be presenting 7.2.27. This is a land use amendment to allow for a commercial childcare service within an existing house. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 26D 2025 to redesignate the site located at 10 Tuscany Hills Road Northwest to a direct control district based on the site's existing residential grade-oriented infill or RCG district. Next slide, please. The site is located in the northwest community of Tuscany. This is south of Crowchild Trail and west of Stony Trail. The site is approximately 1 kilometer south of the Tuscany LRT station. Next slide, please. This site is approximately 0.05 hectares in size and is currently developed with a single attached garage, with a single detached dwelling with a front attached garage. The site has rear lane access as visible on this image, and it is within approximately 100 meters of transit stops on Tuscany Boulevard Northwest to the north. Next slide, please. Surrounding land uses to the south and the east are primarily single detached dwellings. As well, there are townhouses to the north under the RCG district. To the north is the 12-mile coulee, which is designated as the SUN district for Urban Nature Reserve, and a middle school is across the street to the west, as well as its playfields. A community center and recreation facilities are to the northwest under the SR district. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the site to a direct control district. This DC differs from the base district of RCG only through the additional discretionary use of childcare service. Next slide, please. The childcare service policy and development guidelines were adopted by Council in 2021 and provide administration with site selection criteria for where childcare services may be appropriate in a low-density residential area. Administration has reviewed the proposal and has determined that the application meets 6 of the 7 criteria. Next slide, please. This site is across the street from a school site with a playfield as well as the community center to the northwest. To the north, the site is directly adjacent to a park and has no immediate residential neighbor. The site is located at the end of the street next to a collector road and is not expected to draw traffic through the community. The site also has rear lane access and sufficient space to accommodate both the required pickup and drop-off stalls, employee parking stalls, and outdoor play areas. Next slide, please. In closing, Calgary Planning Commission supports this application and recommends council's approval. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I'll open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.27. Do we have Mohammed Iqbal? Mohammed Iqbal? I can hear someone on the line. Is it Mohammed? Okay. Do we have Jason Lee? Hi, please come on up. So I can do this as well. I have members of the community signed up. If you want to go up as a panel, we can do that. I'm seeing some nodding. So it'll be Jason Lee, Andrea Craigie, Aaron Krusch, Derek Radomski, Marta Flynn, and Shane Simmons as well. I know that's 6 people, but you know, it's close. So if you all want to come up and grab a seat at the front. Is it possible for me to go first? I can move the order around, but is it going to be a different order? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go with Aaron Krusch, then we'll go to Jason Lee, then Andrea Craigie, then Derek Radomski, Marta Flynn, and then Shane Simmons. And everyone whose name I've read, there's chairs right behind where Ms. Krusch is standing. You can grab a seat there. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Erin Krusch, and I'm here as the president of the Tuscany Community Association. I want to confirm for the record that I am here presenting on my own time with the permission of my supervisor. I have lived in Tuscany for almost 17 years, and I can't imagine raising my family anywhere else. As a working mom of 3, I have had kids in some form of childcare since 2008. Home-based, private, nonprofit, I am intimately familiar with the need for accessible and affordable childcare. I am here with several of my neighbors to oppose the redesignation of 10 Tuscany Hills Road from RCG to become a commercial property. As a general rule, the TCA does not get involved in private property matters. For example, the letter we submitted for consideration as part of the rezoning hearings last spring was neutral, simply asking for consideration of certain principles during the deliberation process. Ironically, we are now here asking that you preserve a residential zoning as such and prevent a home from being turned into a commercial operation. We were asked to get involved with this application by others who are concerned about what this change means for our community. As a community association, we are not opposed to childcare facilities. We have lots of home-based and licensed childcare facilities in the neighborhood already. This is about whether this particular location is suitable for the land use that is being proposed, and in our opinion, it is not. Respectfully, I'm asking that you consider this proposed land use redesignation beyond the recommendation from Planning Commission. This matter should not be reduced to whether or not an application checked all of the boxes, and which it has already been admitted it did not. The question you should be considering is whether it is appropriate for a residentially zoned property to be converted into a commercial use in a residential district. The proposed plans in terms of how many children will be in the facility, it does not appear to allow for anyone to live on the site, and that is our understanding that the applicant will not be living there. The city's current home-based business licensing regime is specifically designed to mitigate the impacts of mixing business with residential. We have lots of home-based businesses, including day homes in Tuscany, that operate without complaint. The one criteria that it doesn't meet with respect to it not being on a proper corner lot, it borders an environmental reserve with a busy pathway where wildlife frequent and where architectural concerns will have to be considered when screening the already small play area for privacy, which is required for provincial licensing. And for the record, in the submissions that were made to Planning Commission, it also indicated that the CBE has said that those play fields across the road will not be available for use for the play area, as well as the community center facilities are by membership in the Tuscany Residents Association limits and controls the ability to access those facilities, so those are not a guarantee. But most importantly, if we are really in a housing crisis, then is this the appropriate time to turn a home where people can live into a place solely being used to generate profit for a private business? Is it taxed the same as non-residential property, considering that no one will be living there? Can the proponents have it both ways, taxed residentially while using it for a commercial operation? And if so, why? Why should any person be able to purchase a home, then apply for it to be rezoned into a commercial property and leave the neighbors to deal with the disruption while reaping all of the profits? And this brings me to my final point. I'd also ask that these matters don't just be deferred to be dealt with during the DP process. Understand that no amount of amendments will change the fact that this land use will be in place for perpetuity or until someone decides to change it again. There will be little control over what happens in the future once the land use is granted, and this site is not and is likely never to be appropriate for a commercial childcare facility. And that brings me to my final point. I love my community. The individuals who will speak to you later, the ones who will be most impacted by this decision, also love their community. We live here, and as far as we are aware, the applicant will not. Now, more than ever, it is important that citizens feel like they can trust their elected officials and city government to act in their best interests. And unfortunately, and this pains me greatly to say, that many of my neighbors have been somewhat disenchanted with how this process has unfolded so far. We are here to ask you to please trust us when we say that this location is not suitable for a commercial childcare facility. We may not be experts in urban planning, but we are experts in living here in this neighborhood. It should stay RCG and be a home for others who will enjoy and appreciate this community and its amenities as much as all of us do.
Thank you very much, Ms. Krush. Let's go to Jason Lee, please.
How to give it to them for those?
I'm just supporting Jason if he has any language struggles. He did prepare a handout that was sent to the clerk that includes kind of his script. I don't know if that can be distributed.
If it was sent to the clerk already, let me just confirm. It's already up on the screen, I think.
No.
It is. There's also a photo.
No,
I don't think that's the complete script. But I do have 20.
We'll come up and grab that from you, if you just give us a minute. Please go ahead when you're ready, sir.
Hi, Mayor and council member. I'm here today. I'm to present our neighborhood and share concern about this application. I living right next to the property in question. Lack of community engagement. The applicant didn't speak to their neighbor. Before submit this application, they did not consult me and next door neighbor or anyone else nearby. We only found out about this project through a city notice. The lack of communication make us feel completely discredited. Claim support based on unverifiable social media data is misleading. Online engagement does not represent the view or affect residents. For example, I haven't followed discussion on the topic because I don't have young children at home. As someone direct impact, I never consulted. The applicant make no real effort to engage with immediate community. Support for home-based childcare. No, don't get me wrong, we support home-based childcare, but we fully support home-based childcare. It is important service, but converting a residential home into a full-scale commercial daycare is a completely different matter. If this approved, the property will no longer be a home with no resident. It will be a business with going against the original intent of the area. Tuscany Hills, though, is not good place for commercial daycare, and this particular lot is even more problematic. The city's child site selection criteria state that daycare should be separate from nearby resident building to minimize their impact on neighbors. The development guideline also state that play structure should not be placed inside setback area next to home. But as you can see from the photo taken from our deck, the rules are already being ignored. Now imagine what happened if they expand from 6 to 39 children. The plan includes a backyard parking lot, making the play area even smaller and much busier, right next to our home and outdoor space. And realistic expansion, Tuscany already has at least 18 home-based childcare providers, and the number of preschool-age children is shrinking. A daycare of this size is simply not needed. We also have concern about increased traffic safety risks, and the busy intersection nearby. Traffic during peak hours is already heavy, which raises additional safety issue. But the biggest problem is the lack of community engagement and the real impact of this have on our quality of life. Conclusion, we urge the city to listen to the residents who are speaking up to now. Please protect the peace, safety, and character of our neighborhood. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you just have a seat, if there's any questions, I will let you know.
Thank you.
Let's go to Andrea Craigie, please.
I submitted some slides in advance if they're available. Good morning, Mayor Gondak and honorable councillors. My name is Andrea Craigie. Thank you for allowing myself and my neighbors this opportunity to speak at the public hearing. I'm here to speak in opposition of the land use amendment item you see on the screen, a change to DC zoning for the purpose of allowing a commercial childcare service. Next slide. As you have heard a little bit so far, and from others who will speak later, there's many concerns with this land use amendment and its accompanying application related to details and process. I would like to focus my time on the probably commonly raised issue of traffic, including intensity, parking, and related challenges with the location. Next slide. Although I recognize the development permit itself is not part of your decision, I included this slide for context as it relates to the traffic issues I will highlight. You will note on the left side of the drawing, one car parked on the street, although I've added the sidewalk and setback they forgot. It is labeled pick up and drop off. The two cars in the garage are labeled staff parking. On the right side of the slide, indicating the rear of the property, are 3 additional spots for client pick up and drop off. Next slide. Given there are pickup and drop-off spots indicated at both the front and rear of the business, I want to illustrate the overall challenges with the location on both sides. This overhead view includes Tuscany Boulevard at the bottom, a busy intersection all day long, including morning and afternoon rushes, busy times for daycares, and during the 12-mile coulee school start and finish times. You will note the proposed site circled in red and the yellow rectangle, the median in front, preventing illegal left-hand turn access to the property for anyone coming off the boulevard. Next slide. Because of this median and the inability to access the site from the north, which was the bottom of the previous slide, there are multiple safety issues and logistical problems as listed here. Highlighting bullet 5, relying on cars to street park for pickups and drop-offs is dangerous because of the site's proximity to the intersection and residential drivers queuing to exit the neighborhood. This right-hand turn out of the neighborhood is often already impeded by a city bus stop a few meters past the lights upon turning. Next slide. Therefore, since front parking will be so problematic, clients will instead access the spots in the rear and take either of the routes diagrammed here in yellow or red. You can see how many households would be affected by either red or yellow option. Site selection criteria B5 specifically states that access to a facility should not draw traffic through a community. Next slide. Based on the applicant's most recent hope to accommodate 39 children, this math equates to greater than 150 trips up, then back down the alley, or coming through the cul-de-sac each operational day. Many of these cars would be commingling with school traffic as they enter and exit the community and merging together at clutch points, causing greater congestion. All adjacent neighbors have people home all day, as do many of the other homes pictured. So any argument that this busyness wouldn't impact residents, as it would happen during working hours when neighbors aren't home, is false. A daycare drop-off often includes sign-in and takes multiple minutes versus the seconds it takes to drop off a middle school student. There would certainly be times when greater than 3 vehicles were stacked at the rear of the business, resulting in random alley parking as well. Imagine front and rear car doors opening and closing multiple times, vehicles left idling, perhaps with music playing, combined with parent and child voices fumbling over car seats, all beginning at 6 a.m. outside neighbors' bedroom windows. While no fault of the parents, this all directly and significantly affects the quality of life for the residents, especially in these laneway homes. Next slide. The gravel driveway being asked to host this increased intensity of vehicles is also not designed for two-way traffic, potentially entering the alley from either direction and meeting at the blind corner pictured here. Missing from this Google Earth image are the many bins, creating further obstacles to driving. A commercial daycare would require many more bins, or a commercial waste container, given all the food and human waste, pickups more frequent than twice per month. The presence of additional city waste management vehicles would add further strain on this location. Next slide. This slide simply shows the actual laneway as of last week. Next slide. This final image illustrating how there is no setback to the property with the red star, which is directly behind the applicant's site, nor any setback from the environmental green space, which is designated the entrance to 12 Mile Coulee. The residents living in this starred home would see an increase of traffic passing their house in very close proximity on three sides. Next slide. And I'm out of time, but thank you, Mayor and councillors.
Thank you for taking the time to be here. If you grab a seat, I'll let you know if there's questions for you. Let's go to Derek Radomski, please.
I have a couple sets of documents to distribute. They're adequate copies.
We'll just come up and get them from you.
This is one set. Here is another set. The second set of documents that he's distributing are as a letter from.
I'm just going to get you to go over to the mic. Thank you.
Your time has started, Derek, so.
We're going to reset that.
Yeah, I was just saying that second set of documents is actually from the planner who will be phoning in to discuss that. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Derek Radomski, an adjacent neighbor to the site proposed for a land use change. Today, I'll highlight mine and neighbors' opposition to a direct control district permitting a commercial childcare service and a few of the places where this application fails. This brief summary of my written comments emailed to all ward offices and the mayor. Please see that letter for more detail on these and other issues. It's incongruent with the area structure plan. Despite the report to CPC from planning, this application to change use of 10 Tuscany Hills Road is not in keeping with the revised West Scenic Acres Area Structure Plan, ASP, going forward. Per the city's planning website, ASPs are long-term planning documents that guide growth and development within a community. Tuscany's ASP has been assessed by and approved by Calgary City Council. This includes a core concept of keeping residential and commercial land uses separated, also with a significant buffer zone. Approval of the application would breach this council-approved ASP and allow for the exact opposite of what the plan intended. Allowing the use of the applicant parcel to be changed from a residence to support a purely commercial use does not fix a zoning problem. It creates one. That there may not be currently an empty commercial front for lease in Tuscany is a business problem. It's not a zoning problem, nor does it imply that Tuscany's original zoning allocations were either incorrect nor short-sighted. Many commercial spaces and joint use sites have been purposely developed for proposals such as this. This request to change the parcel to DC to accommodate a commercial development is significant. Unlike rezoning to allow for other types of housing, this is an entirely different use than was originally contemplated for the area. This application is contrary to policy. It does not meet Calgary Child Care Service Policy and Guidelines. Page 2 of the report to CPC states, administration has considered the relevant planning issues specific to the application and has determined the proposal to be appropriate. It goes on to say, the building and site design, number of children, outside play area, and on-site parking will be reviewed and determined at the development permit stage. The order in this statement is backwards. Section 8.3 of the Policy and Development Guidelines defines the order. Proposed child care services should only be considered for land use redesignation where the site meets the site selection criteria and development guidelines contained within the policy. The appropriateness of the site must be assessed to meet the criteria first. This site fails to meet even half of the selection criteria. It should then not be considered for land use redesignation, per the city's own policies and bylaws. The demographics do not support the need for additional child care services in Tuscany. The number of preschool children and children aged 0 to 4 years has been continually declining over the past decade. Only 9 years ago, Tuscany had nearly twice as many children aged 0 to 4 as it has now. Tuscany is not a community in the process of rebuilding. The need for childcare is declining. When considering whether to change a land use from residential to commercial or DC, it's important to understand whether the new land use meets an extenuating need in the community. A change to DC in this case is not constructive for the community. It's destructive due to the risk in having a permanent DC district on a residential parcel. This amendment to DC now would make the parcel and the building on its site a DC site indefinitely. Permitting a child care service now does not ensure that it always will be only that. We have concerns with future uses under future bylaws and future councils. The scale and scope of the child care service now, such as hours, children, and parking, still leaves open the possibility of increased intensity later. How does this or future councils feel about a 24/7 daycare for shift workers on a residential street? What about its conversion to another DC use, such as a convenience store someday? The broad range of discretionary uses plus the extent of relaxations potentially granted in a direct control district is too unpredictable for a residential street. While I do not feel this application should ever have made it this far, I appreciate the opportunity to express our position for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Radomski.
I respectfully request you oppose this land use amendment.
Appreciate your presentation. Thank you. You're just at time. If you have a seat, I'll let you know if there's questions for you. Let's go to Marta Flynn, please.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Marta Flynn, and I am a resident of a home in the Tuscany community, situated in the cul-de-sac behind the property being discussed today. I am a mother of 2 young boys, aged 6 and 9. As a young family, we spend a great deal of time outside of our home, playing ball, rollerblading, bike riding, and various other activities. I'm sharing this with you because the proposed changes have been submitted will impact not only the lives of my family and those directly residing on our street, but they will also impact the children who walk to and from school, as well as the many who leave school property on their lunch break. Today, I am expressing my opposition to the land use amendment. I strongly oppose this change in the land use as it will pose a safety concern for pedestrians, specifically children. This amendment will result in a significant increase in traffic to an area that is already congested. Vehicles dropping off children at this particular home often do U-turns around an existing median in order to access the driveway, which you have already seen in an image. Significantly increasing the number of vehicles accessing this driveway will further endanger children on the sidewalks and drivers coming from both directions. The added unpredictability in traffic patterns will increase the likelihood of dangerous interactions between vehicles and pedestrians, especially in an area with heavy foot traffic from families and children walking to and from school. 12 Mile Coulee School is said to have one of the highest percentages of Calgary students who walk or wheel to school. And so the sidewalks on both sides of Tuscany Hills Road are heavily populated. Vehicles accessing the proposed rear parking lot through the alley will create additional traffic through the cul-de-sac, which normally sees very few vehicles. Excuse me. Those that do enter the cul-de-sac are homeowners. Important to note, the alley in which the proposed rear parking lot would be located is also an area utilized by children who are walking or riding their bikes to and from school, or cutting through to and from the nearby city bus stop. There are other pedestrians who walk their dogs in the morning and use the alley and the cul-de-sac in order to access the pathway to the coulee. The cul-de-sac is currently a quiet place where children, including my own, are often seen bike riding and playing ball. An increase in traffic will reduce their safe play spaces and add vehicular pollution and noise, reducing residents' quality of life. Children are particularly vulnerable, and as a member of the Tuscany community, it is our job to protect them and the spaces that they occupy. This includes the children who would be in the daycare. Their safety is of utmost importance too. Because the proposed site does not have adequate outdoor play space, the operators have indicated needing to use nearby green spaces to supplement. The field across the street belongs to the school, and the playground across the street at the Tuscany Club is for residents only. The closest public playground is a 500-meter walk across the busy boulevard, which is not practical for toddlers, but especially not safe. Neither is the open coulee. Having highlighted only a few, there are far too many safety concerns and other issues with this application to warrant its approval. I strongly oppose this change in land use, as it will create multiple safety risks for pedestrians, specifically children. I urge the council to reject this land use amendment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you just grab a seat, I'll let you know if there's questions for you. Let's go to Shane Simmons.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Shane Simmons. I too reside in Tuscany, just one street over from the applicant in the quiet cul-de-sac mentioned minutes ago. I'm speaking today in response to the applicant seeking to redesignate the land at 10 Tuscany Hills Road. Ultimately, the point to be made is from residential to commercial childcare service. I am without reservation opposed to this application to make this residential property approved for commercial use. For the record, big thank you to the neighbors and the Tuscany Community Association for highlighting a bunch of issues that I think are make this an easy decision, I hope. When we moved to Tuscany in 1998, we were provided with much information of what Tuscany might become. For example, the completion of Stoney Trail, what that would mean for future access to Tuscany from Stoney, Scenic Acres Link redesign, access to Nose Hill Drive, a large condo development, a middle school 200 meters from our house, a fire station, and many more. None of these were done when we moved in 98. I don't think Stoney was actually finished at the time. Sorry, excuse me. It would take many years for these initiatives to be completed, but they eventually were. And because we knew about them from day one, we were prepared to accept them, good or bad. We did not know about or even contemplate the notion that one day we would have a commercial property in our family-oriented residential-only development. Many of my neighbors have spoken about some of the technical opposition elements, and from this I believe Council has no choice but to vote against this application. Here are just a few more from my perspective, and I apologize that I'm going last, so it's been probably covered, but real focus on safety. Both of us, our neighbor and myself, have alleys. And so it's a conversation piece often about speed and garbage bins and all these kinds of things. So a lot of this will focus on the laneway that they're using in their application to support parking and access and all of those kinds of things. So this alley was not designed for more than a few cars per day. The proposal would see significant increase in the number of cars and pedestrians using it. The alley inherently has blind spots, bins left out daily, no capacity for vehicles to pass each other, no predefined parking spots. This is actually a gravel lane. It's not an asphalted lane where you could even contemplate something like that. Parking spots in the rear would enter and leave from the alley. If approved, this would be dangerous and likely result in accidents. Sidewalks are not marked. Some of the earlier presenters talked about pedestrians and other folks using the sidewalks, but when you access the alley on both sides, none of those are marked as you would normally see in a regular roadway. The alley is not a road. It did some digging on the Highway Traffic Act. It does not include safety measures to enter and leave the alley, such as speed limits, signaling, yielding, and stopping measures. I know a few civil engineers, they would have designed roads with grade in mind, curves, visibility, et cetera. None of that was undertaken when they built this alley. Much about commercial. So again, our friends have talked about commercial. There isn't any proposal for accessibility, whether it's just parking spots or markings, et cetera. And that would be a huge gap, I think. The parking, there's been much talk about parking, whether in the front or the rear. Snow removal is an issue, and it prevents effective parking for sure. Our laneways are never plowed, so to have the majority of your parking in the rear, in the lane, just doesn't support that. These alleys, again, are not plowed. This one likely can't be plowed, so I'm not sure what as we look outside today at -20 in snow, I don't know what they would do to remedy that. I think much can be done from a development perspective, not so much from a reaction to some of the issues we believe we have. In closing, I want to be clear. I'm not, nor have I been opposed to a home-based business. As you know, the applicant's been running a small day home for years. We're just simply opposed to the notion of having a commercial business in our family-oriented neighborhood. Let me thank you very much for your time, and I'll stick around if there are questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to go to questions that are in the queue. Let's start with Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is the applicant on the line, and they're just here to answer questions? I just I didn't see that they presented, so I was just curious.
When I called out for the applicant, I did not hear anything. Do we have Mohammed Iqbal? I don't think we do, Councillor Meehan.
So I'm a little uncomfortable with proceeding. I understand why Councillor Sharp wanted to move it up because there's so many people who are here to oppose it, and I'm glad they got the chance to speak. But this was 27th on the list, and if I was the applicant with, knowing I was number 27 and now I'm number 1 and I didn't get a chance to speak to my application, I would be pretty upset. So I'm wondering if the appropriate thing to do is, now that we've heard from these folks, we postpone the application until we can hear from the applicant, because I feel that this is just a little bit unfair.
One of the things I can do, Councillor Meehan, as soon as we go through the questions of the panel that's before us, is consider how we might do that. I will check with the clerk while we go to questions of the panel. Do you have any questions for this panel?
No, I mostly have questions for the applicant based on things that people raised, which I can't ask. So yeah, I'll cede my time and Councillor Sharp can go.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, we generally moved on without applicants here, but I have questions for the residents. I need to go back to a map that I believe you showed. If you could pull that up. I don't remember what slide it was. I don't write it down. There's a site plan.
Okay, yeah, I think that was slide 3 in my presentation.
That was in your presentation. Can I ask you where you got this map? Or the site plan?
The DP Maps site on the City of Calgary website.
Perfect. That's all I have for you.
Okay.
I will be asking administration questions about this map, so that's a heads up. Thanks. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions in the queue for this panel, so thank you all for taking the time to join us today. And let me just ask, do you have a question for the panel, Councillor Wong? Okay, you do have a question. Could you just indicate who it's addressed to, please?
Our first speaker, I'm sorry, Aaron. First, thank you.
It's Ms. Krush.
Yes, Ms. Krush, sorry. You made a comment earlier about engagement and you were concerned about the approach to engagement. Can you just elaborate?
So with respect to engagement on this particular matter, the applicant, as you heard from the neighbors who were there, were never informed by the applicant. He did not engage them at any point, and that's their experience with respect to what the plans were for this land use. They found out, when the sign goes up on the property, and because it had been operating as a private day home, it's not licensed, but I'm assuming there's just the 6 kids, as is permitted, that this somehow was to legalize that. Because if you're not familiar with how our planning processes work and everything like that, that's not, at least to me, not necessarily an unreasonable assumption upon finding out that it was actually for a land use redesignation. As is common these days, Facebook went nuts, and there were a lot of comments made on Facebook, at which point the applicant, and this is all, a lot of it's all in the submissions to Planning Commission and in what has been part of the package today, went on to address some of the concerns that had been brought up on social media. And as far as I'm aware, that is the extent to which engagement has taken place.
Okay. Has yourself or members of the panel, whether you speak to them or not, spoken to the file manager or spoken to administration about your concerns about engagement?
I believe it's been identified in all of our submissions that have been made to the file manager and as part of our submissions through the regular process.
Okay. I see a couple of people nodding head behind you.
Yes, I believe some of them have had more extensive discussions about that.
Okay. My question, if you have spoken to our file manager and planning, were there any accommodations made to ensure better engagement was done?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. Okay, thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, I see you in the queue again.
Yeah, I just think based on the fact that we do move on with applicants missing their time, but we moved this application up substantially. And so that's why I would feel more comfortable if we were to not close the public hearing and to maybe hold this item to the call of the chair to give that person at least the day, we could finish the item last on the actual voting, because that way they at least have the opportunity to show up. And if they don't show up today, then the decision is made. But I really do think that I feel uncomfortable with voting on it now, given that we moved the item. They didn't just miss it. So I don't know if we want to vote on that, if I put that on the floor, and if council doesn't support, they don't support. But I just feel out of abundance of caution and fairness, that's probably the right direction to go.
Okay. I can weigh in procedurally here, and the folks that are on the panel, there's no other questions for you, so you can grab your seats. Thank you very much. So procedurally, I have checked with Madam Clerk, and I do have the ability to postpone the item and not close the public hearing to allow for questions to be asked of the applicant. Councillor Craw, is it for the panel? So I do have the opportunity to do that. I'm leaning towards doing that because what I understand from administration is that they have reached out to the applicant. So what I'm going to do is postpone the item to the call of the chair. So I will bring the item back. What I would encourage is administration to reach out to the applicant, please, and let them know to come in as quickly as possible or to get on the line so I can bring the item back. But before I do anything, I'm going to put out one last call. Is there anybody else wishing to speak to item 7.2.27?
Mayor Gondik, my name is Brian Romaneski, and I'm on the phone.
Hi, are you registered to speak to this item, sir?
Yes, I am.
7.2.27.
7.2.27, yeah.
Okay. I don't have
I have an email here giving me access, and so I don't know if there's a...
Okay, I might just have a list that's missed your name. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay. And Madam Mayor, I should have spoken with the panel that was there. I guess from a logistics standpoint, I just couldn't connect in time. But my name is Brian Romaneski. I'm with City Trend, and I have been working with Andrea and Derek that spoke earlier in the panel. And I just wanted to add a few things. You'll see that there's a submission that was been made under City Trend on their behalf as well. And both Andrea and Derek addressed most of the items that we had there. And I'm not intending to repeat anything here. I just wanted to add a few things, Madam Mayor, and I wanted to add the importance of the evaluation of criteria for childcare in a residential development. One of the criteria which was spoken about is a criteria to have access to a corner for a property to ensure proper flankage to the street. We've seen a situation like this one where this site sort of operates like a corner property. However, it doesn't have a street flanking, which creates exactly what this criteria is trying to avoid, which is to push the traffic into the lane without limiting the traffic into the lane. So in this situation, no matter the situation, a parent that is actually going to this childcare facility will have to do the entire length of the lane, which is an L shape as well, and actually cross all the backyards in its way to park into the rear yard. The idea of being on a corner, the idea of flanking would allow a parent to go in the lane, into the parking, and then leave directly without necessarily having to go all the way through the lane. The idea is to reduce the commercial and the residential relationship in terms of traffic in the lane, and also reduce the amount of traffic in the lane from those that are not necessarily very familiar in that use. And we've heard a lot of very specific comments about the use of this lane, and even when there's snow during the winter and so on. And that knowledge of those that live in this neighborhood is very important to make sure that access in and out of that lane is safe. And it's something that will be missing, and it's something that is missing because we don't have the potential of being on a flanking street with a direct access to the lane. The other part that's important in terms of the corner is we don't have a lot of street parking. And street parking, no matter what, is always the default when it comes to childcare uses. Parents will come in, drop off the kids, and if the kids are a little older, they may be able to leave the car directly themselves. They don't necessarily having mom or dad to come out of the car and bring them inside. So street parking is often a default use, and in this case, we don't have a flanking street. We also don't have a lot of frontage because we have a driveway in front of this building. So we don't have a lot of those options. So one of the importance in terms of the convenience of parking and access to the street, or the ability to understand where you can park to actually drop off your kid, is in a situation we would have somebody who can drive all the way to the rear and then realize that the parking is fully occupied. And that person would have to do one of two things: park in the lane behind the cars and block the traffic, or go back all the way out to the street in the hope that there will then be available parking. So the convenience of having visibility of where parking is when you make those choices in the morning is just not available because it's not a true corner site. I also add the fact that I understand that we can push a lot of the requirements and the evaluation to a development permit stage, which is what the administration is doing. But I believe that in the case of a childcare facility, in an RCG where the importance of integrating is clear, I think this should be something that council should also evaluate in terms of the number of children, and also in terms of how access can actually operate on. With that, Madam Mayor, this is all I'm going to be sharing today.
Thanks very much for your presentation, and my apologies that it seems like there's someone on the line who's on hold. So if you are waiting to speak to an item and you're on the line, could you please make sure you're muted? And Mr. Romaneski, let me ask you a question. Are you also registered to speak to another item today?
No, I am not.
Okay, we've got you down for item 7.2.14, so I'm going to take you off of that one.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And you have a question from Councillor Carra.
Mr. Romanowski, I just have a question. I'm not clear on your presentation here. Are you, as City Trend, retained by the neighbors to provide that, or are you a neighbor or a somewhat other interested party? I'm just not sure
yes,
in what capacity you spoke to us today.
Yeah, Mr. Councillor, yes, and that's why I said I should have spoken with that panel. I've been working with Andrea and Derek and providing them planning support. So I've been retained by the neighbors that are directly to the rear of the lane that were spoken earlier in the panel.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank you. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.27? Okay, I'm not hearing anyone else at the moment. So what I'm going to do is not close the public hearing on this item. I'm going to postpone it until we can get the applicant here to pose some questions. Members of the public who have already spoken, thank you for coming in. It was mentioned that some of you had taken the day off. You're able to return to whatever you're doing, and you're able to tune in remotely to see what's happening. So thank you very much for being with us. Madam Clerk, to postpone it, do I need to do anything formal?
Just postpone from our general consent, sorry, to the call of the chair.
General consent, I'm postponing it to the call of the chair. Anyone opposed to that? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone, so thank you very much for your understanding, everyone. Let's go back to the queue. We are starting with item 7.2.1. Ms. Ganzar, you are up.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. I'm Lindsay Ganzar. I'm a planner in community planning, and I will be presenting the next 9 items on the agenda. This first one is going to sound a bit familiar. The first item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to allow for childcare. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 25D 2025 for the redesignation of 72 Skyview Shores Manor Northeast from the residential low-density mixed housing or RG district to a direct control or DC district. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in the community of Skyview Ranch on the southeast side of Skyview Shores Manor, approximately 2 blocks south of Skyview Ranch Drive. Next slide, please. The site is approximately 0.04 hectares in size and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and an attached front garage. A pathway connection to walking trails and green space is located adjacent to the site. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of single detached houses to the north, west, and south of the site. Multi-residential developments are shown in brown to the east of the parcel, and a K-9 school with a playground and sports fields is located to the northeast, shown in the top right corner of this map. The subject parcel is currently designated as the RG district, which allows for a variety of housing forms, including single and semi-detached dwellings, row houses, and secondary suites. The maximum building height is 12 meters, and a maximum of 1 main residential building is allowed per parcel. Next slide, please. The proposed DC district is based on the RG district with the additional discretionary use of childcare service. There are no other changes from the base district. The maximum number of children allowed will be determined with a future development permit application, along with provincial licensing regulations. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of this site. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.1. Do we have Parmjeet Singh? Do we have anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.1? Okay, and I'll ask one last time. Do we have Parmjeet Singh speaking to 7.2.1? Anyone else on 7.2.1? Seeing and hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item. I'm not seeing any questions of administration, so I will go to Councillor Thaliwal to move the item.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be very honest, very straightforward. Much needed service, much needed land use in that part of the city. Residents are supportive of it. It's a welcoming community, and it allows people to set up businesses, but also help community with the entrepreneurial spirit. So I urge everybody to support it. It's a great signal that people are setting these things up to help the community. So I urge all my councillors to support it. With that, I'm open.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Chabot, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Thaliwal.
I'm close. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to eScribe to vote, please.
Councillor Carral, your vote, please.
I think I missed the public hearing, so.
Sorry, we can mark you as absent. Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 25D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 25D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 25D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 25D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Ganzar, we're on to 7.2.2.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to allow for small-scale commercial development, including a dental office. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 32D 2025 for the redesignation of number 500, 669 Savannah Boulevard Northeast from the multi-residential, low-profile support commercial, or MX1 district, to the Commercial Neighborhood 2, or CN2 district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the community of Saddle Ridge, east of Savannah Street Northeast, between Savannah Boulevard to the north and 88th Avenue Northeast to the south. Next slide, please. The subject site is approximately 0.5 hectares in area and contains a commercial building with 3 retail units. It is located within a larger development that also includes 14 multi-residential buildings, which was approved by development permit in 2021. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of multifamily dwellings, shown in brown, and commercial developments, shown in pink. The area falls within a community activity center as per the Saddle Ridge Area Structure Plan and calls for a mix of residential and commercial uses. A future Blue Line LRT station is proposed on 60th Street, intended to serve this activity center, and is a 4-minute walk from the subject building. The site is currently designated as the MX1 district, which allows for multi-residential development in various forms with support commercial uses. Healthcare service is listed as a discretionary use. However, in the MX1 district, it is limited to counseling service activities only. Currently, the maximum density is 100 units per hectare, and the maximum building height is 14 meters. Next slide, please. The proposed CN2 district also lists healthcare service as a discretionary use, but does not limit the activities allowed. Therefore, a dental office is allowed in the district. The maximum floor area ratio in the district is 1.0, and the maximum building height is 10 meters. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.2. Do we have Amrit Bedi?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm representing Dr. Prakash Dwivedi. Actually, they wanted to open a clinic here. As Dr. Sonika used to work in one of the major clinics in Calgary. Currently, they own a clinic in Adri, and they have lots of patients from Northeast that are traveling via bus or a car to Adri to get the services done. So that was the whole reason to buy the unit in this area. That's why we want to do the redesignation of this land, and so most probably they'll be doing it's going to be a apartment-based business, so no traffic issues and stuff. So that's all I would say.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thank you so much for joining us today. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.2? I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I am also not seeing any questions of administration, so let's go to Councillor Thaliwal to move.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, colleagues, a very straightforward application. I'm very well aware of this application. Like presenter said, from admin said that the counseling was allowed, so these guys had to wait for 6-7 months, and sorry for that delay, but service that is much needed. It's going to be also next to the future blue line that will be connecting to the airport. So I urge all my colleagues to support it, so we can again encourage more entrepreneurs to set up shops in these parts of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chabot, you are seconding this. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you to close, Councillor Thaliwal.
I'm close, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Carra, your vote, please.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 32D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 32D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 32D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 32D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Ganzar, 7.2.3, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to enable industrial development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 29D 2025 for the redesignation of 6400 11th Street Northeast from the Special Purpose City and Regional Infrastructure, or SCRI District, to the Industrial General, or IG District. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in the Deerfoot Business Center at the east end of 64th Avenue Northeast. Next slide, please. The parcel is approximately 0.2 hectares in size. It is a vacant, previously city-owned parcel that was deemed surplus to municipal requirements, and the adjacent owner to the south intends to use it for their development. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of industrial land uses, shown in gray, and a police services facility, shown in blue to the north. The small triangle parcel north of the subject site is encumbered by deferred municipal reserve, and the area to the east is the Calgary International Airport lands. The parcel is currently designated as the SCRI District, which is meant to accommodate infrastructure and utility facilities, including work depots, public transportation, and uses operated by varying levels of government. This parcel is no longer needed for those purposes. Next slide, please. The proposed IG district allows for a wide variety of light and medium industrial uses. The maximum building height is 16 meters, and the maximum floor area ratio is 1.0. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of this site. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.3. Do we have Josh Grennan?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Josh Grennan. I'm actually the applicant for this application. I have no more to add to the presentation, but if there's any questions that need to be asked, I'm here to answer them.
Thanks very much for joining us. You do have a question from Councillor Chabot.
Yes, thank you. So administration made reference to the little parcel to the north as deferred municipal reserve. Is that something that you had expressed interest in also acquiring?
No, just the parcel to the north.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to why that was segregated out and not considered as part of this whole thing.
I think it's possibly because the intention for that will be ultimately a parking lot. So there's only a small section that's needed that's adjacent to the land that will be used. So that's probably why it was such a small parcel that's being purchased from the city.
And at the moment, there isn't any access, direct access to Arrow Drive or whatever that road is?
Correct. There's no direct access from Arrow Drive to the parcel that's being purchased or is set up for the land use redesignation.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks. No further questions for you? Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't see any other questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.3? Okay, not seeing or hearing anyone else, I will close the public hearing on this item. Let's go to Councillor Chabot with a question for admin.
Yeah, no, the same question I asked the applicant. That northern parcel you said that was deferred municipal reserve, was that not fact or considered as part of this relinquishment, if you will, of lands disposition?
The small triangle portion on the north property line there was never considered as part of this application. Any further history, I could defer to our Parks and Open Space team, but it was never under consideration.
It kind of sounds strange, the answer that I got from the applicant, that it might be, used for parking in the future. If it's an isolated parcel, it can only be accessed by this site. Why wouldn't it have been included as part of this application?
Councillor Chabot, I was under the impression that the subject parcel that is part of this application, the intent for that portion is to be used for parking for the adjacent industries to the south.
Okay. And as far as access, that's something that the applicant will have to pay for, and any potential interchange lights and all of that kind of stuff as part of the DP process?
Right. Transportation may have a better answer than me, but I'm assuming that that small portion of parcel will be consolidated with the lot to the south, which does have access from 11th Street to the west.
Hitting the button. Shane Laboutier, Development Engineering. That's correct. There is no direct access permitted to the street from this parcel. It has to come through the other adjacent parcel.
So there'll be a registration caveat on title or something? How does that work? There would access easement to.
Typically, I mean, it's a condition of the purchase, and if we would require, we would get a restrictive covenant, mutual access fees, and those kinds of things. But the anticipation is that it becomes a part of the parcel beside it.
Consolidated with the adjacent parcel. Okay, thanks. No further questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can answer this, Mr. Laboutier, but that triangular portion, does it then become stranded and there's absolutely no other future value, future use either by municipal or anybody else?
Sorry, I thought that was a planning question, Councillor Wong. This parcel will not be stranded. It can only be disposed of with to be amalgamated, consolidated with the adjacent parcel.
So the parcel to the south, they're not wanting to do that, so it just remains as it is.
We cannot develop a parcel that doesn't have legal access, and we will not be granting access to the adjacent street.
So therefore it becomes stranded. Okay, fair enough, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue with questions of admin. Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal to move.
Thank you, Mayor. Very straightforward application, just a designation change in industrial setting for more parking. So happy to support, and I expect our council to support it too. Thanks. With that, I'm open.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot is seconding this, and I don't see anybody else in the queue to debate. So back to you to close, Councillor Thaliwal.
I'm closed and parked.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Cabral, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 29D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 29D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 29D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 29D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Ganzar, 7.2.4.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item on the agenda is a proposed land use redesignation application to allow for a self-storage facility. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 35D 2025 for the redesignation of 1024 Na'a Drive Southwest from a direct control or DC district to a proposed new DC district. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in the community of Medicine Hill on the northeast side of Na'a Drive at the westerly intersection of Na'a Drive and Na'a Crescent. Next slide, please. The parcel is approximately 0.85 hectares in area and is currently undeveloped and vacant. Next slide, please. Surrounding land use is characterized by a mixed-use development to the south comprising of residential apartments, a grocery store, dental office, and other retail services. To the east is a multi-residential site, and to the west are multi-residential and commercial sites, along with Canada Olympic Park. A naturalized municipal reserve area is located directly adjacent to the north and west of the subject site. The parcel is currently designated as a direct control district based on the Commercial Corridor 1 or CCOR 1 district, and is intended to accommodate a mix of uses with varying densities and heights in one building or multiple buildings. The DC district allows for a maximum building height of 50 meters and does not limit maximum density. Next slide, please. The proposed DC district is also based on the CCOR 1 district with a maximum building height of 20 meters, a maximum floor area ratio of 2, and the additional discretionary use of self-storage facility. Specific rules have been added to ensure that a self-storage facility located on this site integrates well into its surrounding context. Rules have been crafted to ensure that active uses remain at grade and that any future building will be designed with a high-quality visual appearance. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.4. Let's hear from Grant Mahalshin, please.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Grant Mahalshin with B&A Studios. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have and also to confirm that the future development permit application will be reviewed by Urban Design Review Panel, as well as a decision will be made by CPC. But I am here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for making the time to be with us. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.4? All right, seeing or hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to questions of administration. Not seeing any, so we'll go to Councillor Sharp to move the item.
Thank you. I feel like my Ward 6 item was just as easy as yours, Councillor Walcott, but I know we're going to have our work cut out for us. I support this. I hope Council does. This area is really unique. There's a lot of density in these areas. Units are small and people need storage for more of their stuff, if you've driven up here. And so we didn't have any issues with the community on wanting a little bit more storage or industrial use, but I know this area is turning out to be quite the little destination when you drive through off 16th Avenue out of the city and come back in. So I would say that there might be a lot more people in adjoining neighborhoods that put storage in these units other than just the people that live there. So hope that you can support this.
Thank you. Anyone to second it? Councillor Chabot. And second here. I don't have my. Okay, Councillor Carrot, go ahead.
Yeah, to debate, I agree with the mover that self-storage is an important part of dense urban neighborhoods, which is what this sort of is on paper and was absolutely supposed to be. I was part of a council that engaged in a massive deliberation and fight over developing parts of the beloved Paskapoo slopes. And it was ultimately determined that sort of protecting 2/3 of the land in order to get high-quality urban development into the other third was the right trade-off, despite a lot of consternation in the community. I'm standing up to debate here because I just want to go on record and say that I think that the actual built form outcome of Medicine Hills is terribly underwhelming and really disappointing compared to what it could and should have been. I think it's a huge planning fail. And a lot of the promises that were made were not really borne out in the built form, and I think it's terrible. Having said that, there are a ton of people living there, and as Councillor Sharp says, they are in small units, and self-storage is an important part of any neighborhood. I just wanted to get onto the bully pulpit and express my disappointment with what happened there and hope that we collectively make sure that when we have one of the most beautiful pieces of land in the city, we do a much better job in the future.
Thank you very much. Has it been seconded by Councillor Chabot? Okay, we're on to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Question to administration. In here, I understand the maximum height is potentially 50, but the DC is restricting it to 20. Is that right?
That's correct, Councillor Wong. The current direct control district allows for up to 50 meters, and through the new proposed DC, it was negotiated down to 20 meters in height.
Okay, now to the parcels to the east of that, I'm looking southeast to the east of that, what are the heights on that side, do you know?
I don't know those off the top of my head. I could pull those up, though, quickly for you.
Okay. My only concern is similar to Councillor Crawl, that, when you're driving along the Trans-Canada, when you're in Valley Ridge looking across at it, it is a very scenic site. And the concern I have is not just the facade of the self-storage units, but also the different ranges of height of buildings, to the east particularly. So that's just some of my concern. But if you don't have the answer right away, then that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you, Councillor Sharp.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Corral, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 12-1 with Councillor Wong voting against. First reading of bylaw 35D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 35D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 35D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 35D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Now, Ms. Ganzar, we're on to 7.2.5, but I'm going to remind my colleagues that you're going to hear very similar presentations for items 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. We will take the presentations for each of them just to make sure.
Thanks, Mayor Gondek. As mentioned, the next 5 items are essentially for amendments to the same policy document. So this next item on the agenda is a policy amendment to allow for various forms of low-density housing. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 16P 2025 for an amendment to the Montgomery Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located at 1812 51st Street Northwest in the community of Montgomery. Next slide, please. The parcel is located on the southeast side of 51st Street between 17th Avenue and 19th Avenue Northwest. It is approximately 0.06 hectares in size and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and has access from the rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists of a mix of low-density housing, including single-detached and semi-detached houses, duplexes, and row houses, which are all designated as the residential grade-oriented infill, or RCG district, including the subject parcel. A place of worship is located at the end of the block shown in blue on this map. Next slide, please. In the Montgomery ARP, the subject parcel falls within the low-density residential area as per figure 1.3, which discourages the redesignation of residential parcels to higher densities, but also notes the importance of increasing and stabilizing Montgomery's population. To enable development that aligns with the current RCG district and the municipal development plan, an amendment to figure 1.3 is required to change the subject site's typology to the low-density residential townhouse area, which allows for a variety of grade-oriented housing types in addition to single detached dwellings. Next slide, please. For these reasons, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the Montgomery ARP amendment. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.5. Do we have Ryan Cairns, please?
Good morning, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, Council. My name is Ryan Cairns. I'm the applicant here for this land use amendment, or rather minor policy amendment to the ARP. This is in response to the concurrent DP that we have currently under review for a 4-unit row house, or 4-unit townhouse rather, with secondary suites. And the intent of this policy amendment is to align with the previously approved RCG bylaw. I'm here for any questions, should there be any. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you, so thanks very much for taking the time to join us today. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.5? Okay, I'm seeing and hearing none, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I also don't see any questions of administration. I'll look to Councillor Wong to move the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I move, just a quick question to Ms. Ganzo. These are if I can use the term, just housekeeping item because rezoning was done through the blanket rezoning, and we're just amending the ARP, correct?
That is correct, Councillor Wong. With the rezoning to the RCG district, it rendered some of the typologies in the ARP redundant now.
Okay. The question is there a more expedient way to do this? Because every time we're going to have to come bring it back. Is there a plan within the planning department to try to consolidate them and do them all at one time?
Not at this point, because the new LAP is coming up quite quickly. That will ultimately replace the Montgomery ARP. So for the next time being the next few months, unfortunately, they will be case-by-case basis, such as this.
Okay. Council, this is, again, as you heard from Ms. Ganzar and the presenter, this is just a minor amendment to the ARP, given that rezoning was done a year ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Walcott, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Wong.
We're close. Thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Corral, your vote, please.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Chu, your vote, please. The Mayor will mark him as absent. With that, we have all votes in.
Did you say the votes are in? Yeah, thank you. All right, that is carried 11-2 with Councillor Sharp and Councillor Chabot opposed. First reading of bylaw 16P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Sharp and Chabot are opposed, and that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 16P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 16P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 16P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors opposed, and that is carried. Madam Clerk, I understand that the applicant from 7.2.27 is back in the office, but I want to make sure Mr. Pomeranke's here too. Okay. So I'm going to bring item 7.2.27 back. And we are not yet done public hearing, so let me ask, is Mohammed Iqbal here? Yeah, please come on up, sir. You can come up to the podium and provide your presentation, sir.
Hello, morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Mohammed Iqbal. I'm the applicant for 10 Tuscany Hills Road daycare. So this home, we are having a day home here for past many years, very successful. And after a few years, we realized the high demand in that area. People, families, parents, they go to Royal Oak, Dalhousie to drop their kids, especially the toddlers. And then somebody suggested us that why don't you have a daycare here, commercial daycare? And we hired a consultant who did initial screening, and he advised us, yes, we can. We applied to the city, and city also does a whole process that whether this location is suitable or not. And they said, yes, we meet the basic criteria. And then we hired a consultant to do all the planning. And initially we planned for 59 kids. This location can have 76 kids as per the covered area and the play area available. But we applied for 59 kids because of the parking limitations, traffic issues. And then we discussed with our neighbors, but somebody put it on the social media pages, Tuscany Home, Tuscany community pages. So the discussion went on there. And there were like 60 people who liked that proposal to go against it. But then we thought we should reply. So we raised 12 points. We answered each point, and there were 64 people liking our points. The same page catered another application 3 weeks ago when this was, again, the signboard was put and the letters were sent. And only 4 people liked. So majority of the people, there are 3,700 members in that community page, they did not support that people should go against this 39 kids proposal. It's only 1 parking stall at the front, 3 pick and drops in the back. And what my neighbors, 4 belong to one family who came here today. 1 is my next door neighbor. I didn't really like that people go and run a campaign against a proposal on a social media or on like petition.org. Many people didn't like that idea. It was like creating a hate kind of thing, and people were talking very rubbish comments against it. We reduced the number of kids from 59 to 39, which is just break even for this kind of project. Yeah, those who know that daycares are much better regulated than day home. We know how we're running day homes. There are 18 day homes in Tuscany and just 1 daycare. In all communities, you will see many residential areas having daycares, corner lots. Tuscany has only 1, and that also has only 30 kids. So there is a lot of support from community to have their kids here. This is next to the school. Even one of the school staff member, she has her kid coming to our day home. And they're very happy that there will be a day home so that they can send their kids there. What my neighbors or the opponents don't understand is that daycare business is not like school, that it starts at 8:30 and it finishes at 4. And there are 600 kids coming to the school next door, in front of us. You can imagine how many cars come every day. Here we are proposing 39 kids. And these cars don't come at one time. The daycare starts from 6 and they end at 6. The kids keep on coming from 6 to even up to 11, depending on the age, depending on how parents are working. And similarly, some are picked just after noon, after lunchtime. Some are picked 3 p.m., some are picked. So it's like diluting that traffic load. First of all, this doesn't really hurt adding 39 kids, So that's why city also has regulations that they required 1 parking pick and drop stall for 10 kids because of the same reason, because it doesn't happen at one point in time or at a span of 10 minutes or 15 minutes. It happens at a span of 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the evening. So those who understand that this will be a good for community and for us, honestly, when we do the maths, it's more economical for us to have a day home, but it's more
Thank you,
beneficial
Mr.
for the
Iqbal.
community.
Thank you, Mr.
to have a
Iqbal.
daycare.
You're just at time.
Okay, thank you
So-
very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the council.
You've got some, you're just at time, sir. So I've got some questions for you from members of council.
Yep.
I'm going to go to Councillor Meehan first.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. That was a great presentation and certainly answered some of the questions I had. I guess I'm just curious when you thought you were presenting today and when you were advised that you had been moved up and if you were told by the area councillor that would be happening or how you found out to get here.
Okay. Yeah, I was sent an email that your item is 27 and it will be most probably afternoon time. So I plan to come at 11. At 10 o'clock, I sent the email to the file manager. I said, just realized where is the exact location of this meeting? And then I got email, oh, your item has been moved to number 1. And then I started hearing the whole thing on my phone, online, so on the live stream. And then I asked my son to drive me here, and I was hearing all the, activity.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything that you heard on the live stream raised by the residents that you want to speak to? I mean, you spoke a little bit to traffic, but there were other things that were raised.
There were 3 major issues. One was they talk about the traffic. Second thing was that this should not be in a residential area. I think the residential areas, we have schools in residential areas, So for daycares generally, they're more safe and better and quiet in the residential areas than in the commercial areas, where all kind of people are visiting, all kind of activities going on. These quiet areas are more suitable. That's one point. Second point, they said about the traffic, which I explained, that it spans over 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours. It's not one point. Second thing, they said there is no need for daycares in Tuscany. There are 18-day homes, but they did not mention there's only 1 day commercial day care for now. And our answer is that, okay, if there is no need, we will fail, and this project will go bankrupt in a few months. So it will not sustain anyway. So we know that there is high demand, and so that's why we're sure that people will be happy here.
Okay, thank you so much for your answers. Those are all my questions. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner.
Thanks. Thanks for being. I just have one quick question. How many children are you serving currently in the day home?
6.
6. Okay, and that is because of provincial regulations on how many you can have.
Yes.
And how often do you get an inquiry for your day home for space?
There is a queue, always waiting list, always. You drop one, and there are people trying to get in. Always. My wife runs it, and we have very good reviews on Google Maps, and very good reviews. And people are always willing to drop their kids at our location.
Great, thanks so much. I have no further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chu, please.
Thank you. If I heard correctly, you mentioned that you have spoken to your neighbors. However, earlier, your neighbor directly next door to you stated that he didn't know anything until he saw the sign posted by the city. And I believe I heard he said he never spoke to you. Explain that.
Yeah, I know Mr. Lee, I think he's around 75 plus. I did speak to him. He forgot probably, or he misunderstood. And when the signboard was there, then we again had discussion, and he explained to me, he said, oh, I misunderstood it. I thought you were just increasing the number of kids when you initially spoke to me. So that's how it went.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I got 2 quick questions for Mr. Iqbal. Mr. Iqbal, do you currently live there?
Yes.
And are you planning to live there?
In the neighborhood after this daycare. Yep.
You're not leaving the neighborhood?
No, I'm living in this home, but we want to move. Once we convert this to daycare, we'll move to next door somewhere, because my younger kid is going to the school, 12-mile school, and he'll be there for another 3 years.
Okay, perfect. Because one of the presenter earlier said that you are not gonna live in the community, and you just. Okay, my second question
Just
is.
let me add, I am the director of the Tuscany Club. We have two organizations there, Tuscany Resident Association and Tuscany Club, which is very active. I'm their director. Currently, on my request, they have suspended this because of conflict of interest until we resolve this. And so I am active member of the community. And so I will be living there because I'm their director also. Yeah.
Okay, no, perfect. And you said you have already brought it down from 59 to 39. You recognize there could be issues. So you have already done that, right?
Yes, the issues mainly, as people mentioned, are the traffic issues, which we already explained. And utility engineering also looked this in detail, and they recommended here city. This is going on for like more than a year now. Back and forth, we revised the plan, everything, city went into detail. We had a few sessions. And so this is the final product which you have today.
Yeah, and the final number of students will be decided at the DPC, plus province will make that decision too, right?
Absolutely. And when you say 39, it doesn't mean it will have 39 kids all the time. Generally, those who know daycares, it's like 70-75% occupancy rate because of the ratio of the kids. Like, for example, you should have 3 kids per attendant for toddler for this age to this age, and then 6 kids for up to 4 years, 6 kids for 1 attendant. So this kind of, so they never reach this capacity, but this is for the application purposes. So we expect that it will be like 27, 28 at maximum.
Okay, and like you said, there will be scattered hours. So thank you. That's it for me, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kabal.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
We do have a question from Councillor Wong.
Thank you for being here. Currently, you run as a day home, and that's you reside there. You run as a day home. Are there staff that come parking in there during the day home type, or is it just yourself and your wife?
Right now?
Yes.
No, just us.
Okay. So when this converts into a daycare, how many staff and where are your staff parking?
There are 6 staffs planned for it, and we have like 2 parkings in the garage for it as per the plan.
Okay.
As per the city regulations.
So for the six staff, there will only be 2 cars that will be parking in the garage?
Yes, and 2 of us, like me and my wife, are there. So 4 people. It's like 2 staff should have 1 parking. So 2 parking in the garage means 4 staff, and 2 of us will be walking to it.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here today.
Thank you very much, and special appreciation for the lady who...
Sir, thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for giving me time. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm now going to see if there's anybody else wishing to speak to item 7.2.27. Okay, I'm not hearing or seeing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. Council, it would be great if everyone could wait until we get to the stage we need to be at before you start putting in your requests. So I'm going to go to questions of administration now. Let's go to Councillor Spencer.
Admin, so forgive me, I know we've talked about this in the past, but with this being a DC, obviously we're waiting for the new land use bylaw to be able to address some of these specific situations. When it comes to some of the community interface, I'm going to leave parking alone, but when it comes to, say, uses of like, the piling of plastic toys along a drive, and are these going to be contemplated in the future land use bylaw, from your understanding, to be able to be a part of building confidence in the community for more of these as we meet the need?
I would say not typically. I would say that level of detail is not something that we would get into in the land use bylaw. So for example, where the toys are stored, I would suggest that an alternative place for that would be in something like the Child Care Service and Development Guidelines, Child Care Service Policy and Development Guidelines, which states how these types of uses should be interfacing with their surroundings. If there's additional guidance that you believe we should be putting into these guidelines, we'd be happy to amend it as per your direction. But with the new bylaw coming forward, what we would be looking to do is essentially just make this a discretionary use within some of the residential districts to avoid having to go through this direct control exercise.
Okay, that's helpful. And that those guidelines are within the purview of City Council? Like, this is not something that has a weird interface with the MGA or some provincial body?
Nope, there are non-statutory guidelines that were adopted by Council by resolution.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Yeah, I have some questions for administration. So there was a site plan that was shared before from one of the residents in the community, and it looked like a fence line or property line into the adjacent green space. Is that a part of this application?
No, it's in the development permit plans, it's labeled very clearly as the tree protection area to protect that stand of trees.
So it can't be used for outdoor amenity to support the daycare? That's
correct. At the start of this process, the applicant asked the city if there was any chance of purchasing or using the adjacent green space, and we told them that that was not a possibility.
Okay, great. So the preliminary assessment of the child care service policy and development guidelines show the proposal met 6 out of the 7 requirements, and that's in the report. What didn't it meet?
So one of the criteria is it would be ideally located on a corner parcel that has dual frontage, which provides additional space for pickup and drop off. The criteria that it does meet is sort of a subset of that, which says if it's not going to be on a corner parcel, then it should be designed as such as to minimize the impact on the one adjacent neighbor, right? So oriented as much as possible towards that empty side. So the criterion that it doesn't meet is it's not technically on a corner parcel.
Okay, great. So we talked about number of children, which really at the end of the day would be the province's decision. We went from 59 to 39, and there was conversation to go to 20. When you guys do the land use application, you just put childcare. Why is there no disclaimer in there saying based on provincial legislation? It just says childcare. That's it.
So you're saying, like, why aren't we putting it in the use? Because then if it ends up that the land or the applicant wishes to change the number of kids in the future, now they're technically not complying with the description of the use. So that's why the same reason for with multi-residential development, why we typically don't put the number of dwelling units in there is because then we're requiring that many, and there can't be any deviation from it. So instead, we'll have that usually as a condition of approval of the development permit.
Okay, what's the max the province allows?
I don't know.
So we don't allow a max as a DC?
Correct.
Okay, so we don't have like a max, like a height modifier or anything. It's just the childcare. We don't control that in a land use.
We don't have any control of that. That's correct. What we do look at is with the proposed number of children, we would be looking, and the proposed number of children would turn into the amount of staff required, which would mean a number of required parking stalls. That's what we regulate, is the number of parking stalls.
Okay, and my last question is, the mobility improvements that are being suggested are parking proposed off the lane. Is that appropriate? Have we done that before where you'd park a car in the lane and, walk your children or wherever, even just to go to, like, if there was a lane in a commercial area? Is that appropriate to be parking in a lane for egress?
Through the chair, Shane Booth, City Development Engineering, yes, we have done that on numerous occasions throughout the city. And for this lane, it has no other access to the lane from any of the adjacent properties, so there would be very little traffic on it today. And from a technical perspective, we had no concerns.
On traffic today, though, you had no issues with it?
Correct.
If there are issues in the future with the amount of cars going in and out, what is the mitigation strategy on that?
Well, looking at the pickup drop-off, even fully utilized the daycare, it would still be well below the threshold guidelines for a lane in the outer city, which is around 500 vehicles per day. We're trending close to 0 right now. So even with that increase in traffic, we're well below. That being said, a condition of the development permit would be that the lane has to be maintained to a road specification. That standard is in there, so gravel, structure, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. That's it for questions.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions in the queue. I don't think. I have a mover. It's Councillor Penner.
Thanks. Yeah, so I'll move this application. On February 1st, there was an article in the CBC titled, "What's Keeping Calgary from Opening More Daycares? Real Estate for One Thing." Now, yes, we are in a housing crisis, but it also appears that we are in a childcare crisis. When we are talking about the province adding a goal of doubling or adding 68,000 childcare spaces by March of 2026 and only creating less than half of that, I think it behooves us to think about creative ways. These kind of applications, I know I have a number coming in my communities, have had some come in my communities, and when we think about how we adapt and use our neighborhoods, for potential unplanned changes, whether it be in population, need, use, there are opportunities here. I heard one of the things that I heard was don't put this in our family-oriented neighborhood. And I can't think of anything more family-oriented than a daycare use or a childcare use. What I hear from the applicant is that there have been concessions made, that they are active member of their community, and they are looking to provide benefit to their neighbors. That is neighborly, and while neighborly isn't a mandate of the land use bylaw, I think that it is something that we should be rewarding. This is probably the number one thing that we are seeing actually come through our land use in terms of changes, and probably the broad sweeping change that we need to make about our land use is where we allow childcare. We've been having this conversation for many years now, and I think it's about time we make the change to permit it and to create opportunities in communities for families to keep their children in childcare in their neighborhoods, similar to how they would send them to school. So with that, moved.
Thank you, Councillor Carrad. A second?
Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of debate. Thank you for that excellent debate, Councillor Penner. I've got 5 points of debate. The first one is that the public hearing is our statutory duty. And if we're going to move the agenda, the expectation is that we want all interested parties aware and on top of that. And so I think in the future, any one of us who wants to move an agenda item has to make sure that all the parties, the interested parties, are here. And the expectation is that that was done, and it wasn't done, and let's be better moving forward. The second thing is I do not support commercial encroachment into housing, right? If you're an accountant's office or if you're a psychologist, it's a lot cheaper to buy a house, pay a mortgage on a house, and run your business out of there. But we have a housing crisis, and there are places where that has to happen. And I have consistently voted against commercial creep into neighborhoods. But I do not think that childcare is something that should be restricted anywhere, especially where people live, where people grow up. I have consistently advocated and argued that childcare is an essential part of any family-oriented neighborhood, and thank you for calling that out specifically, Councillor Penner. A couple of notes that I just think are interesting. Serena Holmes' first multifamily in Inglewood was directly adjacent to Mills Park, and through the no blank walls on public spaces, notices of motion that I brought, we went from having a blank firewall facing a park to windows facing that park and a childcare spilling out and creating a playground that the kids use, that go to the daycare, but also that other toddlers in the neighborhood use. I have absolutely no problem by activating our public spaces with playgrounds and play facilities that create a synergy between public and private. Parking across the street, this is a single loaded street. There's an ocean of parking across the street for the people who work there, for people who don't mind just crossing the street, and more activity on the street actually makes the street safer. I will just say that the rules regulating keeping children safe and looking after them are very clear. Daycare is a much more regulated environment than just sort of like a day home type situation. And this is obviously something that there is huge demand for in our neighborhoods. This is an up-down boat. This is not about trying to get into the weeds of regulating things that are already incredibly well regulated. This is just a question, do we believe that childcare is an integral part of our family-oriented neighborhoods. We have consistently voted yes. I expect us to vote the same way here.
Thank you, Council. I'm just going to get your general consent to finish this item before we break. Anyone opposed to that? All right, so we'll keep going. Let's go to Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep mine short. I'm very supportive of this. I believe kind of where it is in the neighborhood, it makes a lot of sense if you look at other similar childcare facilities across our city. It's placed at these kind of high visibility ends of a street. There's benefits for doing that, I think, from a whole variety of angles: safety, accessibility. It's convenient on the way out of the neighborhood to make that drop before you kind of hit the main connector roads in and out. But I do want us to make sure that we're having good, solid, robust conversation. So I kind of deviate from my colleague, Councillor Carra, in that I do think we need to have smart conversations about the impacts of these facilities. As we are accepting them and putting more of them into our neighborhoods, we need to have an active conversation about making sure that the impacts of them, because there are some regrettable negative impacts, that we're really thoughtful about how we put those in. Like for myself, just straight up, if I live close to that and I walk past it on that amazing pathway, and every single day was that courtyard was full of plastic toys, that would be a little bit frustrating to me. So, I mean, those rough edges, I think, are a place for us to have better conversations in the future, but I'm very supportive of this application.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so a couple of things. It's not that Calgary doesn't need more childcare. This has been an ongoing issue for as long as I was a child. My mom ran a day home and my kids went to a day home. So I know the impact of working parents and having somewhere for their child to go safely. I know we're not supposed to talk about the development permit, but that's a lot of kids. And if you're saying this is really not a commercial area, it is, and it's not in a controlled environment. I don't know anyone here that hasn't had children that get kids running around the neighborhood that aren't controlled. So, kids, toddlers are running around, and we're talking about a controlled environment, as someone pointed out. This is not a controlled environment unless you're keeping them on the parcel. None of you have driven around this area. None of you know what this intersection looks like. The community does. And so I went and met with them. I drove around the community. I know exactly what this looks like. Transportation, I'm blown away that they would think that this was an appropriate and adequate area for using a laneway to circle around to drop off children. We're talking 39 kids being dropped off every day from 6 to 6 p.m. So it's not about not having kids in the community or supporting a childcare in the community. It's about having common sense when it comes to parcels that this council decided should be all residential because we were in a housing crisis. And now we're playing mental gymnastics to say, well, this one's okay. We'll make it commercial because, it's for the children. Let's use some logic here. Not every location works for everybody. And so this location in particular, it should just stay as a child day home and, the 6 kids that are going there. And maybe it would actually factor in some more people that want to do day homes in the area. But to be designated a commercial daycare in an area where it's very condensed with traffic in and out, I urge all of you to take a little drive there when it's busy at 4 o'clock and let me know if you'd let your toddler be in this home. Because I know I don't want to fall asleep at night thinking that the decision I made could be a consequence to one of those children crossing that intersection. So before we stand on a soapbox and saying that, the counselor didn't let the applicant know, I have been very involved in this application since October and had conversations with the applicant. So I urge members of council to think about their decision on this one. This isn't one that says, oh yeah, easy peasy, up, down vote, yes or no. This is a logical one. Think about your decision on this application, and after you vote, do me a favor, go at 4 p.m. and drive in that intersection and let me know if you're happy with the way you voted. That's it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of these applications. We just, we had one in Raj's ward. I know I have some coming up. I know Councillor Penner has some coming up. And this council has always consistently more or less voted that childcare is appropriate in all of the places in the city that it meets the criteria. And the only criteria that it doesn't meet is that it's not flush on the corner, and that there's a green space there, which I think in many ways is an advantage to the daycare when they go out on walks and things like that. I find the mobility conversation so fascinating because as someone who drops my kid off at daycare, you don't like stop out the front and like let your toddler run across the road. They're going to go in the back in where they have parking spots in the lane, and they're going to get out with their kid, and they're going to take a couple of minutes to drop their kid off. Like that's how these things work. And it's just very comical to see this becoming, such a big thing. There's a great park across the street, which I recognize people are saying, oh, the school won't let you use it. Well, you can easily walk there. People just do it. Like we need to make it easier for people to provide childcare. With all of the affordability grants and changes coming on April 1st, it's going to induce demand for more childcare. It's something that we need to do, and we're going to see more of these applications. And I think we need to really think through, like, I understand that people don't always want them, but like it's a really incredible, important part of a complete community. And thank you for the applicant for showing up here today and pleading your case. And I do agree with Councillor Crott. It's just important that we make sure everyone's here for their procedural fairness. And I'm glad we got there at the end of the day. So I hope you can support this.
Thank you. Don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Penner.
Yeah, thanks. I may not be intimately familiar with this area, but I have driven this area, and I've also driven all the roads where a lot of my daycare sites are, and at equally, if not busier, intersections. And the alternative to not providing childcare on busier intersections and corners is that we start to place them inside neighborhoods, which we equally get pushback on. So if we continue to use the argument, if not here, then we really need to talk about then where. And the alternate, the then where, is we are putting childcare in commercial sites in which the outdoor space for those kids is in the back end, where there's also commercial activities and loading bays and docks, and probably a much worse condition with respect to outdoor. I mean, I look at where that even outdoor facility is in this building, and the number of commercial trucks and the off-gassing are coming past the outdoor space in the daycare in this building. If we want to provide children a healthy living environment, then inset within residential on parcels that meet all of the criteria is a great thing for families. It's a great thing for children. So yes, I think to Councillor Spencer's point, we need to have a broader conversation with the community about why childcare is needed everywhere, why childcare is family-oriented, and how we create opportunities for families to have childcare proximal to their homes and in their neighborhoods, and how that creates a sense of community. This is serving a neighborhood, this is serving neighbors, this is serving families. I'm happy to support this. Moved. Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Corral, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondar votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? This is carried 8-6 with Councillor McLean, Councillor Winus, Councillor Wong, Councillor Chu, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 26D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Wong, Councillor Chu, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Chabot are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 26D 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 26D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 26D 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. We will take our break and be back here by 1:20. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the public hearing meeting of council. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. On the roll, Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean. Here. Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer. Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong.
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness.
Here.
Councillor Kara.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Councillor Demong.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are on item 7.2.6, and I'll just remind everybody, we had 7.2.5. This is going to feel a little bit like deja vu, and up until 7.2.9, they're all going to feel like that. So please go ahead, Ms. Ganzar.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a policy amendment to allow for various forms of low-density housing. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 15P 2025 for an amendment to the Montgomery Area Redevelopment Plan. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located at 4840 Montana Crescent Northwest in the community of Montgomery. Next slide, please. The parcel is located on the east side of Montana Crescent, 2 parcels south of 32nd Avenue Northwest. It is approximately 0.06 hectares in size and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and a detached garage with access from the rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of single detached houses, all designated as the RCG district. Multi-residential housing is located across 32nd Avenue to the northwest, and Market Mall is located to the northeast. Next slide, please. In the Montgomery ARP, the subject parcel falls within the low-density residential area as per figure 1.3, which discourages the redesignation of residential parcels to higher densities, but also notes the importance of increasing and stabilizing Montgomery's population. To enable development that aligns with the current RCG district and the municipal development plan, an amendment to figure 1.3 is required to change the site's typology to the low-density residential townhouse, which allows for a variety of grade-oriented housing types in addition to single detached houses. Next slide, please. For those reasons, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the Montgomery Area Redevelopment Plan amendment. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.6. Do we have Jessica Wilsey?
Yes, I'm present.
Hi, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Jessica Wilsey. I'm the architectural designer for the proposed townhouse at 4840 Montana Crescent. I'm representing the owner. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I want to do a quick summary of our approach to community engagement and the results that we had. We did the initial letter drop around mid-July 2024, so directly adjacent neighbors. This included 2 houses to either side of the property and the 4 homes directly across the street. This was prior to our actual development permit application, and we did not receive any contact or inquiries at that time. We applied for the development permit in early September and waited for the detailed team review feedback to reach out to the community association to set the session to review. There wasn't a lot of notes for that meeting, unfortunately. We still managed to get about 19 residents to attend and gathered feedback that we considered in our response. After implementing the bylaw changes and taking into account the comments we received, we set up a second engagement session. We did a flyer drop to notify residents of the time, location, and purpose of the engagement session. I'm not sure if my notes are up on the screen or not, but if they are, next page, please. At the engagement event, myself, the builder, the owner, and about 50 residents were in attendance. We want to make sure that everybody had an opportunity to see the revised plans in person. These were later released digitally through the Community Association mailing list, and we received no new comments during that session. As such, we moved forward with the resubmission shortly after. Through this process, we did manage to address all the bylaw relaxations and majority of the design concerns raised by neighbors, but have not revised the proposed density. I do want to make sure to mention that the Montgomery Community Association should be commended for their extensive mailing list. We wouldn't have had nearly the same engagement without it. If we could move to the next page, please. The site is abundant in terms of surrounding amenities. You can easily walk to grocery shopping, stores, theaters, parks. There are several bus routes nearby that connect you to the C-Train, the university, and the university district. If you like to bike, it's an easy access to city path systems. River Valley and the 32nd Avenue has a dedicated pathway going all the way to the university that's separated from the main road. The proposed South Shaganappi Communities Plan has identified 32nd Avenue for future upgrades to create even stronger walking and cycling connections. As a resident here, your car really is only a convenience. It's not a necessity. Near communities cannot support the certification because they are more disconnected, really. You can only build projects like this here, and I feel that these are things that existing residents might take for granted. Next page, please. Montgomery, as we know, is an older established community. The ARP was put in place back in 2005. It's been amended a few times. I feel like I don't need to speak much on here because we're all very aware of kind of the way this is developing. The project is currently RCG and is fully bylaw compliant. We put a lot of effort to make it contextually sensitive and address the concerns of the residents. While we are increasing the density from single-family home to 4 units of suites, it's in alignment with city policies and planning strategy and provides housing diversity. Next page. With all the information presented thus far, I would respectfully ask that this council that the LC amendment to update the designation to load as the residential townhouse be allowed. Thank you very much to the administration for your hard work and support on this application. Thank you, council, for the opportunity to speak, your time, your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I'm looking in the queue and I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to be with us today.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thanks. Let me ask, do we have Dawn Belsham? Hi.
It was such a nice day, I decided to come down. Council, thank you for the opportunity to talk before you. My name is Dawn Belsham. I live at 4637 Montalban Drive. That's about 2 blocks away from this site. I object to the rezoning of this property, for which bylaw approval is of course required by the statutory status of Montgomery Area Redevelopment Plan. This ARP was jointly created by the city and the community and has been approved numerous times for significant amendments, and of course these type of amendments that you call housekeeping, we don't, for just adhering to the rules of it. Most community residents, including ourselves, have acknowledged that densification is an issue. By the way, there was a handout sent out. I'm paraphrasing from it. It didn't get into the first mix, and supposedly it was to be handed out before we speak today. So that should be with you somewhere, but I'm just trying to shortcut it a bit so
Let's just pause your clock for a second there. Do we have the presentation or the submission?
Yes, we do, Mayor.
It's part of our package?
We'll put it in now.
Okay. Yeah, it'll be part of the package, so please keep going.
Okay, my understanding is it would be handed out beforehand. That was what the email I got was. If it's not handed out, I don't know how you can consider it or not in the evidence package, but
So
anyway, I can go on.
If it goes electronically into our package, it's received.
Okay, so it's in electronically in your package?
Yes,
then?
yeah.
Okay, I'm good. However, our neighborhood is facing 2 separate projects, one 9-unit, one 8-unit when I include the secondary suites. We're a primarily small bungalow community. We have, it's a 50 to 70-year-old committee, mostly 70. Their proposals are for massive structures, 3 stories, the full 11 meters, and max out the sites, right? So good for density in some people's mind, not good because it doesn't adhere to the character of the neighborhood at all, which is a major point that's repeated throughout the MRP. So spot development is not a good planning process in my mind, and there's no apparent consideration of the MARP, and I'll come back to that. This is also not affordable housing, whether that matters to you or not. The blanket rezoning has practically obliterated the need to significantly consult the community. Not acknowledging or recognizing that the ARP exists is a trust issue. And I repeat, trust issue. Trust is to earn and hard, but very hard to earn, very easy to lose. And that's where we're at, Council. A look at the MRP in context and with the recent and proposed approvals shows that no efforts have occurred since blanket rezoning to resolve the significant difference that are present between the different plans. And the Montgomery ARP, people will say it's outdated. Well, there's significant revisions to it 5 years ago, main streets, significant density added. It is a high-level plan in the hierarchy of planning, as I've been told by planning people. So why not? It's a council-approved plan. Significant times have passed. You know, it's been better part of a year since blanket rezoning was passed. It appears there's been no attempts to do it. Going from this morning, I think in response to one of Mr. Wong's questions, one of the planners, and I can't remember who and the exact words, but they basically said that many of the provisions of the ARP are now redundant. Okay, that's the first we've ever heard of that, including at a subdivision appeal board hearing last week, that finished last week on Tuesday, where that board chair was asking about the status of the Montgomery. So it appears that somebody has determined that parts of it are redundant. If so, nobody's told anybody in the public. I don't think they've told anybody in the development, subdivision development appeal board, and that's just unacceptable. Again, trust. Trust is, or lack of trust is written all over this file. I'm not saying that the development shouldn't proceed. I object to them because we don't know what the city is thinking and what the city has made decisions about, and not even told the Montgomery Community Committee.
Mr. Belsham, you're just at time.
Yes. Okay, I'll just finish up. So
no, there's no finishing up, sir. You're at time. Your time's up. And
so it is in my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to join us today.
Okay.
All right. Let's just see if there's anybody else wishing to speak to item 7.2.6. Right, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration. Oh, I do see one now. Councillor Wong.
Thank you. Just a question. I'm not sure if I address this to our planners or perhaps to our solicitor. It was made reference by our speaker here that there is a application, a subdivision appeal that's kitty corner to this lot right now. And the concerns that have been argued at the subdivision appeal board has issues associated with road width, transportation, this and that. So being it's in a subdivision appeal, and this is like literally less than 300 meters away from each other, how do we deal with that situation?
Councillor Wong, I'm not sure exactly what is before the Subdivision Development Appeal Board at this moment, but there may be an application that is before it. Before you is this amendment that you're being asked if you think is appropriate. And I don't think that there's anything stopping you from making that decision today.
Okay, thank you. To administration, then, the issue that was brought when this was first, not this one, the other one that was first brought forward was on Montana Crescent and Montalban Road. It's a three-way intersection there, and it's a three-way intersection. The road width was one of those things that was contested about, both the activity on the road, potentially pedestrian issues on the road, three-way conversion on the road. It's a narrow roadway where, again, cars can come in all three different directions. And so I guess my question perhaps to our development engineer, Mr. Boudier, is, Again, from that perspective of a roadway width and traffic conflicts and pedestrian conflicts, what's your opinion?
Through the chair, what's my opinion on the application or on the intersection?
The intersection.
I have talked about this intersection with our traffic safety team. It does not rank high across the city for a number of incidents, and they do prioritize based on resourcing where that happens. So I would say in context of this application, we are in support of the application, not exacerbating any issues today.
Okay. Knowing that there's a property under development or under appeal, 9 units with potentially secondary suites, this was another townhouse situation with more units and secondary suites, and the addition of additional vehicles in that, does that change your perspective?
We go through, the city that is, goes through robust modeling through something called the regional transportation model, and we get into micro level of analysis as well with some bigger developments, et cetera. And we do take into account the declining population, the increasing population, the anticipated densities. We call it a control total for jobs and population areas. So it's something we review consistently, and it's our operations team who really looks at the existing roadways and their functions and prioritizes those improvements. And from the development lens, we highlight issues that we see when we're looking deeply into an area, and we have brought this forward and received the comment that I made earlier, whereas we don't have any particular concerns with this application for this area.
And for the future as well?
The future we deal with as it comes.
Okay, thank you. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other people in the queue with questions, so I'm looking for a mover on this item, please. Councillor Penner, please go ahead.
Yeah, moving this as it is pretty much a procedural request before us.
Okay, a seconder for this, please. Councillor Walcott, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Yeah, thank you. When the other property came forward for land use, and that was before blanket rezoning, the neighbors, the community in this area expressed two concerns, one of which was, and you heard from Mr. Belsham talk about, this is a very recent Montgomery ARP, where there's a lot of thought, a lot of consideration putting into it. Not a lot has changed between the time that ARP has been put forward and now, but yet we have a South Shaganappi LAP, which will be in effect once it gets through, the council and CMRB and everything else as such. But as it is today, the current ARP still applies, and that's what the community is still hoping for. The second thing was also debated at that time was that this intersection is an intersection where there are, a variety of different street interactions, both vehicle as well as pedestrians, as well as kids in the area, and there was a concern about, again, conflict. The third consideration, and that's been expressed by the community to our fire department, is again access to for emergency vehicles coming through, giving increased potential for more parking on on-street parking, and again egress in and out of the area. And they're waiting for a response from the fire department. In the meantime, there is a subdivision appeal out there, and as a result, they're hoping that this application would respect the subdivision appeal board considerations. So with that, again, Councillor, please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. Just to debate for the purpose of some of the discussion is when we do, as someone who has like an area redevelopment plan that went through that same process of major Main Street redevelopment, it does not reimagine the whole plan. It's often a set of blocks in and around the main street. The area that's in question in front of us was not a part of the Main Street plan. So the area that we are looking for here is an area that was zoned in 2005 throughout this ARP. The Shaganappi LAP, the shifting landscape that we're seeing, I understand the request that we should always have for doing local area plans faster. But the minor change that we're seeing here, I really do think we should not consider the SDAB decisions, in particular because we don't even know what that decision is, and we don't even know what grounds the appeal is on. And also that appeal we don't even know if it's a land use appeal or a development permit appeal. There's too many questions to use that as the basis of why we might not support something. I know how attractive it can be to find that good reason, but I do want to just really emphasize that if we're going to hold up these changes, then it's got to be land use related, it's got to be policy related, and almost every policy we have that supersedes the decades-old plans, they tell us that this is the right thing to do. And I know we're going to be doing this a lot, so hopefully we don't keep debating these things. But until those LAPs are done, this will be a common conversation.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back over to you. Close, Councillor Penner.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Corral, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 8-6 with Councillors Demong, McLean, Wong, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 15P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Wong, Chu, Sharp, Chabot, and McLean are opposed. And Councillor Demong as well, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 15P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 15P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 15P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors opposed, and that is carried. Let's move on to 7.2.7, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a proposed same amendment to the Montgomery Area Redevelopment Plan. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 13P 2025 for the amendment to the Montgomery Area Redevelopment Plan. Next slide, please. In this case, the subject site is located at 2823 McKay Road Northwest in the community of Montgomery. Next slide, please. This parcel is located on the west side of McKay Road, 2 parcels south of Montalban Drive. It is approximately 0.06 hectares in size and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling with access from the rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists of single detached houses and Mount Talbot Park to the north and west. University District is located across Shaganappi Trail to the east and provides many amenities within a short walking distance. Next slide, please. For the same reasons identified previously, an amendment to Figure 1.3 in the Montgomery ARP is required to change the subject site's typology to the low-density residential townhouse typology, which allows for a variety of grade-oriented housing types. Next slide, please. For these reasons, Calgary Planning Commission is recommending that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the ARP amendment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.7. Do we have Lee Wang?
Yes, you may.
Hi, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. My name is Lee Wang. I'm from Horizon Land Consulting and Development Inc. I'm speaking in support of this application. This application is to bring the land use bylaw in line with the current zoning, RCG. In the future, no matter what we are doing, being the semi-detached, duplex, 2 singles, or townhouse, we all subject to city's dwelling permit and building permit review. Being sensitive to the community character, we are currently considering a similar building format, just like another building we're building down the road at 2119 Making Road. So currently we are thinking of building a semi-detached here. In summary, this application is to just bring the land use bylaw in line with the current zoning. I hope councillors can support this application. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to join us today. And I will look again to Don Belsham, please.
Thank you. Deja vu. I'm not going to speak at length here. I've said most of what I was going to say. But transparency, whether call it trust, transparency, or whatever, if the city will not tell the public what the rules are around the MRP specifically and in a timely fashion, because these developments are going ahead and they're getting approved, and we can say that a new land development bylaw is going to come in within the next year, but then there's a new council and things happen and it's 2 years and 3 years, and meanwhile these developments get built unless there's a legal challenge. So what I am asking is the council consider suspending it, especially in this second one, because there is both a development permit in the DMAP files for a deck amendment, which might be just a distraction. And if you go into your DMAP map, you have to go very, very carefully into the bottom right-hand corner to find out the land use amendment, which is what we're here today for. But the other thing is I would ask, the decisions of the development permit on the other one, which was 4999 Montemont Avenue, there is no discussion of substance to the Montgomery ARP. And I've been in regulatory forums throughout my life. I've never seen a regulatory forum where you can just come up with your opinion and not talk about the merits or not merits of something as important as the MRP. So I would ask, instead of just kicking the can down to the development permit and letting it get fought there and letting the Development Appeal Board get involved again, just direct the planning department to put out what they believe is valid and not valid in the Montgomery ARP within the next 30 days. So thank you. That's all I have, unless there's questions.
Thank you very much. You do have a question from Councillor Wong.
Yeah, Mr. Beauchamp, you made reference to MRP. I'm not sure the reference. Are we talking about the MDP or
no,
ARP?
Sorry, I was confusing I call it the MARP. So the Montgomery Area Redevelopment Plan was all I was talking about in terms of specific plans.
Okay, thank you. The second question I have is with regards to this particular application. You talked about trust and engagement. What element of engagement was missing out of here that you feel that you could have learned better of?
Well, I think the engagement, I only went to one meeting on this, and this was in November, and it wasn't a particularly pleasant meeting either for the residents or the developer. It was one of those disaster meetings, right? And then the developer just went ahead as they could have. So what we need to be consulted around is what are the rules and what is the status of the ARP. Today was the first time anybody has ever said, including at the Subdivision Development Committee meeting last Tuesday, which was a development appeal, that there was a high-level plan, but they had considered it and all that kind of stuff. Never did they say anything about it. There was parts of it that didn't apply anymore or anything like that. They wouldn't identify those parts.
Okay.
So I think in terms of consultation, I think you could avoid a lot of time before this board, before this council, and before the different boards and development committee if there was just a lot more transparency.
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks.
Thank you, and I don't see any other questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time.
Thanks again.
Thank you. Let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.7? Seeing and hearing no one else, I will close the public hearing on this item. Not seeing any questions of administration, but I do know, Ms. Goldstein, you were interested in clarifying something.
Yes. Hi, Council. One of the things that I do want to clarify here is that the application before you is being evaluated based on the current Montgomery Area Redevelopment Plan. Until such time as there are any other policy plans that are put in place for this area, including the South Shaganappi Local Area Plan, this is the statutory document that we review and we look at when we make decisions. And so the 5 amendments today, they are specifically policy amendments. The land use is already in place, and many of the applications are working through their development permit process. But the policy amendments are required inside the Montgomery Area Redevelopment Plan to ensure that there is alignment between the land use that currently exists on the ground and the policy plan that is in place. There is nothing that is redundant, overlooked, or dismissed in the current ARP, that Montgomery Area Redevelopment Plan. And the reason is because it is the statutory, the legal plan that we must adhere to when we are looking at applications. I hope that's very, very clear.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong to move the item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Goldstein, for saying that, because that's actually how I was going to open. I was going to say exactly the same thing. This application was reviewed according to the Montgomery ARP, and some of the questions that we were asking is applicable not just to the ARP, but also applicable to the land use, the RCG land use. But again, when we consider these applications, we can't overlook that there are site-specific issues that need to be addressed or constituency concerns that also need to be addressed. But with that, again, this is a update to the ARP, simply because we did the land use in August 6th, I think it was. So with that, move. Thank you.
Can I get a seconder for this item, please? Councillor Penner. Thank you. And I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Wong.
We're closed. Thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Cabral, your vote, please.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 11-3 with Councillors Demong, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 13P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Sharp and Chabot are opposed. Councillor Demong, are you opposed as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sharp, Chabot, and Demong are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 13P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors is opposed, and that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 13P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 13P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors opposed, and that is carried. That takes us to item 7.2.8.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Next slide, please. The next recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 9P 2025 for an amendment to the Montgomery Area Redevelopment Plan. Next slide, please. The subject parcel here is located at 4636 20th Avenue Northwest. Next slide, please. The parcel is located on the northeast side of 20th Avenue between 45th Street and 46th Street Northwest. The site is approximately 0.06 hectares in size and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and a detached garage accessed from the rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists of a mix of low-density housing, including single detached and semi-detached houses and duplexes. An elementary school, a place of worship, and seniors housing are all located within 1 block of the site along 46th Street. Next slide, please. For the same reasons identified previously, an amendment to Figure 1.3 in the Montgomery ARP is required to change the subject site's typology to the low-density residential townhouse site, which allows for a variety of grade-oriented housing types in addition to single detached houses. Next slide, please. For these reasons, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to this bylaw for the ARP amendment. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.8. Do we have Lee Wang?
Yes, you may. Good afternoon again. This is Lee Wang. This is similar application, just like the last one. I'm just staying in line in case there are any questions. With that, I conclude. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here with us. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.8? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I will close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration. Over to you to move it, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. This is again a series of ARP amendments to the Montgomery ARP, and as the community has expressed many times over, again, they would like to have stayed close to the ARP, but given we did the rezoning, this is an amendment to the ARP itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this one, please? Councillor Penner. No one in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Wong. Okay, you could use your mic. That would be great.
We're close. Thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? It's carried 10-4 with Councillors Demong, McLean, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 9P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Sharp and Chabot and McLean.
And Demong.
And Demong are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 9P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 9P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 9P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Let's go to 7.2.9. Ms. Ganzar, I think it's your last one.
It is, Madam Mayor, thank you. Next slide, please. The next recommendation before council is the last one for the Montgomery Area Redevelopment Plan. Again, to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 12P 2025 for an amendment to figure 1.3. Next slide, please. In this case, the subject parcel is located at 2119 McKay Road Northwest. Next slide, please. The parcel is located on the west side of McKay Road between 20th Avenue and 21st Avenue. The site is approximately 0.06 hectares in size and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and a detached garage accessed from the rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists of a mix of low-density housing, including single-detached and semi-detached houses and duplexes. A high school with sports fields and a playground are located directly across the street to the east, and a place of worship and a storage facility are located south of the subject site. Next slide, please. For the same reasons identified previously, an amendment to figure 1.3 in the Montgomery ARP is required to change the site's typology to low-density residential townhouse, which allows for a variety of grade-oriented housing types in addition to single-detached houses. Next slide, please. For these reasons, the Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the ARP amendment. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.9. Do we have Lee Wang?
Yes, your Mayor. I'm still here. So thank you. Good afternoon. This is Lee Wang. Again, this is a submitted application just for a minor policy amendment. The only thing I want to mention is we do have a concurrent DP application for semi-detached dwelling. This is to reflect community's concerns and local residents' concerns and be sensitive to the community character. With that, I conclude my presentation. Hope councillors can support this application. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for joining us. Let me ask, is there anyone else on item 7.2.9? Seeing and hearing none, I will close the public hearing on this item. I also don't see any questions of administration. So I'm looking for a mover. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor and colleagues. Similar to the previous ones, this is a ARP amendment, and again, with some resistance from the community, but it is rezoned to RCG. So I'm close. Thank you. Opened.
Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Spencer, thank you. No one in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Wong.
We're close. Thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, I'll vote for it.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? It's carried 11-3 with Councillors Demong, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 12P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors
Yes.
Sharp, Chabot, and Demong are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 12P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 12P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 12P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Right, we're on to Ms. Stengel on item 7.2.10.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. My name is Courtney Stengel, and I'll be presenting the next batch of items today. Item 10 is a land use amendment to allow for grade-oriented housing along the primary transit network. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 31D 2025 for the redesignation of 3407 3rd Avenue Northwest from the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district to the housing grade-oriented HGO district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the northwest community of Parkdale along 3rd Avenue Northwest, which is part of the primary transit network as identified in the municipal development plan. The site is approximately 150 meters north of the Bow River Pathway System and is across the street from the Parkdale Crescent Neighborhood Activity Center, which provides a variety of businesses to serve the community. Next slide, please. The subject site is typical of those located along 3rd Avenue and is generally triangular. It is currently developed with a single detached home and a garage accessed from the rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is characterized by a mix of low-density and multi-residential buildings with businesses clustered around the Parkdale Crescent Neighborhood Activity Center, shown in red. The subject site is currently designated as the Residential Grade-Oriented Infill RCG District, which allows for a variety of low-density, grade-oriented building forms, including single-detached, semi-detached, duplexes, row houses, and townhouses. The maximum height in the district is 11 meters, and it would allow for a maximum of 5 dwelling units on this parcel. Next slide, please. The proposed housing grade-oriented HGO district would allow for a variety of building forms that are attached, stacked, or clustered. It allows for a maximum building height of 12 meters and a maximum floor area ratio of 1.5 meters. Next slide, please. There is currently no local area plan for the subject site. The municipal development plan identifies the site as being part of the inner city, and 3rd Avenue is part of the primary transit network, as seen here. This meets the location criteria of the housing grade-oriented district. Next slide, please. The proposed HGO district allows for grade-oriented housing along the primary transit network. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.10. Do we have Paul Needham?
Hello, Mayor Gondek and members of council. I'm Paul Needham, an urban planner with Civic Works, and we are representing the applicant, our client, Riverview Custom Homes, on this application. Next slide, please. The subject site is located at 3407 3rd Ave Northwest within the community of Parkdale, within a context of nearby services and amenities, including a neighborhood commercial node, the nearby Foothills Medical Center, primary transit service and active transportation options, and many park spaces throughout the area. Next slide, please. The project site is located within the boundary of the non-statutory South Shaganappi Communities Area Plan and falls within the inner city residential policy area and is directly adjacent to the Parkdale Crescent Neighborhood Activity Node. The redesignation to HGO aligns with the supporting policies of the South Shaganappi Communities Area Plan, including density and intensification around neighborhood activity centers, near primary transit, and for providing a mix of multi-dwelling housing and secondary suites. The subject site is also located within the policy boundary of the draft South Shaganappi Local Area Plan, currently identified within draft maps as the neighborhood connector and low modified up to 4 stories urban form and building scale categories, which enable the HGO district within local area plans and support development of up to 4 stories. On January 30th, the Infrastructure and Planning Committee voted unanimously on the recommendation that Council give first reading to the South Shaganapie LAP. Next slide, please. This application would redesignate the subject site from the RCG district to the HGO district with a maximum height of up to 12 meters. A total of 12 homes are proposed, consisting of 5 3-bedroom townhome units, 5 2-bedroom units, and 2 1-bedroom units. 6 vehicle parking stalls and 6 secure mobility storage lockers or Class 1 bike stalls are proposed within the submitted development permit that is being reviewed concurrently. Next slide, please. This application was supported by a comprehensive community outreach process. A variety of outreach methods were implemented by the project team between early August and December 2024 that are shared in the outreach summary included on record for this public hearing. Despite these efforts, the applicant team did not receive any direct feedback through our outreach process, which included next door neighbors and nearby residents, the Parkdale Community Association, and the Ward 7 office. The applicant team was provided with a letter that is on record from the Parkdale CA, which states their view that the subject site is indeed appropriate location for the HGO district, and that their feedback focused more so on the details of the concurrent development permit application and concerns related to infrastructure, the public realm, and pedestrian and traffic safety. Next slide, please. That concludes our presentation. The applicant team would be happy to answer any questions that council may have about the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here today. And let's see if there's anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.10. I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. Let's go to Councillor Wong with a question of admin.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Leboudier, on this site here, this is directly across from the Liberty Housing development. And one of the concerns that was expressed when Liberty Housing went forward was pedestrian crossing across that street. Now we've got development on both sides of the street. Is there any consideration for better crosswalk in that area?
Through the chair, I do recall us having this conversation prior to this, Councillor Wong. I was talking again to our traffic safety leader about this avenue. We have put in the overhead flashers, as you mentioned, as well as that median island. We've seen very good safety performance since then. We're overall, in terms of the city, the kind of collisions and incidences we see here is well below the average. So we will continue to monitor as time goes on. I have noted the increasing developments to the safety team in our operations department. So yeah, we will continue to monitor, but related to this development, there is nothing planned for an additional crosswalk beyond the overhead flashers and the signals to the north.
Perfect. The second question is with regards to road speed on the area, are we okay with the road speed, or is there a need to reduce it?
I'll have to get back to you on that and see what we have for, we do road speed studies here and there. I'll have to check our database and get back to you, Councillor Wong.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. The HCO district in Parkdale, what is the actual parking requirements according to the bylaw?
It would require 0.5 parking stalls per unit and suite.
So per unit and secondary suite?
Correct.
Okay. And the frontage of this property, is that 3rd Avenue?
The front property line on this one would be the street frontage from a bylaw perspective, yes. So it wouldn't be 3rd Avenue. 3rd Avenue would be considered a side property line from a bylaw perspective.
So 24th Street?
Correct.
And is there any parking allowed on 3rd Avenue adjacent to this property?
We're just double checking on that one. I believe on this portion of 3rd Avenue, I don't believe so.
Sorry, to confirm, on-street parking is restricted, yes.
Okay, thanks. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think my questions, you might have answered them from Councillor Chabot, was along the lines of the parking as well. They're talking 12 units, 6 parking spots. So again, my line was, is there any additional parking on the street? Or if they do have secondary suites, then they would have to go to the development permit to add more parking spots? Or that's my only concern, is like the 6 parking spots for maybe potentially 24 cars.
So they do require 0.5 parking stalls per suite and per unit. They're certainly welcome to provide more if they wish. They are also on the primary transit network as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'm looking for a mover. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. This particular site is not typical. When even not typical, generally you see roads and streets and avenues perpendicular, but in this particular case, they're a bit on an angle. So as a result of that, the creation of a triangular parcel. The application in front of us is obviously to be able to fit housing units, and I think based on the application from the submission from the applicant, they've done their best to fit dwelling units on this site, and they also accommodate the appropriate number of parking spots relative to an HCO application. So therefore, this is worth supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for this? Councillor Penner, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you, Councillor Wong.
Close. Thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please. Thank you, Mayor Gondek. All votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 10-4 with Councillors McLean, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 31D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Chu, Sharp, Chabot, and McLean are opposed, and that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 31D 2025. Anyone opposed? Same distribution of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 31D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 31D 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Let's go on to 7.2.11, Ms. Stengel.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 11 is a land use amendment to allow for grade-oriented housing near a C-train station. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 30D 2025 for the redesignation of 2406 23rd Avenue Northwest and 2407 23rd Street Northwest from the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district to a direct control district based on the housing grade-oriented HGO district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the northwest community of Banff Trail, east of McMahon Stadium and Crowchild Trail. It is 100 meters east of the Banff Trail LRT station. Next slide, please. The subject site consists of 2 parcels located at the corner of 23rd Street and 23rd Avenue. Each parcel is currently developed with a single detached home and a garage. A rear lane is available for future vehicle access to the site. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is primarily low-density residential homes with commercial businesses located along Crowchild Trail and adjacent to the C-train station. A variety of DC direct control districts are located along 23rd Avenue to the east, which require a minimum of at least 3 units on each site in alignment with the Banff Trail Area Redevelopment Plan. A similar direct control district is located to the immediate southwest, which allows for a mixed-use building with a minimum of 33 dwelling units. Both parcels within the subject site are currently designated as the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district, which allows for a variety of low-density grade-oriented building forms. The maximum height in the district is 11 meters, and the district would allow a maximum of 8 dwelling units across the 2 parcels. Next slide, please. This application proposes a direct control district based on the housing grade-oriented HGO district. The site meets the location criteria for the HGO district as it is well within 600 meters of the existing Banff Trail LRT station and is within the inner city area as identified within the Municipal Development Plan. The HGO district includes the permitted use dwelling unit, which allows a variety of building forms that may be stacked, attached, or clustered. The proposed DC district replaces the permitted use dwelling unit with the use multi-residential development, which is a more restrictive use that requires a minimum number of 3 units within a building. This is in alignment with the rule proposed in the DC that requires a minimum density of 80 units per hectare, which would require a minimum of 8 units on the consolidated subject area. The combination of the multi-residential development use and minimum number of units would allow for similar flexibility as the stock HGO district, while more closely aligning with the vision of the Banff Trail Area Redevelopment Plan. Next slide, please. The Banff Trail Area Redevelopment Plan directs greater density and activity along 23rd Avenue and along the blocks closest to the C train station. The ARP categorizes the parcels along this block as being part of the medium-density, low-rise category, which allows for residential developments that are 3 to 4 stories in height and allow for building forms such as apartments or row houses and townhouses. The ARP notes the maximum building height is 14 meters on this site. The proposed DC is in alignment with the ARP, allowing for a variety of building forms within the maximum height of 12 meters as per the base HGO district. Next slide, please. This application aligns the land use designation on the site with the existing area redevelopment plan, allowing for multi-residential development on an active street near a C train station. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw, 30D 2025. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.11. Do we have Lee Wang?
Yes, you may.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilors. Again, this is Lee Wang from Horizon Land Development and Consulting. I'm speaking in support of this application.
Mr. Wang, just hang on a second. There's a lot of background noise. Is that on your end, or is there somebody else on the line that's not muted?
Not on my side.
Okay, so if your name is not Lee Wang, please mute yourself. Mr. Wang, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'm speaking in support of this application. These 2 continuous lots are within 100 meters of Banff Trail LRT station and also near schools, parks, public transit, and commercial opportunities, which in my opinion are perfect spot for housing grade-oriented development. The proposal aligns with ARP and other planning policies. The only reason we have to go to direct control instead of straightforward to HGO is because of the rigid covenant on title. With that, I conclude my presentation. Hope councillors can support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You have a question from Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I guess my question would be, going from RCG to direct control HGO, why not going to an MC1 or MCG?
Through the mayor to councillor, I think that's a really good question. We did consider all those options. In the end, we consider housing grade-oriented to be a good balance between our strategy that we want to develop here with the local residents' concerns for the maximum height, for the number of density. That could happen with a higher density and also with higher maximum height. So I think with the site location is closest to C train station, and then the other facilities, we feel the house grade-oriented development would achieve both goals. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, thank you. I have questions for administration. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be with us today. And let's see, do we have anybody else wishing to speak to 7.2.11?
I would like to speak, Mayor Gondek.
Hi there, who's that on the line?
Hi, this is Flora Gillespie calling in. I tried to make it to council, but I just couldn't make it in time.
Okay, Flora, I don't have you on my list at all, but since you're here, please go ahead. And just before you do, sir, what's your name? Did you register? Okay, so I'm just going to get someone to come over and get your name. You'll be up right after Ms. Gillespie. Thank you. Flora, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, Mayor. I'm here today to ask that Council turn down this application since the applicant does not have a valid reason to apply for DC rather than directly for HGO. Note that the submission from the applicant states the following, and I also heard him just repeat this. Restricted Covenant 1358 GL is commonly registered in the area, which is the reason we seek direct control instead of HGO. In fact, planning has proposed a DC district with a minimum density greater than stated in the restricted covenant, which they describe as an unusual site constraint. In other words, the conflict with the bylaw is manufactured simply to create a conflict where one does not exist if the applicant applies for HGO. Please note that if an application for HGO is submitted, it also does not conflict with the ARP. So really what I want to make Council aware of is by approving this application, Council may be seen to be facilitating the circumvention of the legal process that's required to remove a restricted covenant and placing the proverbial thumb on the scale. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Ms. Gillespie, I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time today. And we will go to our next speaker, so please come on up, sir. We're ready when you are.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councillors. My name is Andrew Boothman. In 2011, I decided to do a major renovation on my Banff Trail home. The day before we started the renovation, I asked my wife, "Are you sure you want to do this? We will someday be surrounded by large infills that will tower over our house and extend into the backyards. Infills are not all bad, they bring young families to the neighborhood." There was not much talk of increasing density at the time, and houses in my area of Banff Trail had a restrictive covenant, a legal contract between the homeowners. I didn't realize how much it would cost to enforce my rights and how easily the city would develop a workaround, direct control. Some wonder who is helping others circumvent contract law. I always wish there was a way to change the restrictive covenant to make it fit into a changing city. Unfortunately, RC has no mechanism to make changes. It would probably require provincial legislation to create a change mechanism. I keep asking myself, should I have foreseen this type of development? At the time, lots of new infills were being built, all constructed in a way that makes it difficult to sweep the basement. A policy that's continued until very recently and is a real miss on increased density. Higher density was not much of a priority, and I still had the restrictive covenant. My house is close to the Banff Trail LRT station. I brought my first house in Banff Trail down the street from where I currently live because the LRT was coming. At that time, I thought the LRT would be a benefit. I'm not so sure anymore. I'm used to the bottle pickers, and better enforcement has reduced the meth parties behind my garage and in the LRT shelters. I must now pay to park in front of my house, something most citizens do not have to do. It's not always easy to envision from plans what this project will look like. I prefer it was RCG rather than the HGO. And although this would not change the back structure, which is the one that intrudes on my property the most. If the rear units were facing west, I wouldn't have someone looking down from their balcony onto my rear deck. It's interesting that my deck is not shown on the plans. The house at 2404 Capitol Hill Crescent has a deck, which is shown, not visible on Google Earth, but my deck is not shown. It's clearly visible on Google Earth. My loss of privacy is not shown. The units in this development are all 3 levels or downstairs to a basement, not a development for seniors or people with physical handicaps. I can't see selling my place and moving into one of these 3-level homes. If you remove the back unit, you could make each unit longer and all on one level, more suitable for seniors or handicapped individuals, then build upper units. Not sure if the upper units would fit into the RCG zoning rules. The developer's representative came over and introduced himself. We were never given an opportunity to give any input on the proposal. The houses are abandoned and the backyard is full of garbage and construction materials. The front lawn was uncut for most of the summer. Snow on the sidewalk is rarely removed, and when it is, it's weeks or months after the last snowfall. Not really looking forward to living beside a construction project that's managed by someone who doesn't seem to care much about the neighbors. I have off-street parking, so not terribly concerned about parking, but 10 tiny garages, 8 feet wide, is not much usable parking. The grade in the lane is quite steep. As you approach 23rd Avenue, it would be challenging to get even a small car into one of these spaces. I think you're living in a fantasy land if you think that the people living in the 12 secondary units would not own cars. Currently, these units are not eligible to buy a parking pass. I'm sure that change is not far off. The money I spent on my renovation is lost. It'll never be recouped. My house is assessed $200,000 to $300,000 more than my neighbors because of the extensive renovation designation on my property assessment. So my taxes are a bit higher. When I sell, it will be for the land value just like my neighbors. My biggest fear is that once these units have been built, it won't look that out of place to build a 6 or 12-story building directly west of me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for taking the time to present to us. I'm just going to see if there's any questions for you. I don't see any in the queue, so thank you for being here today. Let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.11? Great, seeing and hearing none, I will close the public hearing on this item. Council members, it'd be great if you save your RTSs until it's time to put them in. Thank you very much, Councillor Wong. You're up with a question of admin.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. A question I have here, and a question I posed to the applicant as to why DC HGO versus an MCG or MC1. Can you explain the difference of both applications, both land uses? Thank you.
The application before us is something that is proposed by the applicant, so that is our starting point as administration. So we did review the request for a base of HGO. As presented, it does meet the location criteria for HGO, and it does meet the policy for HGO as well. There are other land use districts which may be appropriate. The MCG district and the MC1 district also do have similar heights and some similar building forms that may be appropriate and meet the policy as well. However, it was the applicant's desire to move forward with the base of HGO, which does meet policy and is supported by administration.
Okay. Now, given to both, would they offer the same number of dwelling units?
That would depend on the direct control district that would be created. It would be possible to do a similar direct control district with different bases.
Okay. The other question is, in the MC1 or MCG, they are discretionary, correct?
Which use would be discretionary?
MC1 or MCG?
There is a multitude of uses within them. Are you referring to the multi-residential development use?
Sorry, yes.
Yes, that would be discretionary in those districts.
Okay, now in this case, DC HGO, HGO is typically permitted. Now within a multi-residential, is it permitted or discretionary?
In the direct control district in front of us, the multi-residential development is a permitted use. It is a more restrictive use, replacing the more general dwelling unit use.
Okay, so bottom line being as a DC HGO multi-residential permitted, the constituents in the area, residents in the area are limited as to what they can appeal to SDB if they're concerned about it, is correct?
Similar to the base HGO district, yes.
Okay. And now I just lost my train of thought. Just give me a second, Mayor. Oh, the question that Ms. Gillespie brought forward about restricted covenant in the area, I recognize that council doesn't address restricted covenant, but one of the things that we've said before is I think we're trying to stay away from direct control as much as possible. Just stay with standard land use bylaws. And in this particular case, is there grounds that Mr. Gillespie has referred to that he's using DC as a way to circumvent the restricted covenant?
In this case, we're using the direct control district to better align with the policy that has been approved by council. As per section 2.1.2 of the ARP, it does note that where the objectives of the plan and such conflicts of the restrictive covenant occur, the City of Calgary supports the direction of the plan. So the direct control district aligns with the ARP.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions of administration, so I'm looking for a mover. Councillor Walcott, please.
I saw the eyes from Councillor Wong. I think this has just been a really interesting area for a very long time, partially just because it's one of the only area plans in this city that actually has to reference its own restricted covenants on it to be able to establish the vision that's been decided by the community, which I think is in itself ironic in its own way, is that the area redevelopment plan, driven by so much input over so many years, is also restricted by so many citizens potentially suing each other. It causes tension. So what I always fall back on is a simple one is, does this fit within our plans? What is the vision for the city? What is the vision for transit? And what was the vision for the area and the plans that we put forward alongside the community in the ARP? And in this case, this is actually below what we had planned this close to the transit station. And I think just like so much has been said before about building around transit is that we actually have a tendency to underbuild and we never realize the vision. And that has problematic consequences. When you create low density areas around transit, it ends up producing almost a feedback loop, right? There you're near a transit station and traffic goes up simply because we are actually creating the habits that we are trying to deter through decisions like this one. So I am happy to support these changes to see this type of density come in. And my hope is that in the future, we start to actually can just really become aggressive around transit stations so that the vision that we want around them isn't 30 years in the making, but actually pretty quick.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Spencer, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you to close, Councillor Walcott. Oh, hang on. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. As I said earlier in the questions and answer, the question of whether or not this could have been an MCG, MC1 with the multi-residential as opposed to the HCO multi-residential. The concern that I have, and concern I think constituents in the community have, is that using HCO as a way to multi-residential is precedent setting. There's an opportunity to use MCG, could have gotten the same number of units and everything else and such, but the opportunity to use HCO, and I think the suspicion is that it's permitted, therefore circumventing the opportunity for communities to file complaint or complaint to the subdivision appeal board. So what that, I'd like to put forward an amendment, given that first reading has been done, and clerks, I think my staff have given that to you. So this amendment that's on the screen here has been discussed with administration. Basically goes forward, it says, under the permitted uses of HCO District Bylaw 1P 2007 are the permitted uses in the direct control district. Okay. Now, I'm not sure if administration wants to weigh in and explain that one. Thank you.
Okay, so question. This is a change to the proposed bylaw. So this has to come after first reading.
Oh, sorry, we haven't gone first reading yet. I'm sorry.
No, we're still in the middle
my
of debate.
apologies.
Okay. All right. Now I actually don't see anybody in the queue. I'll go to you to close, Councillor Walcott.
I am closed on the main.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek votes for it.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 8-5 with Councillors McLean, Wong, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 30D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Wong, Chu, Sharp, Chabot, and McLean are opposed, and that is carried. Go ahead, Councillor Wong.
Yeah, my apologies for the misstep there. Again, clerks, if you can put that amendment up there. Once again, this amendment was discussed by my staff with the administration and found to be an appropriate amendment. And if I can just say, for clarity's sake, ask administration to explain. Thank you.
The amendment before us would remove the current direct control section 4, which states that multi-residential development would be a permitted use in the district. And instead it reverts back to the stock HGO district and would not include the multi-residential development use.
Typically, when you introduce an amendment, you explain why it is that you're bringing it, Councillor. That was just a little different. Can I get a seconder on this, please? Second. Councillor Chabot. Okay, let's go to Councillor Walcott.
Okay, sorry, administration, can you quickly walk me through that one more time? So I'm looking at the bylaw, and you say section 4 is being changed?
Section 4 of the direct control district bylaw. Currently, the proposed direct control district does note that the permitted uses would be those of HGO with the addition of multi-residential development and the exclusion of dwelling unit. The amendment before us on the screen would put it back to the stock permitted uses of the HGO district. So multi-residential development would not be added and dwelling unit would remain a permitted use.
And the functional change would be?
Multi-residential development would no longer be listed in the district. They would still have a minimum density requirement of 80 units per hectare.
If I'm understanding this correctly, this actually makes it more permissive than less, because dwelling units under HGO are based on FAR and can be arranged as long as it fits within the FAR.
That is correct. Dwelling unit can take a variety of forms. Multi-residential development, in this case, must be 3 or more units within a building. So dwelling unit is the more general permissive use. Multi-residential development is the more restrictive use.
Okay.
I don't understand.
All right, I'm going to go to Councillor Carra.
Yeah, I think Councillor Walcott got most of the way there for me, except for the fact that I still don't understand what this is. Can somebody maybe explain a little bit more? Because the mover certainly didn't. What is the intent here? What is the outcome that's going to happen?
Okay, so I'm going to do 2 things. Firstly, administration, please clarify what's happening in the way that it was asked. And then secondly, Councillor Carra, the intent is something that the mover is going to have to explain what his intent is in doing this, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, that is a totally fair clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Functionally, what's going to happen here if council passes this? I honestly have no idea.
In the amendment before us, the stock permitted uses of the HGO district would be within the direct control district. We would not be adding multi-residential development. We would keep dwelling unit.
Okay, I still don't understand what that actually means. So let's say council approves this, then what happens? What's the impact on the ground to what can be applied for in a DP?
There would be more flexibility for the building forms. Dwelling unit does allow singles, semis, row houses, townhouses, stacked, clustered forms.
Mm-hmm.
Multi-residential development is more restrictive. It would not allow for singles or semis. It does require building forms with at least 3 units in them.
So when you say it would be more permissive, it would be more permissive on the lower end of the spectrum than the higher end of the spectrum.
That is correct. In the direct control district, there is still a minimum units per hectare, 80 units per hectare. So as long as they have 8 dwelling units over these 2 parcels, it could take different building forms using the dwelling unit term. Whereas with the multi-residential development, there must be at least 3 units that are attached to each other. So it does have more restrictions with the multi-residential development form. The dwelling unit form does allow a little bit more flexibility and alternate site layouts. Administration felt that the multi-residential development restrictions were more in line with the rest of the direct control and the ARP.
Is it possible to stuff 8 units in non-multi-residential form onto a site of this size?
That would be up to the applicant to determine. It's not something that we have before us at this time. I believe it would likely be challenging.
Well, I'm very interested in hearing what the mover intended. Thank you.
Ms. Goldstein, did you want to weigh in?
In the most plain, non-planningese speak, which is difficult for me, it removes the multifamily requirement. It puts the dwelling unit requirement in its place, but it keeps the minimum requirement for density on the site. So it takes away that multifamily altogether, but it replaces it with just the stock base HGO, which in that case, the dwelling unit reference is the permitted use.
I'm very interested in understanding what motivated the mover to do this. I will listen with interest to the close.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'm also kind of confused, especially just in terms of the debate leading into it. Councillor Wong suggesting that MCG was just more known. That's a much higher density, up to 111 per hectare. HGO max 60 dwelling units per hectare. So I'm not having a hard time following the bouncing ball. So that leaning towards voting against it, I will wait for his close.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner.
Yeah, thanks. I think I would just like the mover of this to answer in his close if he's had a conversation with the applicant about this change.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back over to you to close. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. So as I indicated in my open, the concerns of the community, the concerns of different people was that HGO was defined for specific types of built form, single family, row house, townhouse, semi-detached. Introducing multi-residential is something new in here, whereas we already have a multi-residential land use applicable that can do pretty much the same thing. They can have the number of units, and for that matter, maybe more units in a multi-residential side. So the question is, why are we introducing multi-residential into an HGO designation, when you get the same number of units? In the argument, HGO can actually give you different flexibility in built form. I mean, that's a positive. So I'm not sure why the applicant chose to go with a HGO with a multi-residential added into it as opposed to just use multi-residential in the first place. The question that Councillor Penner asked whether or not we spoke to the applicant, this is a question that was raised by my staff with administration yesterday, only because when we went through this over the weekend with some of the applicants, speakers that were here today, they asked the same question of me on the weekend. So with that, I think it's just very simple. Multi-residential is multi-residential, and multi-residential HGO just overlaps and confuses it all. Thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote on this amendment, please.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That motion is defeated 4-9 with Councillors Corral voting against. I'll go back to the readings of the bylaw. Second reading of bylaw 30D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Wong, Sharp, Chabot, and McLean. Yes? Okay, I'm going to call that again. Lift up your hands if you're opposed to it. High in the air, not just your pen. Here we go. Second reading of bylaw 30D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Wong, Chu, Sharp, Chabot are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 30D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 30D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Wong, Chu, yes to choose, hand up, yep. Okay, Wong, Chu, Sharp, Chabot, And now McLean against. That is carried. Let's go to 7.2.12.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 12 is a policy amendment to allow for additional housing types, including row houses. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 2P 2025 for amendments to the Banff Trail Area Redevelopment Plan. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the northwest community of Banff Trail at the corner of 28th Avenue Northwest and Cochrane Road Northwest. This site is located approximately 100 meters from West Confederation Park and 150 meters from William Aberhart High School. The University C train station is just to the west of the site as well. Next slide, please. The subject site is currently developed with a single detached home with detached rear garage accessed from 28th Avenue. The rear lane is anticipated to provide vehicle access for future development of the site. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is primarily low-density residential homes with West Confederation Park to the north in green and William Aberhart High School shown in blue. Local commercial businesses are across the street from the school as well. The site is designated as the Residential Grade-Oriented Infill RCG District, which allows for a variety of low-density, grade-oriented building forms, including single-detached, semi-detached, duplexes, row houses, and townhouses. The maximum height in the district is 11 meters, and the district allows a maximum of 4 dwelling units here. Next slide, please. The Banff Trail Area Redevelopment Plan currently categorizes the site as low-density residential. This category is intended for single or semi-detached homes and does not include developments such as row houses or townhouses. This application proposes to amend Figure 2 to categorize the site as low-density row house, which allows for additional grade-oriented, low-density building forms such as row houses and townhouses. An amendment to Figure 3 is also proposed to clarify that the maximum height is 11 meters in alignment with the RCG district. Next slide, please. This application allows for additional housing types to align with the current land use designation on the site. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 2P 2025. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.12. Do we have Vaughn Scott?
Yes, Mayor, I'm here. Thank you.
Hi, please go ahead.
Like our manager said, we're here for the land use policy change for the amendment to bring it in line with the RCG. We have a current development permit on this property for a 4-unit row house with secondary suites. Original permit application was for a quite high 3-story building. I just want to be clear that we have heard the neighbors. We do understand they have concerns over the massing of the property. And as a result, we did bring it down quite a bit in our revised applications. So right now, we're just on hold waiting for this policy amendment. And if there's any questions out there, I'm certainly happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to join us today. I will go to the next speaker. Do we have Gail Whiteford? Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to say that I am speaking not on behalf just of myself, but of 4 other neighbors of mine. Also, I'd like to point out that while the gentleman said he has spoken to the neighborhood, I seem to have missed his call. My name is Gail Whiteford. I live on the corner of 28th Avenue and Canmore Road across from West Confederation Park. I have lived there for my entire life, on and off. In fact, my father built the house that was on the lot originally when it was the last house north in the city. Since then, my father has passed away and I have rebuilt into 2 infills. That's the past. Let's talk about the future. This is the 5th meeting I've been to about the redevelopment of Banff Trail community, and I'm back again. The house across from me is slated for destruction and to be replaced by a row house. The size of the build has been altered a number of times, and now again, The new sign is back up on the front yard. The land has gone from low-density residential to low-density row housing. For the record, as I said, I'm speaking for myself and a number of residents who could not attend today because they're working. I'm retired. Look, we're not against inner city densification in a sensible manner. I, for one, had my father's build torn down, and I built 2 infills on the lot. Up until recently, redevelopment has been done taking into account of the unique features of our neighborhood. Now things seem to be spiraling out of control. Let's explain some of the reasons we think the details that are worrying. As one of the first townhouses supposed to be in our neighborhood, the scale of the plant development is extreme and does not consider respectful integration in our neighborhood. Height is a major concern. I'll get to that later. But honest, the general shape, form, and size of the building that's proposed across the alley from me is alarming. The development footprint is excessive and obtrusive relative to the surrounding homes. All newer infills and duplexes are set back much farther from the sidewalk than the proposed one. We who have lived in the neighborhood followed the restrictions as to distance between our homes and the sidewalk, 8.3 meters exactly. Now it seems to have gone awry. To achieve the size of the proposed row house, the 75-year-old healthy trees, 5 of them to be exact, are going to be torn down. The tree in front of my house was my grade 5 arbor tree, and it's still there. Yes, the plans have been placed for shrubs, but the destruction of these trees would destroy the canopy on the streets, something that I thought you, the council, wanted to increase. Talking of trees and such, my house backs on the alleyway across from the area where the row house will be built. My back garden faces south. The building of the new row house, which is to the south of my place, will eliminate 40 to 70% of the sun and light into my yard. This will effectively obliterate my vegetable and berry patches. With groceries costing so much, my garden sustains me right now all through the year. No sun, no garden. 2 more points, then I'll shut up. The first one confuses me. I have 3 garbage bins. The collection truck's empty. With the proposed development of 8 row house area, that would mean they would need, 3 times 8, so 24 garbage bins in the alley behind the proposed tiny 0.5 per unit garages. Where they're going to reside? After all, there'll only be 4 small garages in that development. And now to the final point, and thank you for indulging me. Morley Trail has 1 very large high school, 1 quite large elementary school. It has a small strip mall with very little parking, and West Confederation Park with no parking, except in front of my house. As statistics show that approximately 85% of houses own at least 1 motor vehicle, with more than 40% owning 2 or more visitor vehicles. Not to mention visitor parking. Where will the residents park? Students of Aberhart right now have little parking on their lot, so most of the parking is on the streets. Visitors to West Confederation Park.
Ms. Whiteford, you're just at time.
Okay.
Thanks very much for your presentation.
Here it is.
That's it. That's
I'm
time.
done.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
you missed 2 great paragraphs.
Well, I believe they're great. Thank you. Let's go to Robin Malagowski.
Hello, Councillor Gondok and the rest of the councillor members. I'm very happy to speak with you today because I didn't think I was going to have the opportunity because I just sent an email in, so thank you for giving me that opportunity. I wanted to let you know that I've been in the area of Banff Trail for 14 years, and I most certainly agree with Gail 100%. We met a few times. And this area of Banff Trail is an area where people do a lot of outdoor activities. There's a walking path, so there's a lot of walkers, people walking their dogs, cross-country skiing in that area. It's an area where people get together and they're very strong on when it comes to the community. And what I do want to say in this time is that I personally feel, and the other members of the community feel, that the 11-meter restriction is way too high. It will block a lot of the sun. The sun will be totally deflected in a lot of the nearby homes, and I'm also in a nearby home. So that's my biggest concern, is the height restriction. It's fine if you want to go ahead and build, but let's not go too high. There's an area where people want to enjoy it. It is Banff Trail. We still want to see the skies, you know, and councillors, please make sure that this does not get built at 11 meters. We're okay for building. There's a lot of homes coming up all over the place. I mean, I'm even surrounded by a really high building already. It's actually a duplex. And then this one going up 11 meters high, we're totally being blocked from the sun. And there's a garden in my yard, and like, how high are we going to be going up where we're, you know, in a bungalow and we're going to have all these larger areas all over the place? So my biggest concern is the height restriction. Please consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to be here. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.12? Right, seeing and hearing no one else, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item. I also don't see any questions of administration. So I'm looking for a mover. Thank you. And council, if it's in your ward and you're not going to move it, it's great to talk to a colleague and get somebody to move it. Like ahead of time would be great. Councillor Penner.
Yeah, thanks. I will move this. To the community, the height of 11 meters is what is allowed, whether that building would be a single detached or a semi-detached or a row house. So that height restriction that you're speaking to exists sort of no matter kind of what built form. What we're doing here is amending an area redevelopment plan in order to make it compliant with the land use bylaw. So this is a technical update that we are doing to make things all congruent. So I hope you can respect why these policy amendments are coming forward and the need to do them. Moved.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? I've got a request to speak in a second from Councillor Walcott, but thank you, Councillor Spencer. Go ahead, Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. I just think that sometimes information is the best thing in these moments. When I pull up Google Maps and I look at the types of housing that are on this street, especially the new infills, a new infill can go up to 10 meters. And so the difference between the front of these parcels is a meter difference from what the old bylaw was that built these new infills and the current one that is in place after rezoning. But one thing that's really important to know is that if there is ever any type of secondary accessory units in the back, courtyards, whatever, that unit in the back actually has to be shorter. It can only actually go up to 8 meters, right? Which is honestly, looking at some of the garages, only a meter more than some of the garages that are in existence in the back, just because of the pitched roofs. The rules that exist for like what I'm describing, they are exactly to address what's being talked about, especially for south-facing properties, is that during the summer, a south-facing property, sun's moving east to west, it's not too much of a concern. It's mostly during the winter times that we have to worry about it when the sun is really low on that southern horizon, which is why there's that slope in all of the different housing units. It's really important to have that slope, and that's why it's built into the bylaw. And so I know that density always comes with a lot of questions, but I figured at least the best way to approach this one is with the information that is there as to what rules we put in place a long time ago actually to mitigate these types of changes. And so any types of units in the back, any garages, et cetera, all of those have to be significantly shorter than 11 meters. The only ones that can be 11 meters are the ones on the front. And those are only 1 more meter taller than what exists right now underneath the infills that have been put into these streets. Now, I know that doesn't satisfy everybody, but I figured I might as well put that on the table because maybe it'll even help some of my colleagues.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. In the previous land use application that was before us, I'd indicated that, yes, RCG was approved as a blanket rezoning, and sometimes, we just need to approve the land use amendments, ARP amendments. But I also said at that time, you also need to take each of these applications individually because there might be some site-specific considerations, or there might be some engagement considerations, or there might be considerations of the adjacent property owners that you need to take. You just can't assume, just because we did blanket rezoning, that we automatically do a housekeeping thing. We heard from a couple of applicants here, or a couple of speakers here about the concerns there. We have 9 letters on file that says there's concerns here. And for those reasons, we need to listen and learn from our constituents as opposed to some rubber stamp just because we did blanket rezoning to which 70% of Calgarians disapproved of it. So to that point, as much as the bylaw said yes, okay, we do need to listen to our constituents who take the time to write the letters, who take the time to come here, who take the time to express why it is a concern. And as a responsible councillor for the constituents in this area, that's what I'm doing. And again, I would have moved this, before knowing we had speakers come to the room. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Penner.
Yeah, thanks. I think I'll just say this. I think there's also responsibilities to help the community understand why applications are coming forward and what within that application and that change, to Councillor Walcott's point about height, how do we inform the community so that they are not debating issues that are already sort of permitted in the land use bylaw. So that education goes all around. And do we need to listen to our residents? Absolutely. But we also need to help them so that they're also not sitting here for hours potentially making comments about an application because they don't have the information in front of them. So there's responsibility there. With that, closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, everyone.
Just to confirm, Councillor Demong, you're not present? Okay, thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes read.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 9-5 with Councillors McLean, Wong, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 2P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Wong, Chu, Sharp, Chabot, and McLean are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 2P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 2P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 2P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. That takes us on to 7.2.13.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 13 is also a policy amendment to allow for additional housing types, including row houses and townhouses within Banff Trail. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 14P 2025 for amendments to the Banff Trail Area Redevelopment Plan. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the northwest community of Banff Trail within 600 meters of the University C train station. Just west of the station is the University of Calgary campus, which is about a 10-minute walk from the site. Banff Trail School is adjacent to the site as well, and West Confederation Park is about a 2-minute walk to the northeast. Next slide, please. The mid-block site is currently developed with a single detached home with rear lane access, which is anticipated to be used for vehicle access for future development of the site. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is primarily low-density residential homes with West Confederation Park to the northeast in green and Banff Trail School shown in blue. The site is designated as the Residential Grade-Oriented Infill RCG District, which allows for a variety of low-density, grade-oriented building forms, including single-detached, semi-detached, duplexes, row houses, and townhouses. The maximum height in the district is 11 meters, and the district will allow for a maximum of 4 dwelling units here. Next slide, please. The Banff Trail Area Redevelopment Plan currently categorizes the site as low-density residential. This category is intended for single or semi-detached homes and does not include developments such as row houses or townhouses. Next slide, please. This application proposes to amend Figure 2 to categorize the site as low-density row house, which allows for additional grade-oriented low-density building forms such as row houses and townhouses. Currently, Figure 3 notes the maximum height is as per the land use bylaw. An amendment to Figure 3 is also proposed to clarify that the maximum height is 11 meters in alignment with the RCG district. Next slide, please. This application allows for additional housing types to align with the existing district on the site. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 14P 2025. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.13. Do we have Ryan Cairns? Do we have Ryan Cairns on the line?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. Ryan Cairns here. I'm the applicant for this minor policy amendment before you today, also in Banff Trail. Similar to the last, this is another RCG application, and we're looking to align the ARP with the bylaw RCG zoning. I do want to mention we do have a DP under consideration right now for a 4-unit townhouse with secondary suites. It is a 2-story building at about 9.6 meters in height, with 3-bedroom units and 1- and 2-bedroom basement suites. I do also want to note the great location within the city, close to LRT, close to amenities that would support someone living without a vehicle. If there are any questions, I'm here to answer, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to join us today. Let's go to Graham Evans.
Good afternoon, Council. My name's Graham Evans. I've lived at 3231 Cochrane Road for 13 years with my family. I'm here today to respectfully ask Council to disregard the proposal to redesignate the land at 3223 Cochrane Road Northwest from low density residential to low density row house, because we have to remember that not every location is appropriate. For some additional context, this site is directly across the street from Banff Trail Elementary School, and parking is not permitted on the streets surrounding the school. A monitored crosswalk extends across the application's frontage the entire way, further limiting parking. Competition for parking is also impacted by our proximity to Averhart, the high school, University of Calgary, McMahon Stadium, and the LRT. Our nearness to the elementary school also results in significant traffic congestion and excessive on-street parking. Due to irregular bylaw enforcement, the effectiveness of parking zones are also greatly reduced. The statutory Banff Trail ARP notes that low-density residential areas are intended to maintain stability within the community and protect existing residential character within the quality of the neighborhood. The ARP was put in place for a reason, to provide community perspective to propose redesignations of specific sites in Banff Trail. The objectives of this Banff Trail ARP and the views of the affected parties should not be dismissed lightly in our rush towards densification. As such, we strongly disagree with the Planning and Development Services Report 7.2.13, which states that the proposal does allow for development that is compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. The development of a massive 4-unit townhouse with secondary suites mid-block at 3223 Cochrane Road is not in scale or in character with the existing context. The development footprint of 88% is excessive and obtrusive relative to all the surrounding homes. It does not consider respectful integration within the neighborhood. Front yard setbacks are significantly different from the adjacent properties. My home is set back 8.13 meters from the sidewalk to comply with the land use bylaw, and it is functionally our main outdoor living space. The proposed townhouse is set back a minimum 3 meters. The large boxy structure extending out to the sidewalk does not respect the privacy or the scale of adjacent low density residential uses. It will create a very uncomfortable space for neighbors. Mature vegetation, 10 trees and shrubs have already been removed from the property as it has already been demolished. There is inadequate parking to support 8 units, ensuring there's no overspill into adjacent residential parking areas. The applicant also chose not to conduct community outreach related to their development. However, they stated that they would engage directly with any parties that provided comments to the DP file manager. We have not been contacted to date. I think that these choices speak volumes to the character of the applicant and their care and interest in our community. We also disagree with the applicant's statement that the background and planning evaluation, attachment 1, that proposed the policy amendments align with the objectives and South Saguenapie Communities Area Plan from 2011. The evaluation states the amendment will allow for the creation of attractive housing areas that provide appropriate scale and density in order to retain existing and attract new residents. The proposed amendment was to enable the development of massive mid-block townhouses and is not appropriate and will not retain existing residents. We and other neighbors are devastated by this, and if this proposal is approved, we will likely be seeking to move. Development of a mid-block townhouse at 3223 Cochrane Road is not needed to increase densification or provide greater housing choices in Banff Trail. The current ARP designates a multitude of sites as low-density townhouses, including the full length of Morley Trail, which is adjacent to Cochrane Road. In closing, I believe strongly that the ARP correctly identifies our street as low-density residential to preserve and protect the existing residential character and quality of the neighborhood. If the city's objective is to reasonably and responsibly increase densification over time, this policy amendment should not be allowed to proceed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Evans. You have a question from Councillor Penner.
From who, sorry? Oh, yes.
Just 1 second. Mayor, do you want to procedurally finish this item?
Oh, yeah, it's 3:15. Can I just get general consent to finish? Anyone opposed to that? Seeing and hearing none, we'll keep going. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Jones, or Mr. Evans, I'm so sorry. This area is part of the future South Saguenapie Local Area Plan, which is coming to council very shortly.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to make sure you're aware of that, so you're opposed today, but so what are your thoughts on the local area plan? Or I just want to make sure that you know. My question is, do you know about the plan so that you can also make sure that you have the opportunity to make comments then?
Yes, I've been involved in the consultation on the plan and been in common communication with some of the community people.
Okay, sounds good. And so recognizing that the local area plan would mirror essentially the amendment, but what's before us today?
Yes, and we're fully aware that Morley Trail, some of that will be changing a little bit in the South Saguenapie LAP.
Okay.
As opposed to the ARP with Banff Trail.
Okay.
Morley Trail, I think on our side of the street, they'd be allowing up to 4 stories.
Okay.
But that's high density.
Okay.
And that was one thing we've been very concerned about.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure that there was clarity because there's lots of bouncing balls. All good. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. There's no other questions for you. Thanks for taking the time today. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.13? All right, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I am also not seeing any questions of administration, so I am looking for a mover. Councillor Spencer. No one's in the queue, so I'll rely on you.
Opened.
Thanks. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Penner, thank you. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this is another one of those ARP amendments because, again, we have blanket rezoning. And as I mentioned earlier, considerations of the constituents in the area need to be taken into consideration. I had consultation with the communities back in the springtime. My staff had consultations with the community just before the Christmas holidays on this one. And they do understand both the South Shaganappi LIP, but also the amendments that are associated with the RCG. And as a result of that, they've come forward and said, no, this is not appropriate. The reason that it's not appropriate is, again, if you take a look at the map on here, and as referred to by Mr. Evans, is the potential of having a development 3 meter with a 3 meter setback from the front really, affects the line of sight from the adjacent property looking into the sidewalk. So in other words, 8 meter setback, 3 meter setback, the angle of view is very limited into just what's in front of the house as opposed to down the street. And again, when you talk about kids walking out of the house, you literally lose sight of the kids once they, literally, venture maybe 1 or 2 meters off the property line. So for that reason, that was one of the reasons why we're not supportive of this. It's site specific. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. Again, I just wanted to, there was something that the applicant said that I think is worth bringing up is if the applicant is willingly going to do a 9.6 in particular, so less than 10 meters, then the difference street side from the infills 3 doors down is from the street side, they'll look the same. The difference will be what you described, which is like the proximity to the sidewalk, right? The 8 meter setback versus the 3. The streetscape experience, especially in a restricted parking area by a school, is going to be very, very similar. I will admit, anytime you do anything with suites, anytime you do something with like a courtyard or accessory building, chances are you're going to have some experience with cars. But I would just want to clarify that reason why RCG is considered low density as well is because when you're looking at how the streetscape changes, the question is to add more housing, is it appropriate to move up the setback from one parcel to another while maintaining the same kind of like heights, same kind of massings on the street. And I would argue that just like everyone else with regards to our land use bylaw, that RCG is low density. And we do have conflicting language across a variety of ARPs just because of dates, times, et cetera. But I do at least want to put it into perspective that the experience from the street is not much different, but it is not the same. I will admit, it is not the same. It's an 8 meter setback versus a 3. And of course, the fact that we'll have more neighbors.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back over to you, Councillor Spencer.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you, Mayor Gondek. All votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 7-6 with Councillors Demong, McLean, Wong, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 14P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Wong, Councillor Chu, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Chabot, Councillor McLean.
Councillor Demong.
Again, Councillor Demong. Thank you. And that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 14P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 14P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 14P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. With that, we will break for half an hour, and we'll be back here at 3:53. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the public hearing of council. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Penner. Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Councillor Spencer.
Present.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong.
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness.
Here.
Councillor Carra. Here. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
Present.
Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you. Quorum.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Stengel, 7.2.14.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 14 is a land use amendment to allow for mixed-use development along a main street. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 28D 2025 for the redesignation of 5 parcels along Center Street from a direct control district and the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district to the mixed-use general MU1 district with varying heights and floor area ratios across the site. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the northern community of Tuxedo Park along Center Street, which is identified as an urban main street in the municipal development plan and is also part of the primary transit network. Confederation Park and Queen's Park Cemetery are to the west, and the Winston and Fox Hollow Golf Clubs are to the east. Next slide, please. The site is comprised of all 5 parcels on the block face between 30th and 31st Avenue, which includes a rear lane for future vehicle access. The northern parcels are currently vacant, and the southern parcel is currently developed with a single-story commercial building. Tuxedo Park and the Community Association building are located to the southeast across the intersection and are visible on the lower right-hand corner of this image. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is primarily low-density residential homes with commercial, mixed-use, and multi-residential developments running along Center Street. The park and community association site are green in this image. The subject site is currently designated with 2 districts across the block. The northern 3 parcels are designated as the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district, and which allows for a variety of low-density, grade-oriented building forms with a maximum height of 11 meters. If consolidated, these parcels would allow for 11 units. The southern 2 parcels are designated as a direct control district, labeled 4Z92 here, which is based on the local commercial district of the previous 2P80 land use bylaw. This district allows for general commercial uses and excludes uses related to medical services, restaurants, auto services, vets, liquor stores, and billiards. Next slide, please. The application proposes the mixed-use general MU1 district with varying floor area ratios and heights across the site. The MU1 district allows for either commercial or residential uses at grade and includes building height chamfers to reduce impacts on neighboring lower intensity districts, such as those across the lane. The northern portion of the site is proposing a maximum floor area ratio of 3.7 and a maximum height of 23 meters, which is about 6 stories. The southern portion of the site is proposing a maximum floor area ratio of 5.5 and a maximum height of 42 meters, or about 12 stories. Next slide, please. This application is in alignment with the North Hill Community's local area plan. Map 3 urban form shows this site is part of the neighborhood commercial category, which supports mixed-use development. Next slide, please. Map 4 of the local area plan shows increased heights around the intersection at a maximum of 12 stories, with heights decreasing to 6 stories along the block face. This application aligns with this as well, decreasing from the southern portion of the site to the northern. Next slide, please. This application allows for mixed-use development in alignment with local policy along an urban main street and the primary transit network. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.14. Do we have hands, Cole?
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Hans Kappa with Casola Kappa Architect, the applicant on this file. And I'm also here with Hive Development, who can answer any questions about engagement. I don't really have that much to say on this because it is not a concurrent application. It took a little bit of stick handling to kind of figure out how to deal with the two different heights on the land use on a single lot. But this is planned as a phased development. The general idea is to kind of keep the business that's on site right now where it is, build the first phase in the north and then move that business in there so they can always keep kind of a local area. And then we also spend quite a bit of time just making sure that the parkade on a very shallow lot would work on this in a phased development. So that much design we've done, but beyond that, really just kind of lining things up with policy.
And that's just fine because we're only at land use, so.
Yes.
Thank you for that. I don't see anybody in the queue with any questions, so thanks for taking the time to join us. And do we have Amr Hamadia?
Good afternoon, everyone. Amr had to step out on an emergency, and I'll be filling in for him.
Sure. Who's this?
My name is Ziad Farhat, and I'm the new Director of Operations at the Hamadia Company.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I truly appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. On behalf of our team and investors, I'd like to share our vision for a mixed-use residential and commercial development that we believe will be a valuable addition to the community. The development is designed with the goal of creating a place where people can live, work, and thrive. It will provide new housing options to meet the needs of our growing community, commercial spaces that support local businesses and create jobs, modern infrastructure and amenities that will improve the area for everyone. We understand that the development is a big responsibility, and we also understand that there are concerns from the community and that's why we are committed to working closely with the community, city officials, and everyone involved to make sure that this project reflects what's important here. We are here to listen and ensure we are meeting both the present and future needs of the area. We are excited about this development can bring, and we hope to move forward with your support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just looking to see if there's any questions for you, and I don't see any in the queue. So thanks for taking the time to be with us today. And let me ask, is there anybody else wishing to speak to, oh, there is actually 7.2.14. We've got Chris Frederick.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Council. My name is Chris Frederick, and I'm representing myself as an adjacent property owner. I am the second house over from the proposed land use change on 30th Avenue Northwest. I'm here today to express my concern to Council on the proposed land use resignation described in LOC 2024-0064 between 30th and 31st Avenue Northwest on Center Street. More specifically, the height to the proposed land use change to MU 1F5.5H42 district for the portion of the site located south of the lane of the development site that would allow for a maximum building height of 42 meters or approximately 12 stories. This application states that it aligns with the North Hill Community's local area plan, which envisions the neighborhood commercial urban form category with up to 6 stories on the north part and up to 12 stories on the south part, low and mid building scale modifiers respectively in this location. Clerk, could you please open the NHC station map, if not so already? I can't see it. The North Hill Community's local area plan was developed with the premise that the Green Line LRT would be coming up Center Street North from downtown, and to allow for higher density developments to be built around LRT stations, if you see the map. For this development, the Green Line LRT station would be located at 28th Avenue North, 200 meters from the proposed land use amendment. Clerk, could you please open the NHC map that I sent in? With no immediate plans to extend the Green Line LRT north on Center Street from downtown, and more specifically, no LRT stop at 28th Avenue North, there is limited transportation support outside of existing bus routes for high-density developments to be developed in the surrounding area. As an adjacent property owner, I have concerns and objections to the proposed land use redesignation. By executing land use changes based on an expected future state, we are opening the door for developments to be built in aging communities that will not have the city infrastructure to support it. Further, putting a burden on the community and surrounding property owners that these high-density future developments will be built in. With this in mind, there needs to be better communication and diligence to succinctly inform property owners of the implications of local area plans that could impact their property. During the rezoning process, the city argued that the rezoning does not mean that apartment buildings can be built on parcels where single detached homes are today. However, my local area plan defies that statement. My property and surrounding city block on 30th Avenue Northwest is impacted by the Northfield Community Local Area Plan, with the ability to have 6-story complexes built on parcels where single detached homes exist today, further encroaching high-density developments into the community away from Center Street. I would request that the city provide a clear explanation to landowners over the impact of local area plans, especially where the plans have been developed based on the existence of future amenities that may not exist, i.e. the north section of the Green Line LRT. I believe it is irresponsible to allow land use changes based on local area plans that have had significant amendments to their essence. In this scenario, again, the Green Line LRT coming north. Plans need to be fluid and must change in stride with the progress of future developments of city amenities. Without this alignment, we are gambling that our current ecosystem of Tuxedo Park will be unaffected by the open development that high-density developments will bring to our community. While we are not at the development permit stage yet, we have seen drawings for a 12-story building and have been told that it will fit with the character of the neighborhood. I oppose this view, as Tuxedo Park is a century-old community with single-family homes, many of them bungalows. This building will tower over the community, causing significant shading issues. It will increase the congestion of the limited available on-street parking. My neighbors have similar concerns, and their concerns have been shared with the city manager. I thank you for your time, and I recommend that council oppose this land use amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You have a question from Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Fredericks, for being here. You made reference to the future of the Green Line going up north, and again, you're right, it may be a few years away. Are you aware also that we are contemplating, not actually more than contemplating, planning for expansion of the BRT up Center Street?
That is correct. I've seen the development of BRT already, although it's just supporting the existing bus routes that are there.
Okay. I think one of the things that you've seen is creation of bus layways from 28th Avenue North, and we will start to do that from 28th Avenue South. So you will actually see more transit up and down that Center Street corridor. Okay, that was it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.14? Okay, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. Also does not look like there are any questions of, there are questions of administration. Councillor Wong.
Yeah, a question of administration. I'm also prepared to move this. Administration, just a quick question relative to parking on this application site. We're meeting the minimum parking requirements based upon what's been contemplated, is that correct?
There is no development permit at this stage, but they would need to follow the parking requirements within the land use bylaw, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, ready to move. Thank you. Thank you. Council, this is, again, a opportunity to do multi-residential development. You've heard the applicant say this will take a phased approach. This is, again, on the not only the future Green Line, but ultimately in the near future, a BRT system. One of the things that we often talk about is putting these very close to our corridors, transit corridors, and again, this type of development is appropriate. I am very, quite aware of the concerns about height and that. And again, as mentioned, we'll have that greater conversation. We'll have a development permit. Last thing I'll say is that when I first moved to Calgary back in '84, this is where I bought my first vacuum. So there's a great history there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan to second. Do you wish to weigh in?
I think Councillor Wong covered most of it, but I guess I'll just say Center Street is really ripe for redevelopment. And, I certainly understand where people are coming from of wanting to have, all of the amenities there in the way that they will be in a future state. But the Best Rapid Transit does do a good job. And we are having this struggle everywhere in the periphery of the suburbs as well, right? The entire community of Livingston is built around these transit corridors. So I think Councillor Wong is right to move it. And, we'll see this redevelopment go up this corridor and hopefully eventually one day a Green Line, but a well-functioning BRT in the meantime. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Over to you to close, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Meehan, for working together with us on Great Center Street. Close.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 28D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 28D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 28D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 28D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Let's go on to item 7.2.15. Ms. Stengel.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 15 is a land use amendment to allow for mixed-use development in a major activity center along the primary transit network. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 34D 2025 for the redesignation of 5116 Richard Road Southwest from a direct control district to the mixed-use general MU1 district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southwest community of Lincoln Park at the southeast corner of Richard Road and Mount Royal Gate. This area is identified as being part of a major activity center and along the primary transit network as per the municipal development plan. Amenities within walking distance include Mount Royal University, the Lincoln Park Shopping Center, and the Westmount Corporate Campus, which contains commercial and office uses. Next slide, please. The site is currently undeveloped and has undergone some grading as seen here. The adjacent parcel to the southwest is the Lincoln Park Fire Station. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is a mix of multi-residential, commercial, institutional, and industrial businesses. The subject site is currently designated with a direct control DC district based on the mixed-use general MU1 district. The DC allows for a maximum density of 165 units per hectare, varying heights decreasing from 32 meters in the north to 25 meters and 20 meters along the south, and a maximum floor area ratio of 1.6. Vehicle rental and sales were removed from the base MU1 district, and a variety of recreation uses were added. Next slide, please. The application proposes the mixed-use general district to provide additional flexibility on the site. The district allows for commercial or residential uses at grade and has no maximum or minimum density requirements. The proposal includes a maximum floor area ratio of 3.0 and a maximum height across the entire site of 32 meters. This is in alignment with the Curry Barracks CFB West Master Plan, which identifies the site as mixed-use commercial. Next slide, please. This application allows for mixed-use development in alignment with local policy in a major activity center along the primary transit network. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 34D 2025. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.15. Do we have Jennifer Duff?
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek, members of council. My name is Jennifer Duff, and I'm with BNA Studios. I'm the applicant and speaking in favor of this land use amendment application. Today, I'm here with Kathy Oberg with BNA, as well as Miguel Martinez from Quadrille Property Group, who are the owners of the site. Next slide, please. The Westmount Southlands are ideally located in the southwest inner-city community of Lincoln Park, in close proximity to Mount Royal University, commercial amenities, and employment lands. The 13.3-acre site is located within a major activity center and is within 600 meters of primary transit through bus rapid transit system. This BRT provides service to the Max Teal and Max Yellow BRT, providing residents connections to the Westbrook LRT station and to downtown. These undeveloped lands are in an ideal location for multi-residential and to be located with arterial and urban boulevard standard streets on the north and west sides. Next slide, please. Westmount South envisions a pedestrian-friendly and transit-oriented development. The proposed development will be predominantly residential with some commercial at key locations. Publicly accessible green space is proposed in the heart of the development and is intended to encourage community gathering. Next slide, please. Through our land use amendment, we are seeking to increase density and aid with Calgary's housing strategy and increase housing supply. The existing direct control district that was approved in 2019 is based on the MU1 district, but limits the maximum floor area ratio to 1.6, the maximum building height to 20, 25, and 32 meters, and the number of units to 891. These limiting factors do not allow the site to be developed to its full potential. This site has sat vacant and undeveloped for many years and is not economically viable to be developed under the current land use. The proposed land use amendment maintains the overall vision and existing MU1 base district, but increases the maximum floor area ratio by 1.4 to 3 and applies the current maximum building height of 32 meters across the entire site. The intent is to develop the site with 6-story residential and mixed-use buildings under what the current building code allows with wood frame construction. However, we are seeking a height that is higher to allow for flexibility in building design and to be able to respond to future changes to the building code as it continues to evolve. The proposed land use also removes the maximum unit count for the site to allow for greater flexibility and to allow for the site to provide more housing. The location within a major activity center makes this an ideal location to support additional height and density. Next slide, please. The overall design concept is actually very similar to what was proposed in 2019, which is shown in the top right-hand corner. The current design concept, shown on the left, demonstrates how the site could accommodate medium-density housing envisioned through the proposed land use amendment. This will allow for a variety of unit sizes to better accommodate residents of various ages and in different life stages. Both concepts envision vibrant street-oriented development connected by sidewalks, pathways, and publicly accessible private roadways. Publicly accessible green space is proposed in the heart of the development and would be designed like the square-boat parks found in Garrison Green and Garrison Woods. Next slide, please. Our engagement for this application consisted of community outreach through direct communication with the surrounding community associations, an informational flyer, a public information session, and follow-up email notifications. A promotional postcard, community signage, and CA communication were used to promote our public information session. We also reached out directly to the 2 older adult communities directly south of the site to offer in-person meetings and provide additional information to their residents who may not have been able to access the virtual engagement event. Detailed feedback received can be found in the What We Heard report that is attached to your council report. Next slide, please. The proposed land use is appropriate and represents a modest increase in density to allow for more housing to be provided in a major activity center in an inner city community that is rich with amenities. We are asking council to approve and give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw to allow for the redesignation of this site. Thank you very much, and we're happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here today.
Thank you.
Let's go to Leanne Ellis. Do we have Leanne Ellis for 7.2.15? How about Carly Blair?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Hi, is that Carly?
This is Carly Blair, yes.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, well, good afternoon. I'll just start by saying that I speak on behalf of my family, who has been in the neighborhood of Garrison Green for over 15 years. But I also know that I speak on behalf of a lot of members of our close-knit community, that I am not alone when I say that we are opposed to the redesignation from the existing DC site to a MU-1 site with a FAR of 3. This change would effectively double the dwellings that are currently permitted on the site to almost 1,700 units. The original proposal and then engagement consultation, I've lost my spot. And while there was plenty of compromise, it was generally seen as fair. This application flew under the radar of a lot of people in the neighborhood. This new plan strays from the original plan that was supported by the community. It was undeveloped land for sure, and it is understood that it should be utilized, but the proposal for tiny dorm-like units is not acceptable. We are opposed to this application because of the additional density impact. None of this is coming with upgrades to infrastructure or any amenities. With the original plan that engaged the community back in 2019, there was the promise of amenities and walkable spaces, not just dense residential neighborhoods or dorms. It was presented as being family-oriented. The new designation that they don't have any commitment to any retail. They are creating a bigger, denser neighborhood with members that will have to drive to get to any shops and amenities, creating more traffic, noise, and increasing safety concerns for families in this community. If council allows this redesignation to MU-1, then the developers will not need to create any of these walkable retail spaces that we were promised. Coming back to traffic, issues with this have not been adequately addressed. As has been discussed throughout most of your day today, the units could have at least one vehicle. It has not been addressed where are these extra 1,700 vehicles going to park. Simply stating that we will determine parking at the time of building is not adequate. Then there are questions of entering and leaving the community. There are already traffic lineups to get onto Glenmore and Crowchild at peak times. What is going to be done with the extra 1,700 vehicles? This change in land use feels very under the radar and does not feel like it was done in good trust. It feels like it was snuck in with the hopes that community members would not notice. And they did a pretty good job of that. I'll finish by saying that it is understood that something must be done with the land. The existing land use for this site is appropriate, and I know that I'm not alone when I say we are opposed to the new application for this site. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just going to make sure there's no questions for you in the queue, and I don't see any, so thanks for joining us. Do we have Sarah Orton?
Leanne Ellis is here. Can you hear me?
Hi, Leanne. We can hear you. And do I
Yeah,
also hear Sarah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can let Leanne go first. No problem.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you very much. Go ahead, Leanne.
You didn't hear me when I had hit the off mute last time, so I'll start now. Mayor Gondek and City Council, I'm speaking on behalf of the Rutland Park Community Association. This application falls within our boundaries. We are opposed to the land use redesignation from the existing DC site to an MU1 site with an FAR of 3. This change will effectively double the 891 dwelling units that are currently permitted on this site to almost 1,700 dwelling units. This site is already designated to accommodate mixed-use residential and commercial uses that are street-oriented. We had previously supported a land use redesignation on this site to accommodate mixed use with a density cap of 891 dwelling units. The intent was to build medium density in the ATCO lands as a complement to Garrison Green and focus high density in Curry Barracks. The goal of this new application is simply to increase the residential density and increase the permitted heights across the site. This application will significantly reduce the number of missing middle units that will be provided. We supported the previous land use redesignation to the current DC site because it helped build community and the larger units would accommodate families. The existing land use modifiers and site restrictions were carefully considered during the 2019 land use amendment to make sure that the site would fit within the density maximums of the CFB West Master Plan as a whole. We supported that application and believe that the existing DC land use is appropriate and would contribute to the greater community. Residents are looking for amenities and walkable spaces, not just dense residential neighborhoods. The developer has indicated that they will not commit to providing retail space there, and the community desperately needs a grocery store. We believe that doubling the density and changing the height modifiers on this site will cause issues for current residents in Garrison Green, especially since we have already supported an application for higher density on the adjacent lot on Peacekeepers Way, which is closer to Crowchild Trail. So we have already supported a higher density application on the adjoining lot, adjacent lot, sorry. There are definite benefits to keeping the existing land use rather than redesignating this site to MU1. One of the biggest reasons is that the developer will not commit to building anything other than residential units on the site with no maximum density per se. Residents were supportive of the prior redesignation because the focus was on providing ground floor commercial and creating vibrant community spaces. We believe that the existing land use for this site is appropriate and are opposed to the new application for the reasons we have indicated. Furthermore, we would like to see the city pushing developers to develop sites shortly after a land use redesignation to prevent them from sitting on the sites and waiting to do further upzoning several years down the road when they deem it to be more profitable. We believe that this practice is directly contributing to our housing crisis and needs to be strongly discouraged. Please oppose this application and help developers focus the density in Curry Barracks where it has already been approved. We are opposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time today. And let's go to Sarah Orton, please.
Hi there. Thank you to Mayor Gondek and the councillors for hearing our thoughts today. My name is Sarah Orton, and I'm a community member in Garrison Green. I'm going to be reading a little bit. It may sound like I'm reading, or if I say we, it's just because I'm collecting the thoughts from a lot of neighbors and similar opinions. So a few of the things that I'm going to say also repeat and echo what the others have said before. I'm still going to repeat them, and I hope that's okay. Sorry about any repetition. So we're opposed to the land use redesignation from the existing DC site to an MU1 site with that FAR of 3. Essentially, we're looking at doubling the number of units from about 890 to almost 1,700, which isn't just a small change in density. Like, that's a lot of extra people in an area that doesn't currently have a huge number of units. I also would like to push back against the rhetoric that has been presented that this is an amenity-rich and a transit-rich area. The original proposal that was presented back in 2019 had a lot of community engagement. It had consultation, and obviously everybody's going to prefer single-family homes, but the current land use that we have is seen by everybody as a fair compromise and very appropriate for that particular site. We feel that the developer now wants to double all of that, throw out all of that consultation in the original work, and to me it just seems like setting a bad precedent of approving land and then trying to sort of upzone things while flying under the radar. So there's very few people that were really aware of these proposed changes. You know, I read the public engagement report by Quadrail, and I'll get to that shortly. So I have 4 main issues that I wanted to address: the changes to the density and how they don't fit with the CFB West Master Plan, their impact on the community through that density, the elimination of the need for retail and walkable space and everything that we were originally pitched would be removed with that change to the MU1, the traffic and parking issues that were not addressed by Quadrail, and then the misrepresentation of all this public engagement that supposedly happened. So the first one regarding the density and how it fits with the CFB master plan, one of the biggest issues is just how it strays from the original plan that was supported by the community. So the Garrison Green area neighbors, Lincoln Park, we would prefer the lower density, and we understand the need in general for increased density, and that's what the DC site does. So that redesignation was intended to support higher density. We have other areas in close by, like the ATCO headquarters that was developed, and they did just a really amazing job of creating a beautiful space that respects and blends in with Garrison Green and Lincoln Park, and it integrates nicely. So this proposal really counters that and threatens the character and charm and the intended purpose of this particular area. The new proposal really looks at much smaller, tiny units, a little bit like university dorms, and maybe that's the intention because it's so close to the university, whereas the previous land use designation helped build and foster community, and larger units could accommodate families. This new application with massive density was not the intended use and the overall purpose when they planned the larger area in the southwest here. So there was a lot of community engagement back in 2019, and that created the existing land use modifiers, and site restrictions were also carefully considered to make sure that the site would fit within the density maximums of that, like the CFB master plan as a whole. So the redesignation supports that greater community, like large family-oriented, those missing middle units and so on. So doubling the density and changing the height modifiers would really have that impact and take that away from that Garrison Green and Lincoln Park area, especially when we've already had other applications nearby for higher density. So we're just worried as well that the precedent that this sets, and if this cap removal does occur, then I'm not sure what's going to happen to nearby areas as well, like if parking lots are going to be turned into these really large apartment buildings as well. None of this is proposed to come along with any changes to infrastructure or amenities. The second major issue, and the other ones are shorter. Sorry, I feel like this is getting a bit long.
You're just at time.
Yep. Oh, okay, that's fine. I think a lot of it repeats. Can I just say one last thing?
Nope.
Is that okay?
Sorry. Yeah.
No,
You're
okay.
at time, but
That's all right.
here's the good news, though.
No problem.
You have a question from Councillor Penner.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks, Ms. Orton. So I've heard 3 times now that there's no upgrades to infrastructure or amenities in the area. And so I guess what I'm wondering is what infrastructure or upgrades would you hope to see from a development like this? Like what's needed or missing?
So I would think that something with like retail on the bottom, even if it's not a grocery store, but like a Shoppers Drug Mart, maybe some restaurants, anything like that, walkability, but also infrastructure to the roads. I literally just came from driving MRU through that area on 50th Avenue. The lineup was all the way back like at the high schools to get onto Glenmore, and then it was backed up to get onto Crowchild from 50th. Like, there's no planned upgrades to any of these roads that are going to come along with this increased density. And it's already, like insane trying to get out there. It took probably 20 minutes just to get from MRU into Lakeview because of the backup on those roads. And so if we're proposing just on that small plot of land, an extra 1,700 units to that, I completely disagree with the statement that this is a transit-rich area. These were things that were brought up at the meeting in September, and I don't think that public engagement addresses it. There's a tiny little square box that talks about transport and parking, and it's literally one sentence. And so I don't see any proposed additional, I might be using the wrong terms, like this is not my field, but any proposed like amenities or changes to the roads or infrastructure and things like that to accommodate all of this extra traffic. Also with removal, now that if it goes to MU1, I was at the meeting and they said, well, we would envision some retail and we envision adding some amenities, but there's no commitment to it and they don't have to because that part would be removed.
Okay, thanks. That really helps.
I also question when these traffic studies were done too.
Yep,
there's no
for sure.
transparency on the traffic studies.
Helps me understand sort of the scale of what you would be looking at. So thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you, Ms. Orton, so thanks very much for taking the time to be with us today. And let me just ask.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.15? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close.
I do. There is one other person. Can you hear?
Hi there. My name is Nicole Goetschel, and I just wanted to speak quickly in regards to this item we're discussing. My name is Nicole Goetschel. I've been a member of the Garrison Green community.
Hold on a second, Nicole. Are you registered to speak?
Yes. Yeah, I sent an email this morning.
Okay, hang on. We're going to find you because I don't have you at all.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Okay, Nicole, I don't have you. We can't find you, but can you just spell your name for us?
Sure. It's spelled Nicole, And my last name is Gocal.
Okay, please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Like I said, my name is Nicole Gochel. I've been a member of the community of Garrison Green for 10 years. I am opposed to the land use redesignation at 5116 Richard Road Southwest. I will be repeating a lot of the same details as past commenters. We supported the previous application with the belief that the existing DC land use would be contributing to the greater community, with that intent of having larger family-orientated homes and missing middle units. The existing land use was achieved after extensive engagement with the community and residents and was supported by most residents. As a community, we are looking for amenities and walkable spaces, not just dense residential neighborhoods. The intent was agreed that was to build medium density in the ATCO lands and is to complement the community of Garrison Green and to focus high density in Curry Barracks. As a community, we are feeling honestly not very pleased with the lack of consultation on the new plan. There was hardly any information shared with the community in regards to this new proposal, and we were just asking that our voices are heard on the matter.
Great, thank you very much for joining us today. I don't see any questions for you in the queue.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.15? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I will close the public hearing on this item. Let's go to Councillor Walcott with a question of admin.
Thank you. One of the themes that we heard over was the DC's kind of guarantee of retail, but my understanding is that the base district is an MU1, so the same, like the DC was based on an MU1 and then this is an MU1. And that has always been a flexible district with regards to retail to allow for some, well, market decisions to dictate what goes where. Is there something in the previous DC that mandates it? Because otherwise I would have assumed it would go to MU2.
That is correct. The base district before was the MU1, which does allow for that flexibility. That flexibility would continue on with the stock district of the MU1. There's nothing that would have required it in the previous direct control district.
Yeah, it's just the same vision and commitments to the area underneath the Curry master plan, the West District master plan, that would have dictated the appropriate commercial uses in the space?
That is correct, yes.
And there's no changes to the Curry master plan with regards to the major activity centers here?
Correct. We do note in the report that we're in alignment, but we don't have any policy amendments for this one.
And okay, that's all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. So one of the things I heard about was amenities with respect to road upgrades, but those would be fairly significant interchanges, 50th and Crowchild and Glenmore. But it's my understanding we've done some upgrades in the area recently. Is the administration able to speak to like when that intersection got upgraded? Can you speak to that a little bit?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Penner. Out the top of my head, I can't speak to when that was upgraded. I will say that the very recent transportation impact assessment done shows all the intersections around here, including Crowchild and 50th, Richard Road, Glenmore Trail, etc., and directly around the site are operating well within our guidelines. We're surrounded by 4-lane roads, interchanges to skeletal roadways, and there are, future plans for interchanges as well at Richard Road and Glenmore Trail. So from the traffic analysis that we did, we see very little impact overall to the road network. Of course, there is an impact, but these roads are designed for this. And one thing to note is that there is a decrease of almost 90,000 square feet of commercial that was put into the original transportation impact assessment, which is a significant number of trips. So the net difference with the multifamily is 100 to 200 because of that commercial reduction as well. And one last thing to note is that both Glenmore Trail and Crowchild have experienced, Glenmore Trail, for example, has experienced a 28% decrease in average daily volume since 2018 to when these counts were conducted in March. So we're satisfied with the proposal in front of us.
Great, thanks. So, and I just want to clarify a point that you said is when you actually add commercial into a mixed use development, you increase vehicle trips, not decrease them, correct?
When you add any kind of, yes, when you add any kind of use, you add trips. For commercial, it's lower in the AM, much higher in the PM versus multifamily. So there is that, which is fairly even AM and PM. So there is that distribution, but for sure, the additional removal of commercial and other uses does change the trip generation.
Okay, thanks. And I just want to touch on transit really quickly. There are 4 bus routes, I believe, that go along here, and 2 of them are BRT. Am I correct? There's the 9, the 13, the yellow, and the teal.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. I don't have any other questions for administration right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There are no other questions for administration, so I'll look for someone to move the item. Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. Happy to move for it. A lot of the discussion that's been had, especially with a lot of the feedback that we've received from the public, has been really around kind of the hypothetical scenario of what happens if we just straight double this because of the additional heights and then the changes from, unit counts to FARs, or to FAR. I also think there's been maybe, I think, too harsh of a take on the possibility that students could live here. I understand the urge for local communities to always want and push for what many will use the language of family-oriented housing as the only option here. But I also just sometimes want to offer some context that anytime we're in and around a community like Mount Royal, you are finding yourselves in spaces where I think it's best that we actually start to integrate these spaces, to view these as supportive amenities for an area, because as someone who traveled 2 hours a day to get to university, I would have loved an opportunity to live near it. And frankly, the life that it offered me at that school and the community that it offered me, I wish it extended beyond the parcel itself. And so the language that we use when we talk about what's part of our community and what could be theirs, I do want to push back a little bit, because I think that this is such a gem for any part of the city to have. And it's something that if we embraced more, I think we'd have a lot better outcomes. The flexibility that this offers is also something that I just want to address quickly. One of my biggest, frustrations in general about when we create direct controls that are so specific is that if there's ever a shift in the economic landscape of a city, of a province, of a country, internationally, these places sit empty, and we're forced to do this over and over again. And I can count on, just with all of you in the room, just the amount of empty sites we have purely because we restricted them to a specific use, one time, anchored in history, and said, this is what's good for the community, and then nothing else is appropriate. And we're experiencing that over in Curry. We're experiencing that here. We're experiencing that on the ATCO lands beside it, is that if we don't start to look at community from a perspective of flexibility, we're just going to keep leaving places a field of dirt. And I think that's something that's more important to us, which is to build housing, to offer that flexibility, and to let people come into our community than to demand a certain type of housing that reflects us, is really just a different way of saying a certain type of person. So I think that I really hope that everyone supports the flexibility that this offers, and also that none of the changes to retail, none of the shifting landscapes, it's all within the district. Commercial is still accepted top to bottom on this site. It's across from a commercial site, and there's an expectation for commercial to be embedded in the ATCO lands when that develops as well too. There will be a significant amount of amenities that will be offered in this area in addition to what's already here. So with that, I'm happy to move.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor Penner to second this.
Yeah, thanks. Happy to second this. And recognizing what I hear from the community and the desire for those walkable amenities, it's a bit of a kind of careful what you wish for, because we also know that those amenities, while walkable for some, will become a driving destination for others. And so in that balance that we're trying to strike around traffic, I think what's really important about this application and thinking about 2019 and what's changed between 2019 and now is a lot. What's changed is the housing need, what's changed is the economics to build. And while we are generally precluded from having that conversation and thinking about that, we need to think about it to Councillor Walcott's point, if we don't want bare land, or if we want housing that can actually meet the market needs and the market demand at a price point. In absence of a change, nothing is likely to get built. And I could say that confidently because if the market worked on the existing land use, we probably would have seen development by now. So we have to acknowledge the changing landscape under which we are developing housing now, and how we think about that moving forward in our city, and how we use opportunities like this as a catalyst for the kinds of conversations we want to have within corridors and within neighborhoods, but also on the periphery and what makes most sense based on all the other land uses around it. So when I think about this land use in the context of an area that I'm very familiar with that, has some amazing walking aspects to it, some amenities, can we have conversations about traffic flow improvement around, high school dismissal? Sure, we can do that. Can we also talk about, how there can be other opportunities for emerging commercial and future land uses? I think we need to have that. But what you need to have those conversations is also a certain threshold and capacity of residents to drive that. And so when you get a project like this that can act as a catalyst to spur on others to bring that forward, it can then further broaden that conversation about what's truly needed in a neighborhood and to what quantity. And we know that we've got still an excess of commercial in a lot of our periphery areas. And so we need to make sure that we're not saturating the market with commercial at the expense of providing homes for people. So happy to support this land use and would hope that to seek support from council on it as well.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. Something that sits with me after listening to this application and the community responses, obviously what it means to be amenity rich is a little subjective to any one individual as they look at a particular area. Because we all have a list of things that we would like our neighborhoods to provide. We all have dreams attached to the kinds of businesses that we hope will be attracted and come in, the kinds of amenities that we will enjoy. And I think one of the things our city is involved in is a long-form negotiation and with all of these neighborhoods that are experiencing change. And I mean, fair play and power to the community asking for better. I think that's good. We need to have that conversation in our community. But I also am concerned about how we at times hold development ransom to be able to move forward. That's a problem because we inadvertently work against ourselves as a community by wanting the best outcomes earlier on in the process. And we actually are unintentionally, and I hear my colleagues saying this, shooting ourselves in the foot by not allowing the kind of community that can support the amenity dreams that we carry. So I see this in the LAP, I see this here, and this is a major activity center with a major employment hub, with a university. This is where we need to put people. So in close on my debate here, just we should not be gatekeepers as council. We should be blowing wind behind applications like this and encouraging this development, while also at the same time joining our voices with the community, asking for the best. But it can't be at the expense of moving forward. Otherwise, we just stall everything out. So let's get out of the way and let something amazing happen.
Thank you. Let's go back to Councillor Walcott to close.
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Spencer, your vote, please. Mayor Gondek votes, right?
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 34D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 34D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 34D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 34D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Stengel, let's go to 7.2.16.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 16 is a policy and land use amendment to allow for multi-residential development. Before I continue my presentation, I do want to note that there are some clerical corrections to the discussion section in the cover report and the land use section in attachment 1. Both corrections clarify the direction of the area redevelopment plan and the density of the proposed district, which I will detail further in my presentation as well. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 10P 2025 to amend the Cliff Bungalow Area Redevelopment Plan and to propose bylaw 22D 2025 for the redesignation of 608 22nd Avenue Southwest from the multi-residential contextual grade-oriented MCG district to the multi-residential contextual medium profile MC2 district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the community of Cliff Bungalow, about 200 meters west of 4th Street, which is identified as a neighborhood main street in the Municipal Development Plan. Western Canada High School is to the north and Earl Grey Park to the west, running south towards Elbow Drive and the Elbow River. Next slide, please. The mid-block site is currently developed with a single detached home and has rear lane access. The applicant has indicated the intent to consolidate this parcel with the neighboring parcel on the corner, currently developed with a 2-story apartment building. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is a mix of multi-residential and low-density residential development in the surrounding blocks, with commercial developments running along 4th Street, the neighborhood main street. The subject site is currently designated as the multi-residential contextual grade-oriented MCG D72 district, which is intended to allow for grade-oriented multi-residential development with a maximum height of 12 meters and a maximum density of 72 units per hectare. This would allow for a maximum of 2 units on the subject site. Next slide, please. The application proposes the multi-residential contextual medium profile MC2 district, which is the same district as the adjacent parcel. The MC2 district is intended to be near or adjacent to low-density developments. The district allows for a maximum height of 16 meters, about 3 to 5 stories, and a maximum floor area ratio of 2.5. There is no minimum or maximum number of dwelling units required in the MC2 district. Next slide, please. A policy amendment to the Cliff Bungalow Area Redevelopment Plan is also required in support of the MC2 designation to change the site from the conservation and infill category, which allows for single and semi-detached homes, to the medium density category, which allows for apartment buildings in addition to lower density building forms. There is no minimum or maximum density noted in the ARP for the minimum medium density category. Next slide, please. This application allows for multi-residential development within 200 meters of a neighborhood main street. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaws. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.16. Do we have Peter Schultz?
Maybe I start with saying good evening, Mayor Gondek, members of council. I'm Peter Schultz. I'm the applicant for this application, and I'm in favor of the land use amendment to redesignate parcel 602 22nd Avenue Southwest from MCG 72 to MC2. And as mentioned, the idea is to consolidate the parcels and redevelop the current development on parcel 602, which is a 6-unit residential unit that was built in the 40s and is coming to the end of its lifespan, into a multi-residential development that allows to increase the 6 rental units to up to 21 rental units. The existing property is owned by the same family for 40 years, and we really see a great opportunity to redevelop a more meaningful and up-to-date residential development. I would like to highlight that we have reached out to the Community Association and we have met with the Community Association Committee. We came very open-handed. We are not yet in the process to have a DP ready. We were welcomed that we have not yet presented, an oppressed kind of design and asked them for approval. We indicated that we are very open to collaborate with them, and we've carefully listened. We know this parcel is in a very sensitive area. We are aware that the future development has to be contextual, considerate, and very sensitive with regards to the nature of the neighborhood and the characteristics. I would also like to mention that I've personally handed in letters to the neighbors, and I've met with, I believe it was 2 or 3 neighbors, talked to them, and I would like to highlight that the letter to the neighbors had our contact information on them. There was a little bit of a contrary information that was presented by the Community Association. The letters we have put into the mailboxes had 2 contact addresses for further information requests. This would conclude my presentation. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I don't have any questions for you in the queue, so thanks very much for being here. Do we have Zach Karim?
Hey, hi members of council. My name is Zachary Karim, and I'm here today representing the Cliff Bungalow Mission Community Association. We're opposed to this application based solely on the proposed height of 16 meters, which is outside the guardrail on height for this area, which allows for a maximum of 12 meters. I'll take the next 5 minutes to explain our policy position in greater detail. So starting on this first slide, we illustrate how the neighborhood of Cliff Bungalow is composed of 3 residential zones. On the periphery, which is along 17th Ave and along 26th Ave, we have a higher density allowance. So we're seeing developments move forward between 8 and 20 stories, and that is contextually appropriate. And then in purple, what you see is the eclectic core between 4th Street and 5th Street, and that's composed of a mix of houses, duplexes, townhouse, and 3 to 6 story apartment style developments. And finally, there's this historical conservation area outlined in orange that has 3 important guardrails: contextual setbacks, architectural forms that pay homage to the historical Edwardian architecture of the neighborhood, and a maximum height of 12 meters. The parcel in question is located within this historical conservation area. Next slide, please. The historical conservation area is clearly outlined within the Cliff Bungalow ARP, which remains the statutory document governing land use within Cliff Bungalow. This slide illustrates that the historical conservation area Cliff Bungalow also remains contextually appropriate as a family-oriented area, given its positioning just to the east of Upper Mount Royal and just to the north of Elbow Park. Both these neighborhoods are primarily zoned R1, which would allow for houses, townhouses, and duplexes, which is equivalent to what this historical conservation area allows. Furthermore, both neighborhoods contain some low modified residential in the draft local area plan maps, which would allow for multifamily forms of 3 to 4 stories or up to 12 meters. Next slide, please. So on this third slide, we can see what this historical area of Cliff Bungalow looks like. The guardrails with regards to deep contextual setbacks, historical architectural forms, and height are all very well respected. Very few such intact blocks of Edwardian era structures still exist within Calgary's established area. We believe that over time, these blocks could become one of the only remaining living examples of what Calgary looked like in the early 1900s. Next slide, please. On this fourth slide, we illustrate what the most recent developments within this historical conservation area look like. Developers in this area go to significant lengths to ensure that these developments adhere to the 3 guardrails for this historic area. First, the architectural designs align with the Edwardian era architecture of the neighborhood. Second, the developments have deep contextual setbacks. And third, their height is below 12 meters. Slide 5, please. The fifth slide outlines our opposition to this application. The primary reason for this application is to allow for a 5-story building, which would exceed the guardrail on height of 12 meters, which is 3 to 4 stories. Slide 6, please. So on this slide, we outline that if council begins to allow land lifts within this historical conservation area, it effectively tilts the scale towards multifamily developers who would increasingly have the ability to outbid prospective homeowners of these historic homes. Over time, what would happen is it would effectively destroy the soul of this historic area of Cliff Bungalow, and that would be extremely discouraging to all Calgarians who care about heritage, and especially for the homeowners in this historic area who have largely restored these heritage homes with their own private capital. Finally, on slide 7, we close with some photos of the historic streetscape on which this block, on the block where the parcel is located. As you can see, it's truly a unique area, and council should vote to protect it by opposing this application. That's it from me. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks very much for your presentation. We do have a question from Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. I really appreciated your letter. The rules of the MCG versus being beside an MCG specify that the roof slant has to start at 11 meters and then slowly arch up over the course of at minimum 5 meters. The parcel is only 8 meters wide. Does that satisfy much of the height concern with the adjacent neighbor, given that the maximum adjacent height that they'd be allowed to be right beside would be 11 meters?
I'm not sure. That would be a question for those neighbors.
I guess I should ask, the reason I asked you is because you specified that 16 meters is too much. In your article, it said that it breaks the guardrails, but the MC2 policy is 11 meters at that property line.
At the property line, but the historic area goes all the way to 5th Street, right? So it would continue. And like I would suggest that by allowing this land use change, you're allowing for development that will reach that 16 meters of height somewhere along that block face.
It will, absolutely. It would be on the parcel that's already zoned MC2.
Yes, but if this land use change was not approved, what would be the maximum height of the parcel they currently have?
It would be the same.
It would be less than 16 meters.
No, it would still be 16. It would just have a.
I mean, we don't have like any renderings of which we can look at because the applicant isn't doing a concurrent proposal. So I guess we're talking about hypothetics that I don't have the answer to that.
Yeah, no, sorry, and I don't want to take you down that road. I only bring it up because that's like the bylaw will force the 11 meter at the property line, and it requires it to go proportionally over minimum of 5 meters, and then the parcel's only 8 meters. So that's why I just bring it up, but that's okay.
I understand where you're coming from. Just to be honest with you, I don't have a degree in either planning nor architecture, so my ability to understand what's possible with these land use changes is difficult. And it would have been helpful if the applicant had come forward with a concurrent application, given how sensitive this area is from a heritage perspective.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong there, so appreciate it.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you. Thanks for taking the time to be here.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.16? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration, so I'll go to Councillor Walcott to move the item.
Just typing it in. No, I am willing to move this one. There's, for a later day, I am actually really interested in the idea of, and maybe this will scare administration, asking for concurrence in heritage areas, because this is one of the identified heritage areas. Although these are not identified resources right now, that's an owner's choice, not a aspect of history. The area still has historical value, even if the owners never chose to protect it, whether it be the previous ones or the current ones. But there is a lot of rules about what these buildings will be able to look like in the future based off of all of the significant work that many people have put into the heritage guidelines of the area. And so there is going to be some requirements about what has to be preserved. When I was looking at the site itself, the worst case scenario for this site is that it actually gets built out in isolation without the being brought into the adjacent parcel on the corner, because then that means that they would still have to try and find a way to wedge in, multifamily into an 8-meter wide parcel, and it just wouldn't make any practical sense, which gave me comfort, because at least that made me realize that the odds of this being consolidated to build something practical based on MC2 is very high, and that this isn't just a speculative decision. And with that, the choice to maintain the MC2 land use that is on the corner, it also presents some pretty effective protections against the adjacent parcels when they're low density, because you can't have the maximum height at the property lines. You have to slant it proportionally. And for this particular site, because of its small size, you actually can't, you have to slant it almost across the entire property before it can even reach that 4-meter difference to 16, 5-meter difference to 16, because it starts at 11 underneath MC2. So with that, I am happy to move, and then I would love to have a conversation about concurrence as part of heritage guidelines, but I'm not sure if that's within my authority.
Thank you for that. Who would like to second this? Councillor Spencer, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'll go back to you, Councillor Walcott, unless you want that question answered. Was it a question?
It was, I'm pontificating. Okay. I'm closed.
Okay, you scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Penner, your vote? No, thank you. Councillor Chu, your vote, please. Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
I'm a no.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 9-4 with Councillors McLean, Wong, Chu, and Sharp voting against. First reading of bylaw 10P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Wong, Councillor Chu, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor McLean are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 10P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 10P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 10P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. First reading of bylaw 22D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Wong, Chu, Sharp, and McLean are opposed, and that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 22D 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 22D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 22D 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Ms. Stengel, let's go to 7.2.17.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 17 is a policy and land use amendment to allow for mixed-use towers in the greater downtown area. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 19P 2025 to amend the Beltline Area Redevelopment Plan and to proposed bylaw 36D 2025 for the redesignation of 4 parcels from the Commercial Corridor 1 district and 2 direct control districts to a new direct control district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in Beltline, which is part of the greater downtown area identified in the Municipal Development Plan, adjacent to 17th Avenue, a neighborhood main street, and part of the primary transit network. Central Memorial Park and Haltane Park are located to the north. Lindsay Park, MNP Community and Sports Center, and the Stampede Park are to the west. Next slide, please. The subject site is comprised of 4 parcels and is approximately 2/3 of the block. It has 3 frontages along both 15th and 17th Avenues and 4th Street Southwest as well. Both 17th Avenue and 4th Street Southwest are primary vehicular and pedestrian corridors in the area. The site is currently mostly vacant, with the exception of 2 small commercial buildings, one facing 15th Avenue and one fronting onto 17th Avenue. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is a mix of residential, commercial, and mixed use, with commercial developments primarily concentrated along 17th Avenue. The subject site is currently designated under 3 districts. The 3 small parcels along 17th Avenue are designated as the Commercial Corridor 1, allowing a maximum FAR of 3.0 and a maximum height of 46 meters. The large L-shaped parcel is designated under 2 separate direct control districts, one based on the Center City Mixed Use District and one on the Center City Multi-Residential High-Rise Support Commercial District. These DCs each allow for a base FAR of 7.9 and 7.55 and increase to a floor area ratio of 9.0 through the use of density bonusing laid out in each of the DC districts. Next slide, please. The application proposes one direct control district spanning all 4 parcels based on the Center City Mixed Use District, CCX. This allows for increased floor area through density bonusing as well. This DC district has been separated into a Site 1 and a Site 2 to accommodate different floor area ratios across the site. Site 1 proposes an allowable FAR of 14 and Site 2, 11. Cumulatively, this would allow for a maximum of 12.0 across the comprehensive site as outlined in the Area Redevelopment Plan. In addition to outlining the FARs for density bonusing, the DC district also contains revised rules for tower separation and tower floor plates, as well as the addition of another bonusing item for improvements in the public realm over and above what would normally be required as part of any new development. Next slide, please. Policy amendments to Part 1 of the Beltline Area Redevelopment Plan are also required in support of this application. The amendments separate the special policy area into 2 areas, with Area 2 encompassing this proposal. This allows for the addition of specific policies for this site related to the density, floor plate sizes, and bonusing items. Maps 3 and 5 would be updated to outline the area in addition to the new policies, as seen here. This is in alignment with the general intent and policies of the Area Redevelopment Plan and the specific rules within the proposed direct control district. Next slide, please. This application allows for mixed-use towers and public amenities in alignment with the Municipal Development Plan and Area Redevelopment Plan. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaws. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.17. Do we have Cody Reimer? I'm assuming you've got Nicholas Dykstra and Brian Horton as well. Okay.
Yes, Cody's going to start. If we could have our presentation up, that'd be great.
Okay.
Hi there. Thank you for allowing us to present here today. My name is Cody Reimer, Development Manager of Alberta for Vesta Properties. I'd like to start by introducing our project team. If you can go next slide, please. Vesta Properties is the lead applicant, developer, and landowner of the subject site, with 35 years of experience developing master plan communities, including 25 years here in Alberta. Vesta has successfully delivered over 6,000 units in award-winning master plan communities across Alberta and British Columbia, and our consultant team includes O2, representing the master planning and urban design, as well as landscape architecture, and Zeidler Architecture, who is our design and production architect on the project. One team member that isn't mentioned here on this slide and has been an essential collaborative partner on the project is the City of Calgary's administrative team. Without the stewardship of our file manager, Colleen Renee Gravel, guiding us through the proper channels to craft an appropriate land use, the consultation of David Down and the team of UDRP, and even members of Mobility, which have been key contributors for Vesta to have the confidence to proceed with this DC land use presented, and we recognize those substantial efforts by staff. These efforts have allowed Vesta to develop a land use for the property that enhanced the community, aligned with city policy and housing strategies, offered affordability, and maintained a feasible investment for Vesta on the site. Next slide, please. The site is located at the intersection of 17th Avenue and 4th Street, formerly known as Broadway, giving the project its name 17th and Broadway, two of Calgary's most beloved streets, and a meeting place of Calgary's best inner-city neighborhoods. The project has the potential to act as a catalyst for future mixed-use developments and activate the street life along 17th Avenue to the Stampede grounds. The site today creates a void space in the current urban fabric that marks the end of 17th Avenue's vibrancy at 4th Street. We see a blank slate opportunity to create something great in Calgary. With that, I'll pass it along to Nicholas Dykstra from O2 to present the urban design approach on the project. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Cody. I'm Nicholas Dykstra with O2. I just wanted to walk through the core tenets of the urban design approach for the project. And firstly, it is to provide a new network of connected open spaces on 17th Ave's longest block. Because 3rd Street doesn't connect through the Beltline, this block is 180 meters long as opposed to the typical kind of 120-ish. But not only are there new connected open spaces, those spaces are fronted with multi-level retail complex comprising of about 70,000 square feet of commercial on 3 levels. And then resting above that are 3 residential towers of approximately 1,100 units, of which an atypically high proportion of 3-bedroom and affordable units are provided. Next slide, please. Looking down on the plan of the project as it sits today, the plan is really centered on opening itself up to the public, inviting them in through the connection of a forecourt plaza ports, which are covered walkways, as well as wider public realm opportunities on the surrounding sidewalks. Development activates city life along all of its edges, internal and exterior, by ensuring there are a ton of big entrances to upper floors, to small businesses, and also to homes on 15th Avenue. Next slide, please. Moving into the more vertical compositional elements of the project, the buildings are designed to respond and respect the past, present, and future of the Beltline's built form. There are 3 strata that comprise the project's massing. The lowest form is in scale with the lower buildings along 17th and in the area. These are where most of the shops are found. The middle area is designed to respond to the scale of a lot of the 1970s apartment buildings, mostly masonry in the surrounding areas. And then the top green images are sculpted to respond to the current growth and the future of the Beltline. So we're trying to really make something that feels appropriate of its context and in dialogue with the past, present, and future. And there's a lot more subtlety in there as well. The massing is sloping to the south, and then the step backs are crafted to make sure that all of the public spaces on the edge and the interior are sculpted to feel comfortable at a human scale. Next slide, please. All in all, the project is centered on providing an open space experience that is active and pulling people into vibrant new experiences at this incredible corner, and also marking a change in the vibrancy and the trajectory of 17th Ave eastward toward 1st Street, another great high street, and beyond to Stampede Park. Thank you. I'll hand over to Brian.
Thanks. If I could have the next slide, please. My name is Brian Horton. I'm a principal at O2, and we are the co-applicant for this project. Start by just reiterating what Cody said. This has been a fantastic process, working with the city team on getting this application to where we are today. It started in December 2023 when Vesta put the site under contract. We prepared an urban design vision for the site. We met in early 2024 with the city. We submitted our pre-application documents and presentation, but then we also had targeted meetings with key city staff in urban design, our file manager, Colleen, mobility. We also took the application to UDRP because we wanted their input and comment on the project, and we got very positive commentary in that UDRP. We submitted the land use in July of 2024 and have been working with admin since then. Engagement started in the summer. So we worked with Vesta in installing a temporary pop-up park on the corner. If you've been by there, you've probably seen it. And we used that for engagement events, which I'll elaborate on further. During the fall, we worked with admin on resolving all the comments and final issues, working very closely with Colleen on the language of the direct control district. We went to Calgary Planning Commission in January, and here we are in February. So effectively 1 year of work from pre-application to now with administration, which is what we feel is a really fantastic timeline. And there will be a development permit coming in quite soon. If you could advance to the next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about the land use. I know administration went through the land use with you, but some specific things that we thought were very important to put in the DC, which was effectively laying out the structure of how the urban design vision that Nick explained will be implemented, and there'd be that certainty that those principles would be developed with the future development. That includes the tower placement, the tower floor plates, the setbacks, and the step backs, and also including additional bonusing items that will allow for the entire public realm, both inside the property line and outside the property line, to be built and to be designed and delivered for the maximum public benefit. Next slide, please. Just some slides showing our different engagement activities that we undertook. So as I mentioned, there was a pop-up park or a temporary park that was built on site, and this was used as the venue for engagement activities. Over the course of October, we had 4 Fridays where we had DJs on site as well as a pop-up market. And then we also had our engagement activities and our material and our information. So what we like to do is have the people come to us rather than go to them. So this was a really effective way of getting area residents and also people who are just visiting 17th to come and learn about the project and the vision. And we received extremely positive feedback from these events. And next slide, please. And so next steps, what's happening is actually Vesta is sponsoring the construction of an ice surface on the site that will be hosting the Beltline Bonspiel on February 15th. The development permit is imminent and will be submitted very shortly. And then the intent will be that the construction will start in the fall of 2025. So with that concludes our presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I'm just looking in the queue and I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to be here. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.17? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration, so I'll go to Councillor Walcott to move it.
Sorry, I put my move in there too fast. Yeah, happy to move actually. And it's like there's about 25,000 people in the Beltline across what essentially amounts to the second half of downtown, and I still don't think that's enough. I think the reality is that there's so much opportunity throughout the Beltline, especially on this edge of 17th. Getting that close to the train is right exactly where I want people to be. When I think about one of the things that happens a lot in the Beltline is we often talk about like what's the gateways to different parts of the areas. And so the 17th Ave Main Street, 4th Street has historically been used as like the end of the main street area because it's everything between 4th, 8th, and 14th that the energy focuses on. And so there's this massive gap between 4th Street and McLeod, which is the space between the main street and the train. And getting more people and more attention, especially to the businesses that are on that side, going up and down 4th as well, is something that every person I've spoken with within the Beltline is really excited about. The Beltline Community Association, the Beltline Neighborhood Association, spent years working with the city to open up a park on the east side of 17th for that reason. It's to bring more people, more amenities into that space, and the amenities are being built, and this is an opportunity to bring both, which is an on-site amenity, massive plaza space, and a lot of people to an area that, in all honesty, still needs it. And so with that, I'm happy to move.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Spencer to second it.
Thank you, Mayor. It's the upgrade of an already exciting part of our city. Giddy up.
Thank you. Let's go back to Councillor Walcott to
I'm
close.
closed. Oh, sorry. I'll pause. Councillor Wong wants in.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think, as Councilor Walcott's indicated that, when we talk about downtown development is certainly not just north of the tracks, it's obviously south of the tracks. And the Center City corridor area is an exciting area for everybody to be. So certainly support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now over to you to close.
Sorry, I just got a message. I want to be clear, clerks. The amendment is after first reading, right? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I've got you here.
Then I'm closed.
All right, e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote. Thank you. Mayor Gondek votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. And Madam Clerk, I'm going to clarify for the first bylaw readings, that's not where the amendment is. The amendment doesn't come till the second set.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. First reading of bylaw 19P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 19P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 19P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 19P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. First reading of bylaw 36D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Over to you, Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. Sorry, everybody. This is a very simple amendment. The DC for one of the two sites, it says the maximum, it just says the floor area ratio is 7. It was supposed to say the maximum floor area ratio is 7.
Mayor Gondek votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 36D 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 36D 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 36D 2025. Third reading of bylaw 36D 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That takes us to item 7.2.18. Ms. Stengel, I think this is your last one.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 18 is my last item today, and it's a policy and land use amendment to allow for grade-oriented housing with dual street frontages. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 18P 2025 to amend the Ramsey Area Redevelopment Plan and to propose bylaw 27D 2025 for the redesignation of 5 parcels along 8th Street Southeast and Maggie Street Southeast from the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district to a direct control district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeast community of Ramsey, east of the Elbow River and south of the Bow River. It is within walking distance of Scotsman Hill, the river pathway systems, and the center city, including Stampede Park. Next slide, please. The subject site is comprised of 5 mid-block parcels, most of which have dual street frontages with both 8 and Maggie Street. Each parcel is currently developed with existing residential dwellings. Maggie Street is a one-way residential street providing vehicular and pedestrian connections. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is primarily low-density residential homes with some multi-residential buildings located along 11th Avenue and 17th Avenue at the end of the block. All 5 parcels are currently designated as the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district, which allows for a variety of low-density, grade-oriented building forms with a maximum height of 11 meters and a maximum density of 75 units per hectare. This would allow for a maximum of 16 units over the 5 parcels. Next slide, please. The application proposes a direct control district based on the housing grade-oriented HGO district, which allows for a range of grade-oriented building forms that may be attached, stacked, or clusters, and allows for a maximum building height of 12 meters and a maximum floor area ratio of 1.5. The site meets the location criteria of the HGO district as it is within the inner city and within 400 meters of a future Green Line station. The proposed direct control district addresses the site's unique dual frontage characteristics with specific rules to allow for street-oriented interfaces on both 8th Street and Maggie Street. The DC allows for smaller building setbacks to accommodate street-oriented development, and it reduces driveway length to promote a pedestrian-friendly environment on Maggie Street. The DC district lists dwelling unit as a discretionary use and enables further detailed review at the development permit stage due to the unique characteristics of this site. Next slide, please. Policy amendments to the Ramsey Area Redevelopment Plan are also included with this land use proposal. The proposed additional policy within the ARP is intended to work with the direct control district to set the future expectations for these parcels, to improve the development interface with the streets, and to encourage developments to reference the building designs from nearby heritage assets. Next slide, please. This application allows for increased density in proximity to transit and enhances the dual frontage nature of these lots. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaws. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.18. Do we have Chuck Smith?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. My name is Chuck Smith, as you know. I'm the applicant for the item in front of you. The application has had a long history dating back to 2014, around the same time as the announcement of the Green Line. It was first brought to Council after several years by myself and Phil Dack, who many of you may still remember. But it was fraught with challenges from the beginning, including proposed heritage guideline, density surcharges at the time, flagging Inglewood, Ramsey, LAP timelines, internal city engineering studies for the area, and finally, and the death knell of the whole thing was COVID-19 when we got to first reading, and then unfortunately, much to the disappointment of ourselves and the applicant, who had spent considerable time and money to get to that stage, only to have the motion time out because of COVID. Despite this, though, the charge was picked up again in the fall of 2022 with all new players in planning and an updated Ramsey ARP that acknowledged the land use that Phil and I had proposed in 2019. However, these changes were somehow not communicated to the community association and its members, who became understandably upset at our initial application that reflected the changes to the ARP. Compounding these planning hurdles was the very uniqueness of the lands on 8th and Maggie Streets. The lands are 25% deeper than the average Calgary lot, and it has been stated already that they are laneless and are facing 2 streets, making the standard, applying to the standard land use is contradictory at best. But despite all the potential roadblocks, the owners group, the city file manager, and myself included Councillor Carra, the Ramsey Community Association, and the affected neighbors in ongoing discussions for close to 2 years and 2 complete redesign iterations after having heard their concerns. The result of which is before you now, which is essentially a minor tweak to standard HGO land use districts. This proposal provides a marked increase in density within what we feel is appropriately scaled buildings envelope and grade level access to suites that fits in well with the existing community, both 8th and Maggie Street. My ask to you today is that you carefully consider the time and attention that our team has put into the application and see what we do see, that it would ultimately be a wonderful addition to these 2 streets and to the Ramsey community. Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see anybody with any questions in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here today.
Thanks.
And do we have Derek White?
You do, but I can't talk because I'm in a classroom. I'm a teacher right now. I am a landowner on the street of Maggie Street, but I'm sorry I have to be quick because I'm in a class.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
I just want you to consider I just want you to consider parking on the Maggie Street side of things of this development, as it's going to affect my property, as I don't have a driveway and I'm very limited in the parking spaces on the street of Maggie Street. Thank you. I got to go, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. I don't see any questions for Mr. White, so that worked out. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.18? All right. Seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I don't see any questions of administration. Councillor Corral, will you be moving this?
Yeah, finally, at long last, I'm very happy to move it. A couple of other points of just interesting debate. When this started back in 2014, it was contemplating the entire block, and there has been some turnover and some reduction in terms of the people who were signing up to do this. In 2014, it was a wild proposition, but now it's considered to be the kind of redevelopment of historic neighborhoods that we need to undertake in order to meet both demand and the sheer number of people flooding into the city. As you can see, it is very close to the future Ramsey-Inglewood Green Line station. Spiller Road, interestingly enough, is the old North Trail, and when we were first talking about this, it was still open to the confluence to Mukinstis, and it has been closed, which is, a really sad thing. And Maggie Street is one of the most special streets in the city. I don't know if anyone's had the opportunity to experience Maggie Street, but it is the most European and charming of the streets in the city of Calgary. It's a one-way street that makes its way along the base of Scotsman's Hill, and it is in danger of becoming a back alley rather than a very interesting street with a variety of different housing along it. I'm grateful to the applicant for how thoughtful they've been about not trying to trash, but actually try to enhance and work with the characteristics of the Old North Trail on the one side of the property and the beautiful Maggie Street on the other. I'm grateful to administration for being willing to understand that we have a special place here, and if we don't apply special rules to it, we'll lose that specialness. The expectation was that we would have had a local area plan in Ramsey and Inglewood a long time ago, but they were beta tests of the current local area planning system that we have now, and they were not successful, and there's a lot of blame to go around there. I'm really sorry it's taken what is a very sensible and needed application so long to grind through our approvals process. But I'm delighted it's here and I'm delighted to move it. I will listen with interest if there are any concerns and address those in my close if I have to.
Thank you. I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Walcott, thank you. I don't think you have to address anything in your close. Over to you, Councillor Craw.
Then I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 8-5 with Councillors McLean, Winus, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 18P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Chabot, and Councillor McLean are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 18P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors is opposed, and that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 18P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 18P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors is opposed, and that's carried. First reading of bylaw 27D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Chu, Sharp, Chabot, and McLean are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 27D 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 27D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 27D 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Mr. Pomeranke, we are on to 7.2.19.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Derek Pomeranke, Senior Planner with the City, and I'll be presenting the remaining items for today's public hearing. Number 7.2.19 is a land use amendment to allow for the manufacturing of cowboy hats in a commercial district. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 21D 2025 to redesignate the site located at 914 11th Street Northeast to a direct control district based on the site's existing C-Core 2 or Commercial Corridor 2 district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeast community of Inglewood at the corner of 11th Street and 10th Avenue Southeast. The site is located within the 9th Avenue Southeast neighborhood Main Street area and is about 2 blocks from the proposed Green Line station for Ramsey and Inglewood. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is currently developed with a 3-story commercial building, formerly the site of the Harley-Davidson store, but is now occupied by Smith-Built Hats. The site has vehicle parking along 11th Street to the west and has a rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is primarily commercial uses within industrial buildings, though some residential uses and places of worship are interspersed throughout. Properties to the north and southwest towards the heavy rail line have been to the south and southwest have been redesignated to allow for mid-rise mixed-use development, including a new fire station. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the site to a direct control district based on the site's existing C-Core 2 designation. The DC differs from the base district through the additional discretionary use of general industrial light, which would allow for manufacturing. The DC would preserve the site's existing maximum floor area ratio and density, and it also includes rules to ensure that the retail aspects of the business are oriented towards the streetscape at grade. Next slide, please. In closing, this application would allow for light manufacturing that reflects the community's heritage and complies with relevant planning policies for the area. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.19. Do we have Max Tafey?
Hello, yes.
Hi.
Yes, my name is Max Tafey, with Max Tafey Architect Inc. We are the applicant, and I'm just here to answer if any questions there is. I will be available. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is Ernesto Carcamo also there to answer questions? He doesn't need to be. He's registered to speak, so I'm just checking to see if he wishes to speak or just answer questions.
He is part of our team, so I'm here to answer any questions from our team.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be with us today. And then I will ask, is Cam Clark on the line? Okay. Cam Clark is also part of the applicant team, so I think we just had one person taking care of it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak to item 7.2.19? I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I will close the public hearing on this item. I also don't see questions of administration, so over to you, Councillor Carra.
Well, I have a lot of gratitude in my heart for Smith-built hats. Not only are they sort of the iconic symbol of our city, been producing hats in the iconic Smith-built hat in Inglewood for Calgary for over 100 years now. They also recently moved from the building where Old Beautiful burnt down to the Fletcher Mill, just sort of across the street, and lovingly and beautifully restored that heritage building. And then when Kane's Harley-Davidson collapsed, they decided that the Fletcher Mill wasn't big enough for them, so they moved across the street and took over that giant building that could have been a really hard to activate sort of former sort of place in the neighborhood. And now it's perfect for them. The Fletcher Mill is revitalized. Council, in its wisdom, is putting a lot of money into public realm improvements on that street, construction starting this year. In many ways, this is just a rubber stamp. Inglewood has sold things, made things in the back for over 100 years, and this is just more of the same. So a lot of gratitude to the new ownership team led by Cam Clark, and this is a no-brainer. I will address any concerns in my close, but please support this.
Thank you. Councillor Penner to second.
Yeah, no further debate needed.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. I will just add one thing, Councillor Craw, we never do anything as a rubber stamp. We carefully look at everything and we make sure we're doing it well. So I just want to say, I'm sure a lot of thought went into all of this. Over to you to close.
Well, I look forward to a land use bylaw where we don't need to put so much deliberative effort into something that is so obvious and good. But point taken, your Mayor Gondek. With that, I'm closed.
All right, e-scribe to vote, everyone.
Councillor McLean, your vote, please. Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
You and Councillor Corral, your vote, please.
Councillor Carra?
Yes.
Yes, I voted. I don't know what happened.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 21D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 21D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 21D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 21D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Let's go on to item 7.2.20, Mr. Pomeranke.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 7.2.20 is a standalone policy amendment to allow for 3 row house units and 3 secondary suites. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 17P 2025 to amend the Bridgeland Riverside Area Redevelopment Plan. Next slide, please. This site is located in the northeast community of Bridgeland in the northern part of the community at the base of the hill. The site is approximately 400 meters north of 1st Avenue Northeast, which is a neighborhood main street. Next slide, please. The site is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and rear detached garage. The site has a rear lane to the east. Next slide, please. Surrounding land uses are predominantly single and semi-detached dwellings under the RCG district. A fourplex constructed in 1970 is across the street to the northeast. Next slide, please. This application proposes a text amendment to the Bridgeland Riverside Area Redevelopment Plan to explicitly state that this address is appropriate for the development of row houses, townhouses, and stacked townhouses. Administration is currently reviewing a development permit for a 3-unit row house building with 3 secondary suites. Next slide, please. In closing, this application would allow for the full range of development intended by the RCG Land Use District. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends Council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a question about this one before I open the public hearing. Is there an amendment that needs to go in to keep that attachment 8 be held confidential? I've got that in my notes.
Yes, there will be this motion will be an after amendment, so it'll be what you see on the screen, a second amendment to keep attachment 8 confidential.
Okay, and that amendment can come before we go to the readings because it's just okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It's 7.2.20. Let's go to Lee Wang, please.
Yes, you Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Again, this is Lee Wang from Horizon Land Development and Consulting Inc. I'm speaking in support of this application. This application simply looking for the minor policy amendment for this corner lot. We have a concurrent application for 3-unit row house that is in compliance with RCG zoning. So we think the current proposal is appropriate. We hope councilors can support this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see anyone in the queue with any questions for you, so thanks for joining us. And let me ask, do we have Nancy Ann Fowler? Hi.
I don't know if I should start with good morning, good afternoon, or good evening.
A little of all of that.
Yes. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak against this proposal. I have 3 main concerns with the policy amendment. One of them is whether or not the council or the city is going to honor the restrictive covenant in Bridgeland. The next is the high density and the effect that will have on our infrastructure. And the third is to respect the unique character of this community. I see Bridgeland as being nestled behind the cliff or in front of the cliff and the river. I bought and remodeled a home on 940 Fifth Avenue, so almost directly across from this build, in 2022. I was delighted to discover there was a restrictive covenant on Fifth Avenue, because I thought it would protect my home from the new direction that was happening in the city. I chose Fifth Avenue because it was one of the quieter residential streets in Bridgeland. Now the city wants a policy amendment in the Bridgeland Riverside area. I sort of wonder if this amendment is an attempt to circumnavigate the restrictive covenant in Bridgeland. So my first question to council is, will you continue to honor a 100-year-old restrictive covenant in this community? Moving on, I have 2 other concerns directly related to 521 9A Street, 528 9th Street, 525 9th Street, 528 A Street. All of those lots back onto Fifth Avenue. So they're all going to, the 525 9th Street has already been approved, I believe, for a very similar project to 528 A Street, which is what we're talking about now. However, it has not been built. So I would suggest that it cannot be used as a precedent, especially in these uncertain times. What appears to be happening to me is the city is approving each of these sites on an individual basis. There does not seem to be any overriding principle other than high density. There doesn't seem to be a minimal acknowledgement of the overall impact of the social economic well-being of the neighborhood. From 9A to 8A, there are 4 lots that are potential candidates for this kind of a development. I've named them, but I don't think you need that. So any decision made on this lot, 528 8A, will become the precedent for many of the others. The developers just say, well, you built that one. While we are only talking 4 lots, the potential density on the south side of Fifth Avenue from 9A to 8A is about 50 people. If you take that and sort of apply it to the density in Bridgeland, you can see that you will be putting significant pressure on water, sewage, roads, parking, and the school. In fact, the only public school is already on a lottery draw for admission, which means that you can live right across from the school and have your children bused out of Bridgeland. I can understand this degree of what I consider maximum density on major thoroughfares with immediate access to transit, but not in a quiet residential back street. By removing the secondary suites, you would move from what I call maximum density on the lot to high density, which I understand was the city's goal. It would also reduce the strain on the infrastructure in Bridgeland. Another concern regarding this development is the height of these new developments. The historical character of Bridgeland were bungalows with a few two-stories. Over the years, the character of the community grew to include duplexes, or side-by-sides, whatever you want to call them.
Ms. Fowler, you're just at time.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Thank you. And I'm just going to make sure that there's no questions for you. I don't see anybody with any questions for you in the queue. Thanks
Okay.
so much for being here today.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.20? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. Council, can I just have general consent to complete this one before we break? Anyone opposed to that? Okay, thanks. We'll keep going. I don't see any questions of administration, so I will go to Councillor Craw to move this.
Move it.
Okay, a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Spencer. And so do we need to do anything or just say that we're moving it as amended, Madam Clerk?
Oh, just moving it after amendment.
Okay. So it's being moved with the amendment already in to keep attachment 8 confidential. Let's go to Councillor Wyness.
Sorry, mine's for the setting the agendas, so I'll just be after this vote.
Okay. All right, Councillor Craw, over to you to close.
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondarko votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 10-3 with Councillors McLean, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 17P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Sharp, Chabot, and McLean are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 17P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 17P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 17P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Councillor Whitehouse, you had a question about the agenda?
Yes, I was hoping to set 7.1 to tomorrow at 1 p.m. so that the speakers at least know that we're at the time. We would start that item given how much is left on the agenda.
Actually, Councillor, to answer your question about how much is left on the agenda, we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items, and they do not have a lot of people signed up. And everyone who is speaking in favor, so we'll be able to get to 7.3.1 to start at least tonight. We can certainly carry over if we need to, but we need to keep going to get the public hearing done according to the schedule that we have.
Okay, I'll take the chair's ruling.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I just said, I guess we'll take the chair's ruling and we don't need to vote on it.
Okay, thanks. Let's take a break. We'll be back here at 7:15, everyone. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to public hearing. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. On the roll, Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Sharp. Councillor Spencer.
I'm here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong.
Here.
Councillor Wyness.
Here.
Councillor Carra. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Councillor Demong.
I am still here.
Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are on to item 7.2.21, Mr. Pomeranke.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 7.2.21 is a road closure and land use amendment to close an unneeded portion of road right-of-way. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaws 2C 2025 and 3C 2025 to close the right-of-way, and to bylaw 19D 2025 to designate the area as IG, the Industrial General District. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeastern quadrant of the city in the Starfield Industrial Area. For reference, the interchange of Pagan Trail and Stony Trail is just off the top right of the image. Next slide, please. This application proposes to close about 3/4 of a hectare in total area along 57th Street Southeast. The road closure affects both sides of the street between 51st Avenue to the north and 68th Avenue to the south. The road closure and associated land use amendment are intended to put into effect the final right-of-way for 57th Street Southeast, which was approved through an outline plan in 2022. Next slide, please. In closing, this application would allow for the refinement of a road right-of-way and the consolidation of unnecessary public space into the adjacent properties. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It's 7.2.21, and we've got David Purcell-Chung.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I don't really have anything to add, as this is in alignment with the current approved outline plan, but I am here for any questions that you and council members may have.
Okay,
Thank you.
And just stay there, because we've got to go through this process a couple of different ways. Because in this one, there are separate public hearings that are needed, because there's a road closure and then there's actual bylaws that we need to approve. So this public hearing that I just opened, that you're speaking to, is for proposed bylaw 2C 2025. And so this one is the road closure, correct, Madam Clerk? Perfect. So thank you very much. I don't see any questions in the queue for you, so thanks for joining us. You can just stay there, though. Is there anyone else that's wishing to speak to proposed bylaw 2C 2025? This is a road closure on item 7.2.21. All right, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I will close the public hearing on this item. I am now going to open a new public hearing on this item. This is to speak to proposed bylaw 3C 2025. And Mr. Purcell-Chung, you're here for the same reason, in case there's any questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't see any questions for you, but I will ask, is there anyone else who wishes to speak to proposed bylaw 3C 2025? This is linked to item 7.2.21. I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. And I will now open the public hearing for proposed bylaw 19D 2025, also linked to item 7.2.21. And again, Mr. Purcell-Chung, I don't see questions for you, so thank you very much for being here. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to proposed bylaw 19D 2025, linked to item 7.2.21? All right, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on that item. That closes all of the public hearings on this item, so you can have a seat. Thank you so much. I'm looking for questions of administration, and I'm not seeing any in the queue. So let me go to Councillor Carra to move this item.
Yeah, this represents a good news story for the city of Calgary. As we know, our residential tax base does not cover the cost of services that our residential population consumes, and we rely on a very robust non-residential base comprised of downtown properties, commercial properties throughout the city, but also a strong industrial spine. And our REDS, our Real Estate and Development Services, does a brisk trade in converting city-owned land into industrial land. And this was a piece of land that was not expected to have to go onto the market for another 10 years. But the land sales have been so strong in Southeast Calgary that they have accelerated it, and it is before us now. And this is what keeps the lights on and our taxes low. And so this is a very good piece of news. Happy to support it and respond to anything in the close if I have to.
Thank you very much. Can I get a seconder for this item, please?
Second.
Councillor Demong, is that you?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Anything to add or just second?
It's road closures. It's just a second.
Excellent. You never know. Sometimes you're passionate about things. So we've got a mover and a seconder. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you to close, Councillor Craw.
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, everyone.
Councillor Meehan, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondar votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 2C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 2C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 2C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 2C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. First reading of bylaw 3C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 3C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 3C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 3C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. First reading of bylaw 19D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 19D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 19D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 19D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Mr. Pomerenke, 7.2.22.
Thank you, Mayor. So item 7.2.22 is a land use amendment to allow for the approved operation of an existing business on the edge of the city. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 24D 2025 to redesignate the site at 8600 34th Avenue Southeast from a direct control district to a new direct control district, which is based on the site's existing special purpose future urban development or SFUD district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeastern residual community designated as Area 9P. This is east of Stony Trail and north of Pagan Trail Southeast. The site is approximately 1.5 kilometers south of the East Hills Shopping Center. Next slide, please. The site is approximately 1.2 hectares in size, or about 3 acres, and is currently developed with a woodworking shop. The building is designed to resemble a house from the gravel road, and the site is unserviced from a city standpoint. Next slide, please. Surrounding land uses are large lot houses and rural activities. Next slide, please. This area was annexed by Calgary in 2007 from Rocky View County. It appears that the use was not approved by the county prior to annexation, meaning we cannot consider it to be an existing approved use. This application proposes a direct control district which allows for the woodworking shop without allowing for broader industrial uses. Next slide, please. In closing, this application allows for the owners of this business to comply with the land use bylaw and to continue the operation of their business. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.22. Do we have Scott Cruz? And is this Randy Beck coming up with you? Perfect.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Scott Cruz with Civic Works, and I'm also joined today by Randy Beck with Beck Woodcraft. Next slide, please. So administration's done a great job of summarizing some of the high-level details, but in short, this proposal is similar to the existing direct control district with a custom woodworking shop use and some minor site-specific rules to ensure sensitivity with the neighbors and compliance with the bylaw. The property is home to Beck Woodcraft, a local family-owned business specializing in high-quality custom architectural millwork. And the Beck family has proudly owned and operated a woodworking shop on this site for the past 35 years. This proposal matters because it would allow Beck Woodcraft to continue operating in response to a stop order issued by the city and bring certainty to a well-respected and established local business. It would also maintain the city's long-term planning vision for growth and development in East Calgary. Next slide, please. The MDP designates a site under the future greenfield area, and this application is policy aligned as it encourages the protection of land for future urban development and also allows a limited range of uses that contribute to a strong local economy. Next slide, please. Outreach for this application began in April 2024 with letters sent to nearby neighbors and businesses. The team also shared periodic updates with the Ward 9 Councillor's Office, and to date, the project team has received no feedback from the community. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. Randy here is going to share more details about the timeline of events and his family's experience throughout the process, but we really hope that you can support the proposal and provide much needed assurance to a family that is just trying their best to navigate the process and to follow the rules. In that spirit, it's unconventional, but we'd ask for a reimbursement of city fees for land use that you would be able to provide on behalf of the Beck family. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have about the proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, Mr. Cruz. So go ahead, Mr. Beck, if you have anything to add.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gondik and Council. My name is Randy Beck. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this application. I'm representing our family, property, and business. I'd like to give you a quick history of our case from our perspective. In 1990, my father purchased this property from Mary Markovich. She was like my father's surrogate mother at the time. She took care of him when he immigrated to Canada, and he lived on that exact property. He immigrated in 1962. When the land was purchased in 1990, it was located in the county of Rocky View, and my father built a home and woodworking shop on the property. Around 2005, we had started getting correspondence from Rocky View about the possibility of the city annexing the land in our area. The county recommended that we subdivide my dad's house off the property before the city annexed the land. Rocky View also worked with us on creating a direct control zoning for the remaining parcel to allow us to continue to work there. Until that point, we were working under a home occupation permit with Rocky View. We made all the proper applications to Rocky View, and everything passed unanimously on July 31st, 2007. The very next day, city announced that our land was being annexed. We were told that the city would take over the files for the subdivision and the zoning applications. While we were informed that the city would be rezoning the lands in 2008, we were also told that a new direct control zoning would allow our existing business to be grandfathered in. After we worked with the city to finalize the subdivision on the property, I clearly remember having a phone conversation with the city file manager when everything was passed. She congratulated me, saying that you now had legal zoning for your property. This was a huge relief for our family to know that we could just look to the future and concentrate on our business. Fast forward to November 2018, we had development officers come by the neighborhood. Some of our adjacent landowners had maybe not had the proper zoning and permits in place. To our knowledge, we had never had any complaints ever against our property. The officer stopped by our shop to inform us that we also did not have proper zoning to work on the property. We were stunned. We assured them that we had previously had approved zoning. I gave them a copy of our approval letter, and he was confused, said he'd look into it. The officer came back and informed me that our direct control zoning was switched to SFUD after 1 year because we had not applied for the development permit. We were not aware of the requirement and we were never informed of it. We had started the process with Rocky View and then were transitioned over to the city staff because of the annexation. If we had known about that requirement, we obviously would have followed through with it. We were devastated to find out, after all the cost and effort of getting our zoning, that it only ended up being valid for 1 year because we were not informed about the development permit process. We have now worked with city staff over the last few years and through COVID to see if there's any possible way to get grandfathering or find some other solution. In the end, we were told we had to start over from scratch with a new rezoning application. This situation was very stressful and frustrating for my whole family. We'd been working on this property for over 35 years with no complaints. We had our zoning approval from Rocky View, and we didn't ask to get annexed by the city. We now pay property taxes that have increased over 400% since being annexed. We have no services, no water, no sewer, no garbage. We have a gravel road that's mostly potholed. We paid a lot of money already for the first approval, and now it's costing us tens of thousands of dollars to go through this process again. I understand people's frustrations. You hear about red tape and regulations, and that's what we're going through. We've worked hard to build our business and support our families and staff. I now personally have my son coming into the business as a third generation. We just can't pick up and move with economic costs out there. It's just not feasible for us to do that. We really hope you feel fit to approve our application so we can just keep doing what we've been doing for 35 years. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just going to look and see if there's any questions for you. And I don't see any in the queue, so thanks very much for taking the time to be here today. And let me just ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.22? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions for administration. Councillor Carl, I'll turn to you to move the item.
Yeah, I'm glad that this is here. I've been dealing with this since 2018. This part of the city is called Garden Heights. As Mr. Beck said, they were annexed in 2007. They've been operating their woodworking business for 35 years. And in 2018, we realized that they were not compliant with our bylaws. I was hoping to sort of handle this as a housekeeping item. We were unable to do that. Mr. Beck had to hire a professional planning firm to help get him to this point. And I will be bringing a motion arising after this, asking that we rescind the fees. This is just a reflection of something that exists on the ground. And I think this is an instance where that makes a lot of sense. Regardless of whether you plan on supporting the waiving of fees or not as a motion arising, I really hope you plan on supporting allowing Mr. Beck and his family to carry out the business that they've been doing on that land for the past 35 years. This land is not within an area structure plan. It's not in the Belvedere area structure plan. It's a long time till it redevelops, and right now there are no services. I feel like it's the very least we can do. I'll address anything in my close if I have to, and prepare yourselves emotionally for my motion arising.
Thank you. To second, Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, and briefly, I want to start out by saying, Mr. Beck, I apologize for not having dealt with this. I wasn't aware that this was taking place. I did represent the area when it was annexed, and I tried to address all issues that came before me, specifically in relation to Garden Heights. I wasn't aware that this was an issue. So my apologies. Happy to support this.
Thank you very much. I don't think there's anyone else in the queue, but let me double check. Nope. Over to you to close, Councillor Craw.
I am closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Sharp, your vote, please. Councillor,
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 24D, 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 24D, 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 24D, 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 24D, 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Over to you for a motion of rising, Councillor Craw.
Yeah, it's before you. I think I've made my case. If anyone has any questions, I'll answer them. Otherwise, I look forward to closing.
Right. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Chabot, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp with a question.
Yeah, I have a question for administration. Did Councillor Carroll have to do this, or couldn't have this just been something that that was done during the process? Maybe I missed that part in the presentation. It came a little bit late, but I thought this is something that a city administration could have initiated on behalf of the applicant. There was issues and not necessarily have to be a councillor that brought this forward. Because haven't we done this before in the past?
Thank you, Councillor. Typically, when administration is doing this for other applications, it is because we've been directed to by City Council, so refunding fees for certain types of applications. For one-offs of a land use sort, it would have to be directed by City Council.
Okay. Well, I think we should work on a different process. It kind of puts a councillor in an odd position if we're doing these one-off. I just had some questions for administration. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand everything here. So the land use makes complete sense. They applied for the land use, got it. And then I understand that because they didn't apply for the DP within a year, the land use expired. And so we're going to refund that so they don't have to go through the process twice. I guess my question is like, would that have happened irrespective of whether they were in the county or in the city, like this sort of expiry type of situation, or was that just as a result of the annexation? Because normally you do have to apply for a DP. So I just want to understand a little bit of that situation because it's very unique. And yeah, if you could explain that, Councillor Craw, or I don't know if administration can weigh in.
Thanks, Councillor Meehan. To be perfectly frank, we don't understand why that would have happened. It's possible that this fell between the cracks between the annexation and the implementation of the new land use bylaw 1P 2007 at the time. But it's not clear why a land use designation would expire unless it was being grandfathered in from the county. So yeah, it's not clear to us why this happened.
But we do have the documentation from Rocky View that the land use was granted from them.
The land use was granted on the property, but they did not get a development permit from the county before it was annexed into the city. So what started all this was the use was never approved through a development permit.
Okay. And does Rocky View County require a development permit for this type of thing?
Correct. Yes, they do. Or they did at the time.
So thank you for answering that. And so I'm going to think about this, Councillor Carra, because at the end of the day, fundamentally, whether you're in Rocky View County or you're in the city, the applicant should have applied for a development permit, but didn't. And so that's why this disappeared. I think the expiry thing is super odd. So if you can maybe give your best pitch at the end for me to support it, because at the end of the day, if it's not, I don't know. It's just a very odd one, and I want to make sure that we're not just refunding fees unless there's something that really got missed that wasn't the applicant not applying for the DP. So if you could just explain that in your close, then I'd be happy to support it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Well, I'm not going to try and explain what goes on at Rocky View County. However, what I will say is that in the 4 years when I was away, I had to deal with some matters with Rocky View, some things that may not have followed a standard process, if I can say that. And so I'm not sure what happened between the transition here as far as the land use and development permit, from my perspective, whatever was approved back then should have been grandfathered, should at the very least been considered a legal non-conforming use. If there was a development permit issue that was outstanding, that should have been brought to the attention of council and the applicant or the landowner so that it could have been resolved then. So from my perspective, like I said before, I'm sorry this happened. I think we should do what we can to make these guys whole so they continue to operate. The fact that an order was issued that may have potentially caused a delay of their work, I think they've paid enough. Let's do this small thing for them.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you, Councillor Craw.
Before I attempt to answer Councillor Meehan's question, I would like to answer it by asking administration a question. If they get this land use, are they required to get a development permit following this?
Yes.
Okay. So I can't speak to what happened in the county and how any of that worked, but I do know that they got the land use, and within the year, they were annexed, and within the year, we flipped over from 1P 80 to 1P 2000, the new land use bylaw, and the new land use bylaw did not reflect the land use that they had on the ground. So they've been grinding to try and get to this point because our SFUD rules aren't super make things easy. They have to get a development permit so that they can operate a shop that they've been operating for 35 years. And the very least we can do is allow the land use, which sits on the land that was granted by Rocky View County and was missed by us when we flipped over through two different, first became the presiders over the land use and then changed our own land use bylaw. The very least we can do is say it was our mistake for not reflecting what was on the ground and having a thoughtful conversation with these guys. These guys are paying much higher taxes inside the city of Calgary than they paid in the county. And so I think they've paid many times over the $6,000-ish that we're seeing to refund them on the land use. The development permit is a totally different issue, and I weep that they have to apply for one and pay for that. But I think the very least we can do as a council is acknowledge that the land use that was granted and allowed did not transfer over, and it had nothing to do with them applying for a DP or not. They just did not get the land use that they were given, and we can fix that now. And we can't refund their planners' fees, their consultants' fees, but we can certainly refund the costs that they bore making their way through our process to make themselves where they should have been in 2007. And I hope you can support that. With that, I'm closed.
Thank you. Let's go to eScribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, go votes right.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. All right, let's go on to item 7.2.23, Mr. Pomeranke.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 7.2.23 is a land use amendment to allow for a single detached dwelling next to Stony Trail. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 33D 2025 to redesignate the site located at 4727R 84th Street Northeast from the Special Purpose Transportation and Utility Corridor, or STUC District, to the Special Purpose Future Urban Development, or SFUD District. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the northeast residual community known as Sub-Area 10E. This is east of Stony Trail and south of McKnight Boulevard on the city's eastern boundary with Rocky View County. Next slide, please. The subject site consists of a residual parcel left over following the construction of Stony Trail, and it was sold by the province in 2018. This parcel is undeveloped. Next slide, please. The parcels immediately to the east and south were both developed with houses, although the one to the east was destroyed in a fire. This parcel does not have direct access to a road and will require an access easement to the northeast to access 84th Street. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the property to the future urban development district, which allows for a limited range of uses that should not compromise the long-term development of the area. This redesignation would allow for the construction of a house and an accessory building. Next slide, please. The proposed land use district aligns with the municipal development plan's goals for the area. Next slide, please. And Calgary Planning Commission supports this application and recommends council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It's 7.2.23. Do we have Rodney Potry? Right. Do we have anyone interested in speaking to item 7.2.23? Okay, seeing and hearing no one on this item, I'll close the public hearing. Let's go to Councillor Chabot with a question of admin.
Yeah, thanks. You made reference, Mr. Pomeranke, in your presentation about the requirement to register an easement, but as part of my package, it looks like an easement has already been registered. Am I incorrect in that? Access agreement?
I beg your pardon, I misspoke. That access easement was registered in 2022.
Okay, good. Yeah, so thank you for that. And I have no problems moving this. I think this is a pretty straightforward application. It's simply looking for land use to be able to put up a single-family residential home. Access agreement has been initiated and in place, so it's not like it's not a stranded access. So I'd like to move the recommendations of Planning Commission and 3 readings of the bylaw.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this? Councillor Wong, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close. Councillor Chabot.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Spencer, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek votes in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 33D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 33D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 33D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 33D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Mr. Pomeranke, we are on to 7.2.25.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 7.2.25 is a road closure, policy amendment, and land use amendment to allow for approximately 230 multi-residential units. Before I begin, I would like to direct your attention to 2 minor amendments to the package. First, the word district is missing from the cover report's recommendation box when it refers to the M2 district. And secondly, in attachment 1, the image of the road closure contained within the report has been updated to reflect a smaller area than the report currently shows. These amendments have been sent to clerks and should be updated for you in eScribe. Next slide, please. The recommendations before you today are to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 11P 2025 to amend the Southeast Center Area Structure Plan, to bylaw 4C 2025 to close a portion of road right-of-way, and to bylaw 23D 2025 to redesignate 6.6 hectares of land from direct control and special purpose districts to multi-residential and mixed-use districts. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeast community of Seaton. This is east of Deerfoot Trail and south of Seaton Drive Southeast. The site is directly adjacent to a future LRT station and is within the Seaton Major Activity Center. Next slide, please. The subject site is 6.65 hectares in size. It's relatively flat and it's currently undeveloped. Next slide, please. A portion of previously established road right-of-way is to be closed through this application. This area was the previous north-south alignment for 56th Street Southeast. Through subsequent planning, the road was approved to diverge to the east as Main Street Southeast. This application will allow for a cleanup by closing the shaded area. Next slide, please. This road closure area would be designated as the MU1 district and would be developed comprehensively with the area to the west. Next slide, please. Surrounding land uses nearby are residential to the east and northeast, with apartments closer to the hospital to the north. Regional commercial uses are farther to the west, closer to Deerfoot Trail. The future green line alignment is intended to be constructed directly against the western boundary of our subject site, traveling from north to south. Areas to the west of the site are designated as a direct control district, which supports intensive employment uses. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the site to a combination of the M1, M2, and MU1 districts. The proposed M1 and M2 districts would generate a combined minimum of 230 units, with the MU1 district adding further to that number. Buildings in these districts would be between 4 and 6 stories in height. Next slide, please. Should council wish to support this proposal, several amendments to the Southeast Centre Area Structure Plan are required. This plan envisions a high-density employment district in the purple areas shown on screen. Policies in the plan allow for residential development only past a certain employment threshold. Administration is satisfied that this employment target has been achieved and that it is appropriate to remove these policies as they are no longer relevant to the evaluation and analysis of future applications. Next slide, please. In closing, this application proposes for residential development in a major activity center close to a future LRT station. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.25. Do we have David Capper?
Good evening, Mayor Gondek, members of council. My name is David Capper. I'm an urban planner with Urban Systems here in Calgary. On behalf of Brookfield Properties and through their subsidiaries South Seaton GP Inc. and Karma Limited, Urban Systems is the applicant for the proposed area structure plan amendment and land use amendment, as well as the road closure applications that are before you this evening. I'm joined by our client in the audience, Mr. Elton Ma, who's the Vice President for Commercial at Brookfield Properties. Before we get started, I should note that we have read administration's report for these applications, and we are fully aligned with the analysis that is presented in the report, and we also support the recommendation that's before you this evening for approval of the applications. I also note that these applications were presented to CPC on November 28th, and the applications were unanimously approved by CPC, and additionally that there were no members of the public that spoke to the applications, as well as no written objections that were received at the CPC meeting. And now on to the presentation. It's my submission that the applications before you this evening represent an exciting moment in the growth and evolution of the Seaton community.
Mr. Capper, will you indulge me for a moment?
I will.
This is another one where I should have done this properly and I screwed this up. So hold that thought. This is one where we have to do 3 separate public hearings because there are 3 different bylaws that we need to have a public hearing for. So if you'll indulge me, what I'm going to do is open up the first one. You can say all of your remarks and then you can just say ditto to the next 2. Would that be all right? So the public hearing that I just opened on this item, which is 7.2.25. The first public hearing is for proposed bylaw 4C 2025, which is for the road closure. So that's what we're doing right now. Mr. Capper, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. So I'll continue with my presentation, and as you've said, I'll just say ditto for the remainder. So the applications before you this evening represent an exciting moment in the growth and evolution within the Seaton community. Through active efforts on the part of Brookfield and their builder-developer clients, the goal of reaching and exceeding a minimum level of employment intensity within Seaton has been reached, thereby ensuring that a viable employment base has been secured within the community. And with future developments, such as the Alberta Infrastructure Campus, employment opportunities will continue to grow within Seaton well into the future. In achieving the identified minimum employment intensity targets, Brookfield has helped realize the Southeast Centre's policy goal of being a vital and vibrant regional centre with a viable, significant suburban office business development area. In doing so, Brookfield has also paved the way for the next stage in the evolution of growth within the Seaton community, that being the implementation and development of the planned residential densities that will help Seaton develop into a true transit-oriented community. In terms of the applications themselves, the proposed area structure plan amendment seeks to remove references to achieving the minimum intensification target of 75,000 square meters or 750,000 square feet of employment-intensive development within the ASP area. Given that the minimum employment intensity target has been achieved, it is now appropriate to amend the ASP to remove references to achieving the minimum intensification target and to focus policy objectives on monitoring the level of employment development in Seaton to ensure that employment intensities are maintained at or above the identified intensification targets. When we move to the land use amendment that's before you this evening, it in part seeks to implement some of the anticipated density that has been planned for the area immediately surrounding the Seaton LRT station. This is to be achieved through providing a wider range of choice in the housing options that are available in this area. And furthermore, the proposed land use amendment seeks to implement land use designations that are aligned with Bylaw 1P 2007 and thus represent a more contemporary planning approach to land use regulation. The introduction of the mixed use M1 and M2 land use designations will allow for additional residential density to be achieved in an area that is immediately adjacent to the Seaton LRT station, while allowing for a slightly broader range of uses that are possible in this area. The reconfiguration of the M2 land use designation seeks to recognize the city's acquisition of the Seaton LRT station parcel at a reduced land area than was originally planned. The M2 land use designation is proposed to replace lands that were previously designated as SCRI to accommodate the LRT station. Finally, the road closure application that's before you seeks to close an unused historical right-of-way that is located internal to a development parcel. Given that the right-of-way has not historically been used for road access, it is appropriate that this right-of-way be closed and be better utilized to accommodate future residential development. In summary, it's our submission to you that the proposed development and the applications that are required to implement it.
You're just at time, Mr. Capper, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
For your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, but just stay here because there's another public hearing coming. Thanks very much for your presentation. Is there anyone else that's wishing to speak to item 7.2.25, proposed bylaw 4C 2025? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on that item. I will open the public hearing on the same item, 7.2.2025, but this is for proposed bylaws 11P 2025 and 23D 2025. With that public hearing open, Mr. Capper, anything to add?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to say ditto to my last presentation, but I'd also like to add 2 more points, if I may. That'll take me 30 seconds. I just wanted to add that it's our submission that the proposed development and the applications that are required to implement it represent good planning and are in the public interest. And it's on this basis that it's our respectful request the Council endorses the administration's recommendation and approves the applications as submitted. And this concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions should there be any.
Thank you very much for that. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so you are able to go back and take your seat. Thank you so much for joining us today. And let me ask, on item 7.2.25, is there anyone else wishing to speak to proposed bylaws 11P 2025 and 23D 2025? Okay, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on that item. With public hearing closed, and I don't see any amendments, or sorry, I don't see any questions of administration. Let's go to Councillor Spencer to move the item.
Thank you, Mayor. For any of my council colleagues that are looking at this and coming at it from the TOD purist perspective, I could see why potentially you might be raising a few eyebrows. But I've had some really good conversations with the applicants about what is intended to happen adjacent to the train station here. This is ultimately where the buses, the city transit just needs less land. They have a plan that requires less. Now they're going to be putting multi-residential and potential mixed use. We talked about the interface. And ultimately, this is not the major activity center of the area. That is really the hospital area. So all of the best outcomes of TOD are being pinpointed for that area. This allows us to hit on some pretty major city goals. But I can see why a few of you might want to push for more. My suggestion would be that this is fabulous in terms of alignment with many of the things that we want to accomplish down in this neck of the woods. So hope you will be supportive.
Thank you. Can I get someone to second this, please? Councillor Walcott. All right, I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back over to you to close, Councillor Spencer.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 4C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 4C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 4C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 4C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. First reading of bylaw 11P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 11P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 11P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 11P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. First reading of bylaw 23D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 23D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 23D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 23D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Mr. Pomeranke, 7.2.26, which I think is your last one.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Item 26 is a land use amendment to allow for a secondary suite within an existing house. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 18D 2025 to redesignate the site located at 260 Bridlewood Avenue Southwest to a direct control district based on the residential low-density mixed housing or RG district. Next slide, please. The subject site is in the southwest community of Bridlewood, inside of Stony Trail and west of James McKevitt Road Southwest. Next slide, please. The site is a mid-block parcel currently developed with a single detached home and rear detached garage that accesses the rear lane. Next slide, please. The surrounding area is primarily characterized by single detached dwellings with row houses across the street to the south surrounding a playground. Next slide, please. The site's current land use district allows for single detached houses on narrow lots and requires access from the lane. However, it does not include secondary suites as a listed use. This application proposes to redesignate the site to the residential low-density mixed housing or RG district, which would allow for a maximum building height of 12 meters, which is 3 meters taller than currently allowed, and would allow for secondary suites as well as different building forms should the entire property be redeveloped. Administration is reviewing a development permit for a secondary suite, and it is ready for approval pending Council's decision on this application. Next slide, please. In closing, this application allows for a basement suite in the existing building in an appropriate location. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends Council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item is 7.2.26. Do we have April Toth?
Yes, I am present. This is April Toth, and I'm the applicant and owner of the home. And here to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us. I do not see any questions for you in the queue, so we appreciate you taking the time today.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.26? All right, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I am also not seeing anyone in the queue for questions of admin, so let's go to Councillor McLean to move this.
Thank you, Mayor. Really straightforward application to designate a new land use so they can apply for a basement suite, which I believe is for a family member in the beautiful community of Bridlewood. So I please hope you can support this very, very difficult decision. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, you're seconding this. Great. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor McLean.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, everyone.
Councillor Penner, no, thank you. Mayor Gondek, what's in?
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 13-1 with Councillor Chu voting against. First reading of bylaw 18D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed, and that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 18D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed, and that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 18D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 18D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed, and that is carried. With that, we are on to 7.3.1. Now, before we do this, there are 11 people registered to speak to this, so it's quite possible we could get through this item tonight, but we also have a very quick bylaw tabulation. I'm hoping we can do that ahead of item 7.3.1. Madam Clerk, is that an issue at all?
If we have general consent to do 9.1 right away?
Say that again?
Sorry, are you asking if, did you want to do 9.1 first?
Yeah.
If there's general consent?
Okay. Can I get general consent to do 9.1 first? This is a bylaw tabulation. Anyone opposed to that? All right, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone opposed, so let's do 9.1. We're going to put the main motion and bylaw readings up there. Okay, can I get someone to move this? Councillor Wong. Can I get someone to second it?
Oops, I didn't hit RTS.
Are you seconding it, Councillor Chabot? Yeah, okay. Anything to add, or you're just standing up to get some?
Being as there was previous council direction on this that said that we only give the second and third reading once we have approval from the Alberta Utilities Commission. My understanding is Alberta Utilities Commission has not approved this yet. So I believe before we can give this second and third reading that we have to reconsider council's previous direction to withhold second and third reading until such time as the Alberta Utilities Commission has approved our new franchise agreement. So I believe what's required first is for us to do a reconsideration on recommendation, I think it was number 3, to withhold second and third reading, and then to change the recommendation to say give second and third reading. I'm not sure. I think the clerk has the wording. I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Councillor Chabot, we do have the motion to reconsider on the screen.
Yeah, so happy to make that motion to reconsider previous council direction.
All right, so the reconsideration motion is being made by Councillor Chabot. Can I get a seconder? Councillor McLean, thank you. Okay, so we need to reconsider the decision we made so we can actually vote on the bylaws today. So you're voting on this reconsideration. Voting yes means you are agreeing to reconsider. Voting no means you are not willing to reconsider. Please go to eScribe to vote.
Councillor Sharp, your vote? No, thank you. Mayor Gondek, votes right.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? Bless you. That's carried 13-1 with Councillor Thaliwal voting against. So we now will go back to that motion. I think we have to go back to the motion that we just said we would reconsider, Madam Clerk.
Yes, and we will replace it with that council gives second and third readings.
Yeah.
So this is a new recommendation 3, correct? Okay, and the reason for this, of course, as some of you may or may not know, we were given direction to have a new local access fee or franchise agreement in place by a certain date that was ordered by the minister. And so we had put forward first reading, submitted our application to the Alberta Utilities Commission. We haven't gotten a response or a decision from the Alberta Utilities Commission, but in order to ensure that we are not what's going to delay this process, we need to give our bylaw 3 readings now, so that once we do get approval from the Alberta Utilities Commission, that it just all flows naturally. So there's no additional delay, and we're not blamed for not implementing our new franchise fee as per ministerial order. So unless I'm mistaken, and I'm happy to hear from our law department if they need further correction on that. Did I get it right? That would be a surprise, wouldn't it?
Yeah. No. Cody Venno with the law department. You know, you have it right from what I heard coming in late. You had it correct where you just need to pass second and third reading of this bylaw so that we can execute the agreement once it's approved by the AUC in the next, hopefully, week or two.
Not to say that we told you so, but not you, but the minister. I think we may have said that this may not be able to be implemented in the timeline that they were seeking, but hey, what do we know?
Yeah, well, the agreement, we had contemplated this timeline in the agreement, and we're still within that timeline. It's just close. Yeah.
All right, belts and braces. Everyone, hope you can support this.
Thank you. It was moved by Councillor Wong, seconded by Councillor Chabot. I don't see anybody in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Wong.
We're closed. Thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Demong, thank you. Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 44M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Third reading of bylaw 44M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Let's go back to the last item on the agenda. This is 7.3.1. This is Scott Thompson.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Scott Thompson. I'm the project lead for the Local Area Plan Reconnect. Joining me today is Brianne Harder, coordinator for the Local Area Planning Program. Next slide, please. As part of the rezoning for housing decision, council directed administration to reconnect with the communities within the approved local area plans to determine whether any amendments to the local area plans are warranted as a result of the proposed rezoning, and report back to the Infrastructure and Planning Committee with an interim update no later than Q1 of 2025. Additionally, administration was directed to remove the single detached special study area from the North Hill Communities Local Area Plan. On January 8th, Infrastructure and Planning Committee recommended approval of administration's recommendations. Next slide, please. Infrastructure and Planning Committee is recommending that council approve proposed amendments to the North Hill, Westbrook, and Heritage Communities Local Area Plans. Infrastructure and Planning Committee is also recommending that council repeal the Fairview land use study as it was not removed as part of the original approval of the Heritage Communities Local Area Plan. Next slide, please. The 3 approved local area plans that are proposed to be amended are identified in green on the map. They are the North Hill, Westbrook, and Heritage communities. Please note that the East Calgary International Avenue Communities Local Area Plan was not approved when council direction was given and does not have similar location criteria policies as the other approved local area plans. Therefore, no update was required. Next slide, please. Proposed amendments will bring the 3 approved plans into alignment with council's rezoning for housing decision. Amendments in Chapter 2 will update the neighborhood local urban form policies, which provide location criteria for buildings with 3 or more units. Removing the location criteria to support row house development throughout the plan areas to align with the city's new base district of residential grade-oriented infill or RCG. As of December 6th, 2024, there are 91 applications on hold in these plan areas due to the location criteria. Approval of the amendments would allow for these applications to move forward. Without these amendments, individual policy amendments would be required to support row house development in certain areas within these local area plans. This approach does not align with the local area plans program intent to reduce policy amendments for individual development applications. In order to better clarify multi-residential development of 3 or more units is not supported unless it is in a grade-oriented form, a new policy is being proposed. This policy would provide better clarity to communities, developers, and file managers when making decisions on applications in these areas. This will not change the location criteria for the housing grade-oriented district, or HGO, as the land use bylaw provides criteria for HGO in local area plans, which is limited to areas identified as neighborhood connector and neighborhood flex in the urban form map. In addition, the city's housing strategy directed the removal of the single detached special study area in local area plans. North Hill Communities is the only plan that is impacted by this direction. The guide for local area planning was previously updated to align with this direction. Finally, proposed amendments will incorporate new ideas collected through engagement done through the Local Area Plan Reconnect project. Communities were appreciative of the fact that administration was reaching out to do this work. Next slide, please. Engagement for the Local Area Plan Reconnect was twofold. The first part was to inform communities about the changes coming to Chapter 2 in the plans, and the second was to collect feedback that informed new community improvements to be added to Chapter 3 and Appendix A of the plans. The vast majority of the comments received regarding community improvements were already incorporated into each respective plan. The remaining ideas were reviewed with internal groups and, if deemed feasible, were added to Chapter 3 and Appendix A of each plan. Finally, a key piece of public feedback was that people wanted to see these projects identified within the plans constructed sooner to support growth and change within their communities. Next slide, please. Based on the engagement through the Reconnect project, additional community investment opportunities were added to each of the 3 approved plans. For North Hill, policies were added to Chapter 3 to explore more tree planting in Confederation Park and complete missing links for pedestrians within the plan area. Policies were added to Appendix A that will explore additional park upgrades and 5A network improvements along key corridors within the area. Next slide, please. Policies were added to the Westbrook Communities Local Area Plan, Appendix A, exploring new upgrades to parks, additional off-leash areas, and new active mode connections to Edworthy Park. Next slide, please. Policies were added to the Heritage Communities Local Area Plan, Chapter 3, prioritizing barrier-free connections to transit station areas. Additional policies were added to Appendix A, exploring new 5A network upgrades to Kingsland Park. And upgrades to Kingsland Park. Next slide, please. To conclude, administration is recommending approval to these amendments to align with previous council direction. This concludes our presentation, and administration is available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.3.1. Do we have the following people? I'm going to assemble people into 2 panels. The first one will be 5. The next one will be 6 people. Do we have Chris Bell? Okay, do we have Marie Semenick Evans? Yep. Do we have Patty Auger? Do we have Olubenga Adebayo? Oh, you're here, perfect. Do we have Simonetta Actison? What about Sandra Harper? Yeah. If you want to come up and grab a seat, you'll be on the first panel. Do we have Jeff Wiggers? Hi, you can come on up as well. And do we have Karen Arndt? Okay, so the first panel is Marie, Olubenga, Sandra, Jeff, and Karen. So you can all make your way to the front here. Let's kick it off with Marie, please.
Good evening, Mayor Gondek and members of council. My name is Marie Semenick Evans, and I am speaking on behalf of the Crescent Heights Community Association. I'm here today to urge council to reject the motion that is in front of you, or at a minimum, amend it to retain the initial intent of the North Hill Communities Local Area Plan, a plan that many communities worked for several years to craft. As administration has presented, the purpose of the Reconnect project is to see if any amendments to the local area plans are warranted as a result of the rezoning to RCG. Administration presented the majority of feedback they received from residents had to do with adding community improvement and investment ideas to the appendix. What they didn't fully present was that there was also significant feedback regarding proposed changes to the section of the LAP dealing with neighborhood local limited scale policies. I know this because several members of our community, including myself, attended in-person engagement sessions and sent a detailed letter objecting to the changes. We specifically asked administration to not amend the plan where it didn't need to be amended. Let me review the changes administration is recommending to the section regarding the neighborhood local limited scale category and the significant issues our community, and in fact several communities, have with them. But first, the changes we don't have issues with. Policy A of 2.2.1.6 references secondary suites, and we're not concerned about this being deleted. It speaks to permitting secondary suites where they are allowed, but they're now allowed everywhere, so it is irrelevant. Policy C of that section speaks to where multifamily is allowed, but is now allowed everywhere, so that is also now irrelevant. So we could agree with administration on those 2 points. But there are 2 policies that we feel very strongly should remain in the plan. Policy B of 2.2.1.6 says, building forms that contain 1 or 2 residential units are supported in neighborhood local limited scale. This is true, is it not? Is it not still allowable to build a single-family home or a single-family home with a suite or a semi-detached home in neighborhood local? Well, of course it is. There is no reason to delete this when these forms are in fact still supported. And policy D says building forms that contain 3 or more residential units in neighborhood local limited scale should be designed to complement the surrounding context and consider the impacts of massing, lot coverage, and setbacks on the following: access to sunlight and shade on adjacent parcels and protection of existing healthy trees or landscaping on the parcel where appropriate. Do we still not want the design of larger multi-family dwellings to complement the surrounding context? To consider access to sunlight on adjacent parcels or the protection of healthy trees? Of course we do. Again, there's no reason to delete this. And in fact, there are still very good reasons to keep this in. Removing these points fundamentally changes what we see the neighborhood local limited scale to be. It has to be a mix of residential forms, not exclusively multifamily buildings, which is what this seems to be leading to. We are also very concerned about the new policy that administration is recommending replace these policies. It reads, multi-residential develop is only supported in the neighborhood local limited scale areas in a grade-oriented form. Well, what does that mean? In the city's own definition of grade-oriented housing, it includes HGO and states that this adds the option of higher intensity development than of an RCG. It is difficult not to be worried that this isn't as much about amending the plan to recognize the new RCG rezoning, but rather allow for HGO development in neighborhood local limited scale areas. This is a significant change to a plan that took many years to come together and should not be included in as an amendment without a clearer purpose and effective engagement. The engagement process and the resulting summary report was clearly focused on implementation ideas and completely ignored the important conversation that needs to happen around a change to building form. I would strongly suggest that Council amend the motion to leave in policies B and D of 2.2.1.6, policies that we all agreed on regarding building form in neighborhood local limited scale category, and remove administration's policy recommendation regarding grade-orientated form.
You're just at time. You're just
Perfect.
at time.
Until it is written in a clear manner and vetted with the North Hill communities.
Thank you very much
done.
for your presentation.
I had to
Appreciate it.
finish my sentence. It was a
That's
good
not the
one.
way it works. Everyone has
Well,
5 minutes. And I do need to weigh in on something else. I've just been given advice by legal that I need to make sure that we are doing separate public hearings for North Hill, Westbrook, and Heritage. And since you were weighing in on North Hill, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to check and see the next folks that are up after you, and you can grab a seat. There is a question for you, but it'll come later. Mr. Adebayo, are you also North Hill?
Westbrook.
Westbrook, okay. I'm going to put you over here. What about Sandra Harper? Heritage, okay.
I have a question.
Mr. Wiggers, are you, just hang on, which one are you for? Are you here for North Hill?
Well, can I speak to all of them?
You can speak to all of them.
Okay, I will speak to all of them, thank you.
Okay. One second, Karen Arndt. Heritage, thank you. Okay, so I am going to go through all the speakers again and figure out who's on which one. If you just give me a second, thanks for bearing with me. Chris Bell, are you on the line? Okay, what about Patty Auger? Simonetta Actison?
I'm here, and I'm speaking on North Hill.
Thank you very much. What about Hugh Stewart? Corrine Jansonius?
I'm speaking for North Hill.
Thank you. And what about Jennifer Baldwin? Hi. Heritage, thank you. Okay, so we are going to kick things off with North Hill. Ms. Semenuk Evans led us off on that one. We're going to go to Wiggers, Actison, and Jansonius next on North Hill. And then I'm going to go to everybody else, all right? Okay, so Mr. Wiggers, please go ahead.
Hello, City Council. Good evening. My name is Jeff Wiggers. I represent myself, and thank you for taking the time and listening to my presentation. I'll keep this brief. I don't really have a set speech, and the previous presenter did an excellent job articulating my concerns, of which I am not going to be able to do the same job with. Some of the points that she brought up are concerns of mine there as well. Within the proposed changes, they talk about the effects of sunlight and trees being deleted from the application process there. And I find that to be quite problematic, and I find that that would cause some problems down the road. Now, if we look at the local area plans, significant work was done to create these local area plans in conjunction with the community. I find it problematic and quite frankly concerning that we are now going to be taking this work that was done and now ignoring the aspects that the community finds important. So that's why I've chosen to speak to all of the presentations today, because I feel that a lot of people feel the same way. So I guess I'll be speaking something similar here in the next 5 minutes. What else do I have for you today? That's it for this one. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Ms. Actison.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek and members of council. My name is Simonetta Actison. I am a current member of the Crescent Heights Community Association Planning Committee. In November 2018, I became the CA representative for the North Hill Community Local Area Plan process. At the time, I was a board member of CHCA. I spent close to 3 years advocating for our community and commenting on the LAP as it evolved. This was an enormous volunteer commitment, and beyond reporting to the board, I made every effort to engage our residents with articles, surveys, and alerts when their input could be considered. After a 3-year process to create this document, you hosted 2 in-person sessions, neither of which I could attend, and have significantly changed the intent of the local area plan. How is this even possible? I strongly disagree with the bylaw 20P 2025 that will see the removal of policy 2.2.1.6 in its entirety. In particular, I strongly object to the removing of policy D, as does my committee of 19 members. 3 or more unit developments should still, and I quote, be designed to complement the surrounding context and consider the impacts of massing, lot coverage, and setbacks on the following: access to sunlight and shade on adjacent parcels and protection of existing healthy trees or landscaping on the parcel where appropriate. These were important considerations that were informed by the residents who participated in the LAP process and should still be important to redevelopment in any established community. By removing this policy, you are betraying the trust of citizens who engaged in this process and made their concerns known. You made a commitment to adhere to such policies, and now you are canceling that commitment with the strike of a red line. This policy is still completely aligned with the rezoning as defined in the LAP. This removal is simply a way for the city to not consider these important factors during redevelopment. The proposed replacement clause completely changes the meaning of neighborhood local and allows for the introduction of HGO in internal neighborhoods. I remember when we were assured that this form would only be permitted on neighborhood connectors for those of us with existing LAPs. What happened to that assurance? I also note that in the What We Heard, What We Did report summary, there is no reference to the removal of section 2.2.1.6, despite numerous comments. Is this what we heard or chose to ignore summary? Both in person and via letters, the CHCA expressed their concerns, as did other CAs and individuals. Following the hearing for blanket upzoning, Council made a commitment that the DP process would provide residents an opportunity to comment on and influence redevelopment. The way we do that as individuals or as CAs is to lean on the zoning bylaw, any applicable design guidelines, and statutory policies that guide redevelopment. It now seems that the city is removing language that provides opportunities to improve controversial applications. No doubt your file managers are in the same situation with little at their disposal to improve the fit of redevelopment. Why are you removing language and policy that requires redevelopment to be considerate of existing homeowners and communities? Not everything needs to be built to the maximum. We are front and center seeing applications coming through in our community, and there is almost no consideration for context or for heritage. Heritage guidelines were adopted for the North Hill Plan, and Crescent Heights has a considerable chunk of the areas where those guidelines apply. What we see is basic disregard for the guidelines. We need to push back on almost every application. It is as if developers choose to pretend they do not exist. I can't even begin to describe the colossal loss of urban forest through this process, and the proposed replacements are completely inadequate. If you were going to revisit the LAP, it would have been so meaningful if you had considered improving and fine-tuning the plan to respond to identified concerns. Instead, you have chosen to take it in the opposite direction. You are once again not listening to the people who live and contribute to these areas now and in the future. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please hang on the line and I'll let you know if there's questions for you. Let's go to Corinne Jansonius, please.
Hi, I'm Corinne Jansonius, and I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant, have been for almost 30 years now. I've got 4 points. The first 2 are just in terms of saying what you're going to change to the plan, and I find there's 2 errors. One is that you mentioned considering trees in Confederation Park, but this item did not make it into the bylaw changes document presented as attachment 2. So I just want to make sure that it will actually make it into the plan. My second point is in Appendix A, I noticed that 5 items that used to be under the greening the city had slipped into connecting the city. And I think this is an error, but it's one that will make it harder for people to see all the initiatives for greening the city. So I ask that those 5 items that used to be under greening the city get moved back to greening the city, or that the bylaw change is updated to say that this change is intentional. The third item is that I find it frustrating you don't include the updated North Hill LAP as part of this agenda, so we could see if the changes were made correctly. or if they were overlooked. I think the transparency would be much better if we had access to the updated NHLAP rather than having to look at the bylaw changes and see if there's any gaps based on the engagement. So that's a request for, in general, if you're making changes to a document, don't just say what the changes are, but let us see the final document to see if we agree that the changes were made correctly. And the last point is I agree with everybody on 2.2.1.6 policy D, the one talking about considering the context, looking at massing, lot coverage and setbacks, considering the existing healthy trees, considering the sunlight and shade. I would love to see that still included in this section. I understand why the other items are being deleted, although I understand why somebody complained about Section B, but Section D in particular, I would be very sorry to see that deleted. So I hope Council will fix the errors, the clerical errors probably from what you said you were going to do to what is being implemented. The first two items are simple clerical errors, I believe, but especially Section D, that I speak with my heart to say I think that would be a good thing to keep in the North Hill LAP to respect all the work that was done in the 3 years to produce this LAP. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll stick around if there's any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Yeah, please hang on the line. You can just mute yourself. I'll let you know if there's questions for you. I'm going to call the three outstanding people again to see if they want to speak to North Hill. Do we have Chris Bell?
Here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Is it North Hill that you wish to speak to?
Yes.
Okay, please hang on the line. Do we have Patty Auger? Do we have Hugh Stewart? Okay, let's go to Chris Bell on the North Hill plan, please.
Good evening, Mayor Gondek and members of council. On behalf of Norfolk Housing Association, I'm here to speak in favor of administration's recommendations, and I had planned to speak in favor of all three LAP Reconnect Amendment bylaws, but I will only speak in favor of North Hill as I don't want to be adding extra time to this evening. As many of you know, for almost 45 years, Norfolk has owned and operated a portfolio of mixed-income multi-residential properties in Hillhurst Sunnyside, but we are here today because we support implementation of the city's housing strategy. The strategy's 80 actions, one of which, of course, is before us today with these three bylaws, are designed to enable adequate supply across the housing continuum. As we know, when we have enough supply, people can more easily move across the continuum as their needs change. And over time, this will help support greater affordability and manage the soaring demand that we're seeing for community housing. And more specifically, these amendments that are before us here today will align existing local area plans with both the housing strategy and last year's rezoning for housing decision. Local area plan policies provide really important guidance for administration decisions, including decisions on discretionary DP applications. And for many reasons, it's really, really important to keep these policies consistent between LAPs, the zoning bylaw, and with council-approved strategies. This kind of consistency supports administration in fulfilling council direction, providing greater certainty to applicants, and ultimately in achieving our housing supply targets. These amendments will also help cut red tape and simplify the approval process for new homes. If these amendments are approved, when reviewing a row house application in limited scale areas, administration will only have to look at 2 lines of policy instead of having to look at the 20+ lines of policy that currently exist in those sections. Again, this is just one of our housing strategy's 80 actions, and it's essential that each of these actions be advanced together at the same time so the strategy has its intended impact. We urge Council to support these LAP amendments as part of its commitment to improving housing affordability and choice for all Calgarians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and please stay on the line in case there's questions for you, and I'll put one last call out. Patty Auger or Hugh Stewart? Okay, let's go to questions. Councillor Wong, you've got a question for this panel?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I'm going to start with Corinne Janis. I'm sure. Apologies if I mispronounced your name.
Jansonius.
Thank you. Corinne?
Yes.
Thank you. You brought forward four different topics. One was with regards to trees, and you made reference that this was discussed but not included. Did you? I'm sorry.
Yes.
So again, you've seen you've forwarded changes, but you have not seen the changes in these amendments. Is that correct? With regards to trees.
That's correct. I looked at the bylaws, attachment 2 for this agenda, and there's nothing about the consideration trees.
Okay.
I heard somebody reference it in their presentation, but it's not in anything in the agenda, so I don't know how I can be sure it will be in the NHLAP.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask the administration to address that one. You also made reference about the references to greening, and that's not included as well, correct?
The problem there is if you look at the original NHLAP that's about 3 years old, there were about 7 items under greening the city. And in the proposed appendix that's in this agenda, you'll notice that 5 of those items ended up in connecting the city. So they're still there, but they're in the wrong section. So if somebody is looking for the suggestions for greening the city, they would not see these. So I'm just asking that it's a simple mistake, but just fix it so that unless it's intentional, and then explain why they were moved.
Thank you.
But either way, the appendix is not consistent.
Thank you. And I'll ask administration to talk about that later. You also wanted to see the updated LAP. So in other words, a red line version, is that correct?
If it's a red line version, but yes, basically, I'm assuming people have been updating the LAP based on the bylaws. And what is going to go, what we have to live with is the final LAP. And if there's mistakes, it's going to be costly to argue and fix it. So I just want to identify the mistakes early. And if we could see the redlined LAP, then we could say, you made a mistake here, please fix it, as opposed to having to, if we don't catch it on time, then have to go back afterwards and say, the bylaw didn't include this, but now it's just another item on council that they have to address.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming we could address it later, but I'd rather do it now.
Yeah, and I'll ask administration on that one. The last one is you made reference to section 2216, the items that were deleted, A, B, C, D. And my question to you, when you participated in the engagement sessions, did they explain why those bullets are going to be removed?
I heard that most of the content is addressed in other sections. So for Chris, who just spoke about reducing 20 lines to 2, from what I understand is in 2.2.1.4 and in another section, I don't have in front of me, but somewhere else, there's other items that talk about this, that talk about context, that talk about trees, but they are in reams of code, and so it worries me even more if somebody says, well, it's easier to read 2 lines rather than 20, when really there's 200 other lines they should be reading, and the context and the trees are in those other 200 lines, but people who are just cutting to the chase, I'm even worried they won't even see the things in 2.2.1.4 because they'll think we're neighborhood local, we only have to read 2.2.1.6. They won't even realize that that's a subsection of 2.2.1.4, much less than, I think it's 2.4, has some really salient points, but how many people will look there? So I think it would be respectful to the North Hill community to include, retain that point D in the neighborhood local. It's simple, and yes, it is elsewhere, but it does at least remind the developers they have to consider context. I agree with the increases in density. I just think they should be balanced. Like, put 4 units with 4 basement units beside me, but be respectful for the people on either side and the residents of that street, to come up with a solution that's reasonable for everybody rather than just a solution that is good for the people living in that new development. So I think this would help retain the balance and help retain people's respect and confidence in what council is trying to accomplish.
Thank you. Can I have Ms. Evans, please? Ms. Evans, I'm going to pick up where I left off with Ms. Jones. And same thing with 2.216. Was it clear to you why they removed that section?
No, it was not. It was actually a very odd situation at both tables because we had a community member at the other table. We sat down and they opened with, this is what we're removing. But they flipped through it really fast and went on to item E and just kind of said, okay, so now what does everybody want in their communities? And I was like, whoa. Hey, could we just go back to that a little bit? And can we go look at that again? And again, they were quite dismissive and I wasn't very familiar going into that meeting. We only had 2 weeks notice to that engagement. And I wasn't fully aware of what was being discussed in that document. But when I asked to go back to it, they were very quick to say, oh, it doesn't matter. It's kind of doesn't matter now. And yeah.
Thank you. You also, in the report here, attachment number 9, there was a letter dated from January 26, 2025, Crescent Heights to the City of Calgary. You made reference to a statement called the Application Outreach Toolkit Row House How-To Guide, and specifically it notes section 1.b, create a row house guide. Have you seen that yet?
No, and we were actually just discussing that because, in fact, it comes up a lot in our planning committee meetings. But no, we have not seen or heard anything about that. We're expecting that, I believe, at the end of Q4 of 2024, and we haven't seen anything yet.
Okay. Would that help understand the 2.2.1.6? Have that in place?
I'd like to think it would, being a toolkit but we'll take whatever we can get to help us make sense of all this.
Okay. And my last question to you, Ms. Janice, and I apologize again, Corinne had made reference that the section 2.2.1.6 was removed, but it's actually referenced in 2.2.1.4. Were you aware that was previously referenced?
No, I was not. I did not make that connection, nor was that connection made for us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mayor, are we going to go to questions of administration or do the other LAPs?
Nope, I have to do all the public hearings first.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'll have questions of administration later.
Okay, so you're done with these questions? Okay.
Thank you.
So that's it with the questions for this particular panel. So other than Mr. Wiggers, who's going to speak to all of them, anyone who, which one are you speaking to, sir? Heritage, thank you. For everyone else who has spoken to North Hill, you can go grab your regular seat. Everyone else just stay up here until we're able to call you. Councillor Chabot, where did you come from?
Well, no, I thought there was others that were asking questions as well. That's why I didn't hit enter on my RTS.
I would highly recommend everyone hit enter as soon as you know you have a question. No need to sandbag. Please go ahead.
No sandbagging. Ms. Actson, are you still on the line?
I am.
Just curious if you had a chance to look at any of the other LEPs and whether you had similar concerns to those or additional concerns on any of the others, or you're just strictly focused on North Hill?
I'm certainly more focused on North Hill because it pertains to our community, but I am aware that there are similar or the same clause that is being removed from other local area plans, and there is the same concerns from other communities.
Okay. And so your submission is similar to Ms. Evans in that the recommendations of 2.2.1.6, A, B, C, and D, and E. Are you looking at reversing that and keeping all of those recommendations in there, or is there anything in there that you think could be removed?
Well, I think by fait accompli, E is done, the special study area, and I think A is probably not necessary. I'm sorry, I'm going from memory. C and D could certainly stay. I don't see them as contradicting the blanket upzoning to RCG. They don't in any way contradict it. And we were told they were being removed in order to align them with blanket upzoning, and I don't see that that's necessary, and nor do I see the replacement clause that they intend to put in as being in any way the same kind of feel. And I appreciate that there are other clauses in the North Hill plan that say similar things, but they're not specific to neighborhood local, which is very important.
So the replacement clause that's referenced in here that multi-residential developments only supported in the neighborhood local scale areas in a grade-oriented form. Do you see that as possibly introduction of HCO type housing throughout the community?
I do see it as a possibility, very much so. And I guess I would need to see the definitions of all those terminologies that are used in that, but I definitely see it as that's what I said in my presentation, is my concern with that, is that I think it opens that door because HGO is grade-oriented multifamily.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. That's all the questions I had for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for the questions for this panel. So I will say one more time, is there anyone else wishing to speak under items?
I'd like to speak, Mayor. I'd like to speak, Mayor.
Hi, who's this?
Hi, it's Flora Gillespie.
Okay.
You spoke to me earlier today.
Yeah, can you hang on a sec? I'm just trying to finish what I need you to speak up for. So hang on a second. If there's anyone else wishing to speak under item 7.3.1 specifically to the proposed bylaw 20P 2025, which is North Hill. Would that be you, Ms. Gillespie?
I am speaking generally to the local area plan reconnect.
Okay, you've got
so all three areas. Okay.
So you're going to speak to all three then?
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead with North Hill. That's what we're on right now.
Well, mine isn't specifically to North Hill, but it's to all three. I want to first start by saying thank you. So do I need to, let me just ask you this question, Mayor. Do I need to repeat this for all three? I'm just a little confused.
So we're just pausing your time right now. I would say your ideal situation is to say whatever you would like to say in whichever one you would like to. We happen to be on North Hill, so this is a good place. If you wish to weigh in on the other two, you certainly can, but you're not obligated to.
Still a little confused. I'd like to speak to all three at the same time. Is that possible?
You can say whatever you like, but we're going to categorize you under North Hill. How about that?
Okay. Well, maybe I'll come back and repeat for the other two. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I really want to say that in general, LAP reconnects are extremely harmful to our communities. Now that we can see the city's documents, they're essentially removing policies that allow residents to ask for context with new built forms. It takes away anything to hang your hat on, like privacy, shadowing, etc. I'm appalled that the city is trying to sneak this through. It's coming to council tomorrow. We have had to hire a planning consultant. Groups in the city have had to hire a planning consultant to interpret it for us because the city never reviewed this with us during engagement sessions. They only allowed us just to discuss beautification for our communities. I'm sorry, that's just ridiculous. They're essentially getting rid of any kind of policy to restrict building. With respect to the revisions to the existing local area plans, all of them, all three, and I can repeat this for the next two, namely Heritage, North Hill, and Westbrook, I'm alarmed and dismayed that the city planning administration are moving policies which provide restrictions on shadowing, privacy, community context, and tree canopy. This overly permissive change may remove the ability to appeal developments of this nature. I urge you to oppose these bylaws. The allowance of HGO anywhere, including mid-block, rather than restricting them to transportation corridors, is not in the spirit of the MDP. Further, in Alberta, the law restricts the right to use and enjoy the use and enjoyment of private property. This right is protected in common law, the Alberta Bill of Rights, and other provincial and federal laws. Unlike with blanket rezoning bylaw, where engagement was perfunctory, city rezoning administration had zero engagement with citizens on these sweeping changes. Calgarians have a right to a democratic process regarding the development of their city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to join us. If you want to speak to the other ones, just hang on the line. Last call, is there anyone else wishing to speak to proposed bylaw 20P 2025, which is the North Hill Communities Local Area Plan? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I will close the public hearing on that item. I am now going to open the public hearing. Again, it's under 7.3.1, but this time it is for the Westbrook communities. This is 21P 2025. I'm going to figure out who wishes to speak to it. Mr. Adebayo, you wish to speak to it. You'll be first. Ms. Gillespie, would you like to speak to this one as well?
Oh, sure. I mean, it applies for all three, but I will repeat it to get it into the record 3 times.
Okay,
Thank you.
So hang on the line. You'll be second. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the Westbrook plan? Okay, Mr. Adebayo, thanks for your patience. Please go ahead.
Yeah, the mayor, the council, everybody, good evening. My name is Olugbenga Adebayo. I'm a professional engineer. I've lived in and out of the Westbrook, in and out of Glamorgan and Glenbrook for the last 10 years since we moved to Canada. Next slide, please. I had a plan to present something when I got here, but hearing everybody before me kind of set the tone for something else. I don't represent anybody but myself. I just happen to live in that community. And what brought me here today was that I have 2 DP applications. I have 2 lots in Glenbrook, and somebody was representing me, and then boom, the city said they're not going to approve my DP plan. And I'm just wondering what is happening. A year ago, we saw like 736 people come here to make statements about RCG. There was 6,100 statements submitted to the council. The council was brave enough in August to say, hey, let's do RCG. And then 6 months after, I'm surprised I can't get the approval for the DP. It's on hold. So I asked the planning officer in the city, and he told me, he said, all those things are listed there. I can't go through all of them. He kind of told me this is what is happening. There's a discrepancy between the LAP for Westbrook and, the RCG zoning. So, I'm not for zoning or no zoning. All I'm just for is if we make a law, let's keep it and, let's just stick to it. That's all I'm asking. Next slide. And, when I look at it, I go to the city website, I punch in my address, and it says, boom, RCG. And then I look up RCG on the city site. It says I can build all those stuff on there. Then I submit something to the city, and they say, no, come on. It's confusing us. And I have friends who spend thousands of dollars with architects and everything, and we can't go ahead. Next slide. So I'm thinking, and this is up there showing is what I want to build on one of the lots, 4 units with legal basement suite. Next slide. So the question now is, what is stopping us from going ahead fairly quickly? I understand from the guy I spoke to in the city that we have to go to first reading, second reading. It goes to a body, a board, CRMB or somebody. Then it comes back to the city, to the council, and then it's voted on again. And it may not happen until July. So that is, it takes 8 months from August all the way to like June, July for me to even get a DP approval. So I'm kind of, there's a Yoruba proverb that says, meaning that you can't walk from here to there without your head shaking. Look, we cannot please everybody. The council has taken a decision. Let's stick to it and move ahead. People will vote the way they want to vote at the end of the day. It's all baked in. So if we're saying RCG 3+, that's 2.2.1.6 is the contention here. If we're saying we need to take out, because it does not align, let's take it out and move on. And if people opposed to that, go to the polls and vote in the next election, and let's have a change. I'm neither for here nor there. I just want to have a process where the law says this, and it is this. And I get there, and it is straightforward, not hanging in the balance for like months, and I can't move forward. So that's why I'm here. I'm not here to oppose anybody. Next slide. So what I'm really even asking for is not the approval for what I'm supporting is not the approval for the reconnect, is why is it taking so long? Mayor Gondek, why are we going to spend 4 months on this before we even have a headway? Why? I'm an engineer. I mean, if you send that parcel to me tonight, by tomorrow I'll scratch it and send it back to you all done. It shouldn't take, maybe I don't understand the process, forgive me, but why is it going to take 4 months to get this done? I can't understand it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Adebayo. If you have a seat, I'll let you know if there's questions for you. Ms. Gillespie, you're up.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor. I will just repeat what I said before. And again, I hope that this is on the record. I suspect it will be, even though the clerk would not accept this at this time. The lap reconnects are extremely harmful to our communities. Now that we can see the city's documents, they're essentially removing policies that allow residents to ask for context with new build forms. It takes away anything to hang our hat on, like privacy, shadowing, etc. I'm appalled the city is trying to seek this through. It's coming to council tomorrow. We had to hire a planning, well, not myself, but community members have had to hire a planning consultant to interpret it for us because the city never reviewed this with us during our engagement sessions. They only allowed us to discuss beautification for our communities. They're essentially getting rid of any kind of policy to restrict building at this time. With respect to the revisions to the existing local area plans, namely Heritage, Northhill, and Westbrook, I'm alarmed and dismayed that city planning administrations are removing policies which provide restrictions on shadowing, privacy, community context, and tree canopy. This overly permissive change may remove the ability to appeal to developments of this nature. The allowance of H-go anywhere, including mid-block, rather than restricting them to transportation corridors, which frankly is what planning should be about. Everything everywhere is not planning, is not in the spirit of the NDP. Further, in Alberta, the law protects the right to use and enjoy private property from unwanted disturbances. You have to remember this is common law. And maybe the former speaker can understand that because, anyway, we won't get into that. Unlike with blanket rezoning bylaw where engagement was perfunctory, city planning administration had zero engagement with the citizens on these sweeping changes. Calgarians have a right to a democratic process regarding the development of their city. Look, this isn't just about, I'm just going to add this on this one and I'll add it to the next one. This isn't just about people being to build whatever they want, wherever they want. There is a process in place. There is a planning process that should be in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillespie. And I just want to clarify, you mentioned that clerks wouldn't accept your submission. We have accepted the fact that you called in, even though you weren't registered. We've now got you on record, so you don't have to worry that you haven't been accepted. I'm going to go.
That's excellent, because I received an email from clerks saying that it would not be accepted. So I understand. So the fact that
you're on the record. You're good. You're on the record.
Excellent. We need that for legal purposes. Thank you.
Okay, good. I just want to see if there's anyone else wishing to speak to the Westbrook plan. This is proposed by Law 21P 2025.
Yes, Doug Roberts.
What's your name again, sir?
Doug Roberts.
And were you registered for this?
Yeah, I just got the email allowing me to dial in here a few minutes ago.
Okay, so you're wishing to speak to Westbrook, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed removal of the planning policies in 2.2.1.6 of the Westbrook Communities LAP. I was a participant in the working group that developed the Westbrook LAP, and this whole issue of trying to provide some sort of order, if you want to call it, to the redevelopment of the established communities, low-density residential areas, definitely came to the fore in the course of the preparation of the LAP. And in fact, I think we ended up having a couple of extra meetings tacked on to the end of what was otherwise planned to specifically deal with the low-density areas. One of the points I wanted to make that I haven't heard anyone make at this point is that it's been mentioned in the past that this issue of upzoning these areas to RCG it just basically brings them, kind of level with the greenfield communities that for a number of years now have the low density areas in greenfield communities have been zoned RG, which is essentially the greenfield version of RCG. And it's been indicated that, we don't seem to be hearing any screaming from the greenfield communities about this RG, so why shouldn't the established community areas be RCG? A big difference is that when you're developing or when you're looking at a greenfield area, the developers are smart people. And they know that they want to sell their parcels and they want to sell homes and all that kind of stuff. So when they do a new greenfield area, they essentially master plan it. And you look at it and you say, oh, you know what, I like this lot over here on this particular block face. Well, you go talk to the developer of the community and they're going to say, oh, you like that lot? Well, if you want that lot, then we have 3 builders assigned. You can choose from 3 builders that are assigned to that lot. And each builder has 4 different models of homes that you can choose from. So there's 12 different models of homes you could choose if you want that lot, if you want a home built on that lot. And lo and behold, all of those homes are essentially the same type. So they master plan their communities and they say, okay, this block face is going to be single detached with front drive garages, and then over here we're going to put some row housing, and over here we're going to put some apartments, and over here we're going to put some semis. And they master plan it all out so that it makes sense, and people have the certainty of knowing if I do buy that lot and I do get my house built, I'm going to know that what goes in next to me is going to be essentially the same as what I have had built. But what we're contemplating here, and particularly by taking out 2.2.1.6 from the Westbrook Communities LAP and the other of the 2 other, North Hill and the Heritage, the other 2 of the first among the first LAPs, is that those planning policies effectively create at least some semblance of guidance and order as to how the low-density areas of these established communities should redevelop. And if you take those policies out, as is currently proposed with this bylaw, essentially you're saying, okay, anything goes anywhere. And you're creating a situation where you've got developments that I know the city administration seems to think that row house and townhouse developments are completely compatible with single detached and semi-detached, but they're not. I mean, their footprint of the primary buildings is 50% larger than the maximum footprint for a single. And they work fine in the same community and across the street from, but they're not well designed to line up side by side. And like I say, you know, the developers of new communities understand this, and they segregate it so that everything, you know, works the way it should. But you take these 2.2.1.6 out, and you are taking out the only guidance that currently exists in the LAPs as to, you know, that might provide some assurance that the low-density areas of the established communities are going to redevelop in a reasonably orderly fashion. And as I say, there's nothing inconsistent in those provisions of those planning policies with the RCG zoning that now applies. And because these LAPs were designed with the RCG, they anticipated that RCG, that R1 and R2, RC1 and RC1 were going by the wayside, and that RCG was coming, as you can tell from these planning policies, because they contemplate 3+ unit developments. We knew it was coming, and we designed these policies to try and, as I say, apply some semblance of order to how these low-density areas of established communities redevelop. So
Mr. Roberts,
I
you're
urge
just at
council
time.
to...
Mr. Roberts, thank you so much for your presentation. Just hang on the line in case there's any questions for you. Okay.
I did have an attachment to my submission, so I'd like that accepted if possible.
Let me just check with the clerk. We've got it. Okay, yep, that's in.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Councillor Chabot, you have a question for someone on this panel.
Yeah, I'm going to start with Ms. Gillespie, and Mr. Roberts, don't go away. I may have a question for you as well. So, Ms. Gillespie, in looking over these recommendations and the proposals, one, as an example, is recommendation 2.2.1.6A, where it says secondary suites are supported, were already allowed by existing land use designation, are not counted in a unit in the following in this following policies. The actual policy itself makes reference to that in the last sentence, and so that recommendation is kind of redundant. Wouldn't you agree? Because the last sentence
totally redundant. Totally redundant.
So not necessary. You have no problem with that one.
I have no problem.
Okay, and B, built form contains 1 or 2 residential units, implying single family or semi-detached or duplexes, whatever you want to call them. What do you think of that one as far as removing that out of the policy?
So sorry, just explain that again, Councillor Chabot, just so I'm understanding.
So B makes reference to single family or semi-detached, and removing that from the policy